Good evening, Dude 79 here. Just doing a quick mic check. If you can hear us, let us know. Let us know how the audio levels are.
Hey, what's up, Crash? F you and that Ghost Rider joke, man. It's got to stop.
The only one who voted for Ghost Rider.
Only one.
And we are joined by Brandi and Steve.
How's it going, everybody?
What's up?
There they are, and we'll be live in just a moment. And welcome back to another edition of Banter and Babble. I'm the Dude 79, and joining me always, my esteemed colleague and renowned piece of shit, Mr. Fanboy Tone. Mr. Fanboy Tone, what's going on, dude?
Hi.
Nobody gives a shit. We are joined by our good friends, the real stars of the show, Brandi and Steve of Coy's Comics. We're here live again at Coy's, and look, we got fucking everything up today. We got the sweet treatment. No, dude, the store is looking awesome.
Thank you.
The store is looking awesome. How are you guys doing?
Tired.
You guys have been
exhausted right now.
busy.
Yeah.
It's been a busy week and a half.
Now, I know before we all went and saw Thor, I know you guys had a busy, chaotic day, because I remember you guys showed up and you looked like we're tired.
Oh, well, thank you.
I mean, I just saw you guys were like
Right.
busy all day. You guys were just like, let's watch the movie.
Yeah.
Let's watch the movie. Now, you guys actually just went down to Lansing this past weekend. You guys were down there for a Comic-Con?
Yep. We went to the Capital City Comic Con, so we were set up there with a booth for the shop. So that was pretty cool. If any of you came out, thank you for coming. It was a lot of fun. It was a 3-day show, so
Nice.
yeah. But that was coming right off of the Thor movie. We were packing all day Thursday before the Thor movie. Yep.
Packing up the store, basically.
All the good stuff in the store to take with us.
Started the movie, came back, finished packing.
Oh, you guys came back here after
about
the movie?
1:30 a.m. We rolled out of here so we could go down to the convention at Friday morning, unload everything, unpack, start the show Friday night. And then the show was Friday through Sunday, and it was great. Like Steve said, Sunday, dropped everything. Oh, Monday came back, unloaded everything, packed, put everything back in the store. Yeah. So it's been crazy. We're looking forward to a day off here soon.
We were gonna take Monday off, but Shane likes to guilt us into working.
Shane wasn't having it.
No, he's the best boss we've ever had. Yeah.
So now, was that you guys' first con that you've been to as a store, like with your store there, or have you guys done this before, or what?
Yeah, we've done a few. We did the Flint really cool Comic-Con in Flint last year.
Coming up here soon.
It's coming up again in August?
Yeah.
Yep.
I seen Paul talking about that recently.
Yeah.
That's a fun one. Yeah, definitely come out if you're in the area. The Flint show is always a good time, and this year it will be have an opportunity to check everything out and get the lay of the land.
Cool.
Back for the
Cool.
And then we did. There was a small show here in town. We've done that a couple times.
Yeah.
At the SVRC.
Oh, that's right, the marketplace.
But I would say this one, Lansing show was the biggest one.
Yeah, we've been kind of just getting our feet wet, getting prepared for some of the bigger shows, because it's definitely an undertaking.
Oh yeah.
While you're open.
Oh yeah.
You don't have a store. It's the first time we ever did a show. Looked like we'd been robbed. Like we cleared out half the store, and people came in and were like, "Are you moving? Are you going out of business?" Like, no, just packing up for a show. And now it looks like we maybe made room. Like we
Oh,
cleared a
okay,
shelf
okay.
around. Like it's harder to notice.
Now it looks like we were robbed by somebody with a smaller truck.
A smaller
right. A nice S10, 93 S10 or something. Yeah.
But no, it was a good experience. So you guys had a good time overall.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun. We did well. We went to the drink and draw on Saturday night and donated a couple pieces for charity to be auctioned off. We got to hang out with all the other artists that were there. We got to meet Jim Shooter and Bob Hall of Marvel fame.
Yeah.
So that was a lot of fun. Got to meet some of the Aliens cast members there.
Yeah, I saw that some of the old school Aliens cast members were there. That was probably really exciting.
Aliens?
Yeah.
Who was there?
Aliens.
Like old school.
So you're gonna know the
from
names
like
of the
from like
characters.
Aliens, like the second one.
Like
It was
with
sort
Michael
of
Biehn
like-
and those guys.
Yeah, so no Michael Biehn.
Oh,
but,
man.
But Sigourney Weaver was not there also.
Oh, that's good. Oh, that's awesome.
Just so you know.
Out of the three, so Drake, Frost, Dietrich.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah.
Drake was there?
Drake was
Oh,
there.
man.
He must have been wearing some serious lifts.
Yeah, he's not.
He is not
yeah.
a big guy.
We met
Frost.
Frosty
Frost,
was there?
Yeah, we met Rico Ross at the drink and draw. And he was very nice, very
Very nice.
gracious. I've never seen you more nervous to meet somebody.
It's such an awkward thing because I don't geek out about celebrities.
Oh, Josh.
Authors tend to be like my thing.
Josh, come on.
He did not make it to this show, unfortunately.
I sense he's bitter. That's why I threw out the Bill Paxton thing.
Right.
The great Bill Paxton.
Let's not pretend Steve didn't make that joke.
Yes, I did.
Jeez. Leave Hudson alone.
But you don't know what to say. Like you were in my all-time favorite movie. What you been doing for the last 25 years? Like I don't really
Right.
know what
Yeah. How does that come up? Right.
And
No.
he was well dressed for the show.
Who's that?
Oh, very well.
Rico
dressed.
Ross.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he was like
Looking sharp?
nice
Yeah.
suit and everything. He's chilling at the bar, just drinking.
Did he know he was in Lansing?
Was he drinking a Shirley Temple? Yeah.
Oh,
drinking
man.
a
Nice,
okay.
nice.
Okay.
Nice.
We were a little worse for wear the next day after.
Well, when you're partying with the crew of aliens, yeah, man, you got to party hard.
Yeah.
There's apparently I'm too loud.
Well,
Does this help, J-Ho?
Stop deep throating.
I'm keeping the distance.
Sorry, J-Ho. Now you understand.
Dripping with your saliva
I know,
right now.
I know.
Now you understand what I have to work with, okay? It's just this unprofessional, just goof.
I just
Awful.
alien tongued it. Ugh.
No,
Talking about
was Gorman
aliens.
there?
No.
No, he was in that Texas Chainsaw Massacre movie that was just out recently on
Oh, yeah.
Netflix. He was the sheriff. He gets
Yeah.
pieced out at the beginning. Yeah.
Okay.
That's Gorman.
Okay.
I was like, oh, cool. Gorman's still getting work.
He's
All right.
like the lieutenant, right?
Yeah, he's the guy that sits in the.
The guy who sits there and
in
tells
the-
everybody else what to
Yeah,
do.
you guys
Yeah.
go in and fight the Xenomorphs. I'll be out here with Sigourney.
Uh,
No, that's cool, man, and that's why I always like these cons. You know, you show up and you can see some of these. You know, it's not sometimes it's not the biggest stars,
Sure.
but they're characters that you remember. You know, I remember what was it last year? There was a con. I can't remember where it was at, but Lance Guest was there, and you know, and most people were like, "Who's Lance Guest?" I'm like, "Last Starfighter, Jaws: The Revenge, and what was he was in Halloween 2." Those are the only movies I know. But every time I saw him, I was like, "Oh, that's a kid from Last Starfighter, sweet, Lance Guest." But like these guys show up, and these guys go show up at the cons. It's just like, "Fuck, man, that's so cool that they're here." You know, they're still, and people are lining up to see him because they just recognize him.
Oh, yeah.
From these movies. Now, Last Starfighter, that's probably Lance Guest's best movie. I mean, Halloween 2 is kind of a small character.
Late Phases?
Oh, okay, okay, you're not wrong.
One
But,
of the greatest werewolf films of all time.
oh man, there you go.
but I feel like his career just never got off the ground after Jaws: The Revenge. But hey, you know what? That's weird because Mario Van Peebles, he survived. That's
he?
just a lot. I mean, he did for a little while after Jaws: The Revenge. He was relevant for a little bit. I
Mario
don't
Van
see-
P. What like Highlander 3: The Last Dimension?
Well, I
About
mean, that
it?
was probably the final nail in the coffin.
Oh.
Highlander 3, Heartbreak Ridge was a
Mario Van
highlight of
Peebles
my
in that
childhood.
movie?
Yeah, he's Jake. He's
Oh
he's his friend.
yeah, he is. Yeah.
Since I was probably 10.
And you're not missing it. It's I mean, literally, the shark follows Mrs. Brody from wherever they're at,
Right.
Amityville,
because
down
of-
to the Bahamas. The shark actually has a vendetta, and it's just
Right.
incredible.
But
But
who really gets revenge in that?
Michael Caine.
Michael Caine. Michael Caine. Did he age between that movie and like any of the Batman series with Christopher Nolan?
Dude, the thing that I love about Michael Caine, there's two things I like about Michael Caine in that movie. One, he turned down being at the Oscars where he won because he was making Jaws: The Revenge. He was supposed to, he won an Oscar, and it's just ironic that he's like, oh, I can't be there to accept that because I'm making one of the worst fucking movies ever made. I thought that was hilarious. And then the part in the movie.
Worst Michael Caine impression I've ever heard.
I try.
It really is.
I struggle with the accent.
He was working on it all weekend
But
too.
the other part of that movie that is just hilarious is when he's in his plane and he tries, I don't know if he tries to scare the shark, and he crashes his plane and he's in the water.
Yeah.
And they drag him out of the water and he's completely dry. His
Yeah.
shirt's dry, his hair is dry. I was just like, man, they really. Michael Caine was like, I'm not getting in this water.
Right.
So I just thought it was it's an awful fucking movie, but I just think it's hilarious that he turned down being at the Oscars. But I mean, it's at the Bahamas. He's probably on vacation.
What did she say about the shark falling? Because she was making a big bit because it's something to do with their blood or her family's bloodline or something like that.
The shark just knows to follow her. That's the whole point.
I thought she was trying to say the reason that it did though was because it just could smell their blood.
Knew where she
It's been
was
years
at.
since I've seen that.
It actually crosses multiple oceans to go hunt her.
Well, yeah, it just goes south.
The shark has a vendetta. When you realize that's what's going on, you're like, wow.
It just goes south, man.
We've gone from Jaws, one of the best movies ever, to the shark is chasing people around the world. Fucking incredible, dude. That's where the Fast and the Furious got it from. We're family.
Sam Johns out here says, when asked about Jaws: The Revenge, Michael Caine said he never seen the movie, but he has seen the house that the movie paid for.
Dude, he
That's
knows
great.
it's complete garbage too, man. He knows it's
Right.
garbage.
That is awesome.
Somebody asked earlier, what about Paul Reiser? Was Paul Reiser at
Paul
the-
Reiser was not. I would have lost my shit if
Right.
Paul Reiser was
Man.
in.
Especially recently.
What was his name in that movie?
You
He
know
was the
what? Paul
corporate
Reiser
guy.
was in The Boys. He was in the most recent season of
Yeah.
The Boys.
What's that show again? Is that the one with Kiefer Sutherland and Corey Feldman and Corey
we got a
Haim
source.
and
Oh my
Jason Patrick?
God.
He wasn't ready.
You
Very-
seem to be a bit lost.
I am.
Yeah,
lost.
there. Oh wow. God damn it.
I know Jay Hill's gonna get pissed. Let's not bring it up. But yes, I am going to try to watch The Boys and get caught up on that ASAP because I know everybody here wants to talk. Maybe what I'll do is after we talk about Thor, I'll just go outside and sit out there and you guys can talk about Boys real quick.
Maybe.
We'll see what happens.
We'll see what happens.
We have a lot of stuff to talk about.
Just lock
tonight.
the
Not a
door.
lot of stuff, but we have some good conversations to be had. But no, first of all, again, you guys, thank you so much for putting on the movie thing.
Absolutely.
Letting
Thanks for inviting us.
bringing the
Yeah.
entire Coys community out for Thor: Love and Thunder. Everyone again had a great time. It was a packed house. You guys did the giveaway afterwards. Our entire crew won.
Our
something.
entire crew
We
won
appreciate you guys
something.
pulling
That was
those strings.
wild.
Now that we're a couple days away, they set it up that way. None of you guys were supposed to win. We were supposed to win everything. But no, the giveaway is awesome. And again, it's a great atmosphere.
You don't have to thank us. The only reason we do it is to avoid having douchebags at the movie theater that we don't want to deal with.
Well, Tony and I were there, so you failed.
Yeah. No.
You failed. No, it was an awesome time, and we appreciate you guys putting that on all the time. Now, I think you said the next one is going to be Black Adam,
That's what we're thinking.
That's what
because we have Black Adam in October, and I believe Wakanda Forever is in November. I
Right.
think that's
I think that's about right.
release is there.
With the schedule for Black Adam, what we may do, we've only done one other horror movie, but we're probably going to look at a horror movie for
Smile.
Yeah.
October.
Smile.
Yeah.
Is that a horror movie coming up?
Oh man, they dropped that trailer. We actually watched that trailer 2 weeks ago. They dropped that right before we saw Black Phone, and like we were talking about, I don't know who's in it. There's other than Cal Penn.
Yeah.
I mean that's the only guy that we know in it, but it looks really creepy.
I don't usually look at something as somebody who's sometimes hard with horror stuff. Like I was like, that is creepy, and I really want to see that. So yeah, surprising. Yeah, you have to check that out. I don't know when that.
There's that one, and then what was the one? The Barbarian with Skarsgård, Bill Skarsgård.
Oh.
Yeah, that looked really good
Where,
too.
he's like a guest at a house, and some girl has to stay there, and then he turns out being some kind of fucking creep. Like it looks. Like anytime you see Bill Skarsgård go full creep, you're like, okay, man.
Yeah.
I'll see what he
Right,
can do.
right.
Nice.
But
So yeah.
This is right. You do have to stop wasting.
dude,
I'm so sorry.
I have 5 episodes left. I can't back out now. 5
Um,
episodes left.
Yeah, but we do a huge. All of my guys are horror.
Yes.
Huge,
Let's go.
Yeah.
huge horror fans, and we do the 31 days of horror.
Yep.
And I think it would be really nice for us to incorporate one of our big viewings with that 31 days.
Yeah, I agree.
So
Yes.
we might shoot for that instead of Black Adam. We'll have to see.
October is usually a hot time for
Yeah.
horror movies. That's usually when they come out. So we'll have to take a look
Absolutely.
there. But regardless, if you're in Saginaw or near Saginaw and you're following Koi Comics on Facebook, keep an eye out. They'll let you know, hey, here's the next movie night. Call them, get your tickets, come out, be a part of it. It's reclining seats. These ones had heaters in the seats.
Yeah.
They did,
Yeah.
The only thing I was bummed about with this theater is there was no booth seats up front where Tony and I could
There
have
was.
gone to the little couch.
Yeah,
There was
Were
little
there?
couches out there, yeah.
Oh, I asked you, and you're like, they don't
Couches,
have any. I
man.
want to cuddle with you.
Yeah, but you're a creep.
Oh.
You're a complete creep.
No, we walked in.
I know, they
I
were there.
sat down. I was like, "Where are the booth seats?" And he said there aren't any. He didn't want.
I thought he was doing a bit.
No, I didn't see him up front.
Yeah, I totally
I
thought you were
sat
doing a
down 'cause
bit.
we were in the back a little bit, and there must have been below the seats in front of us. I didn't see him. I was like, "Where are the
No,
booth seats?" And he said,
no,
"There aren't any."
man.
And I was like, "Oh,
No, man, we
he
good.
didn't want to sit with me." That's what the problem is.
Now,
What a scumbag.
I am curious, as somebody who's not overly DC, like just outside of really like honestly Batman and maybe a couple other things, maybe Lobo and things like that, but like Black Adam's always been one of the few characters that I've always had some interest in and enjoyed. What do you guys think of how that movie looks from the trailer so far? What's your thoughts on that?
The Rock isn't.
What's
That's
that?
all you need
So
to
that
know.
can be good or bad for a lot of people.
No, so I have to say, I think I'm in a similar boat in terms of, I don't know a lot about Black Adam, but I am excited about getting one of the things I love about DC is say what you will about Marvel, they can be kind of goofy, they can be kind of funny, and a lot of times that's fun, but DC really leans in the other direction. And so I'm excited to see this kind of get back to that serious tone. Black Adam, we lean into some of the history. I think one of the lineage is one of the issues you have. Their casting and what they're doing. We just have questions about it.
Yeah, I'm not super familiar with all of the backstory on Black Adam. I feel like it's somewhat like accurate. But I think Black Adam is also more kind of like Shazam, where he's kind of got a host, and then he says the magic word, and then he becomes imbued with these powers. At least that is some of the later incarnations. So this might be more. And I know he was a pharaoh, and so I think that's what they're going with. But I'm super excited that the JSA is going to be in this movie, because I love the JSA.
Okay.
One of the greatest comic runs I've ever read is Jeff Johns' run on the JSA. It was absolutely fantastic.
And for everybody out there, what's JSA?
Justice Society of America. So it's like the Justice League of America, but they came first.
Right.
So
Now, a lot of people would think a character based off of a hawk.
Well, that character gets clowned on a lot. To be fair.
A guy dressed as a giant hawk with a hawk face, and stretchy pants. That might be seen as a character you shouldn't take seriously, and not just not that great of a hero to select to highlight.
Sure. Nth metal.
See, I think, and I've always wondered about how they approach those types of characters from comics. I mean, other characters are human in nature in most ways, so it's easy to portray that on the big screen. Like you look at the way I love the way they handled Penguin in Batman. I mean, he doesn't look like Penguin, but I mean, you know who that is. That's who he is. But they make him his own. They don't have to let's not make him look like a penguin or anything like Danny DeVito. Love Danny DeVito's portrayal as Penguin. But I mean, in some movies, it's hard to stick that kind of a character into the gritty realism of Gotham that they tried to put on the screen. So you have to make cuts somewhere, and I think that's a hard thing to do, especially for some of these characters who are a little bit more animal than person. And
I thought
you're leaning heavily into CGI.
Right, and Hawkman so far looked really awesome in this, super awesome, and I think that is it Dr. Fate, right? I think that Pierce Brosnan, I love that entire all of that. I'm that's exciting looking. And I actually really liked Shazam. Like, I feel like nobody ever really talks about that movie, and
It is
maybe it's
really
because
kind of one of those ones that's.
I really liked it. And like I said, I'm really selective on DC. DC doesn't try to kid themselves. Why? They definitely take themselves probably sometimes a little bit more serious. They also recognize, and they've always recognized, different dimensions. I mean, the TV shows talk about that they're gods among us, things in that nature, and that just works. And like I said, Shazam for me was just a movie. I'm like, I kind of want to see this because it kind of looked good. And I watched it, and I was like, shit, I like this more than a lot of the other DC ones that's been coming out recently. And so the fact that I'm sure we're gonna get a Shazam cameo. I mean, we'd have to be. That would be crazy. I would imagine, right? Like, but what I liked about this so far, and I'm a big Rock guy, so like I know he's run course for a lot of people. I don't get sick of him, but
I think he's fun. Like his movies are enjoyable.
Right. And I liked how he's just showcasing the fact he's not a hero. He's not like that kind of guy. Like everybody thinks, oh, another hero, blah blah blah, and he's like, yeah, okay, well, I kill people. I don't care. Like I don't give a shit. Right. And like somebody mentioned how if you look at the first Iron Man movie when he's flying between the jets versus Black Adam. Iron Man's trying to be careful, not get caught, hiding and stuff like that. And Black Adam's like, here's a wing, boom, and just I'm like, which is I thought was a cool comparison that people made with that to like put those. I'm like, that's a really good way of like separating the two, like hero, anti-hero, not so anti, whatever. But yeah, I thought the actually trailer looked really good. And LA said, I never really did enjoy the last few like Justice League movies. I'm just kind of one of those people, I suppose.
Not even the Snyder Cut.
It was better, but I mean that's you can polish a turd so much.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
I
Truth
really
be told.
enjoyed the Snyder Cut.
Did you?
Yeah.
Did you? So here's my thing about
that
it.
might be because the first theatrical release was so terrible.
It was sure. So I actually did enjoy the Snyder Cut. To be fair, here's my problem is that here's why.
Man, she's gonna give him the
because
business. Get him.
If you look at and for comparison, I hate to do this, but like Marvel spent 10 years building and putting together a team. Whereas I felt like Justice League and everything like that, like BVS and everything, just mashed everybody together so fast.
They tried to catch up.
They tried to catch up in 2 years, and it made the story so much weaker. Those characters are great. I even don't necessarily overly hate Momoa's version of Aquaman, but like his Aquaman movie was not that great. I thought is it Black Manta? I thought that character was the best character in that, and he looked great, and he just kind of got pieced out or whatever. But I just feel like those characters would have been better built slower and made like BVS and all that stuff much better. And like they had literally Doomsday, one of my all-time favorite DC characters and villains, look like a cave troll from Lord of the Rings in 2002. Like just like they just shoehorned him in there. So they were trying to speed through that to try and get that Marvel money, and it made the rest of the story weak, and that's a shame because I actually liked Batfleck. I thought he was fine as Batman. I would have liked to explore him more as well too.
Are you ready to go?
So
See, I'm with them. So,
right.
It's,
So
3 against 1 here.
You didn't like Batfleck?
He was the sweetest, chubbiest little person in a bat suit I've ever seen.
He did. You know what?
He was the worst Batman that has ever Batmaned, and I will.
Seriously, she hasn't seen Batman and Robin.
I will die on that.
You really think you thought George Clooney was a better Batman than Ben Affleck? Come on.
I think that was a worse movie.
You ready to leave?
No,
You ready to leave? Here we go. We're
That was the worst movie.
defending George Clooney as Batman.
That was
George Clooney.
George Clooney
funny,
hated his portrayal of Batman.
Goofy, funny superhero movie, but it leaned into all of that awful superhero-ness. George Clooney looks like Batman. Ben Affleck looks like he jumped off of a train from Comic-Con and changed into his suit.
He was going through a rough period at that time.
And
He was drinking a lot.
so
Would all look the same in any Batman outfit.
Yeah.
Any of us would look the same.
I did not expect this kind of hate for Batfleck.
I think he was terrible. I don't know why so many men love him in that. Like, it is universally men. And I don't know what it is about Ben Affleck that just like everyone has a little soft spot.
I'm a Ben Affleck fan, and I think that's part of it for me. And it stems actually from comedy originally, so I'm always kind of sold on him.
Chasing Amy. And,
It's Kevin Smith.
There's this
Yeah,
Kevin Smith
it is.
nostalgia.
It is. That's where it is. And I don't know. Like, I just felt like we never gave him enough though to even really try or see. He was the cutest, definitely rounder little Batman that we've ever seen. I definitely agree with that. I actually didn't like Val Kilmer's portrayal almost as much as I didn't like George Clooney's, because I felt like it wasn't his fault. It was because he looked aesthetically more like Asbat to me.
I just thought Joel
and
Schumacher
Azrael
was a terrible fucking director.
Well, yeah,
He
for
was a
sure,
terrible
for sure,
choice,
for
and he
sure,
just
for
was-
sure.
I would blame more Val Kilmer's
sure.
turn as Batman on the direction of Joel Schumacher than it would actually Val Kilmer, because I think Val Kilmer has the persona and he has that bravado where he could
Yes.
be Bruce Wayne and he could be.
Well, if he was
Batman,
playing
but
Asbat.
but by that time, Batman Returns, or not Batman Returns, I'm sorry, Batman Forever. I actually liked that movie to a degree. I actually liked Jim Carrey's portrayal. I thought there were some scenes where he was really dark. Like he's goofy at first, but towards the end, like he gets dark. I was like, okay, I can get behind this a little bit. But it's really Seal's song "Kiss from a Grave" or whatever that is.
Chris
That
and
was-
Rose, get it
that
right.
one-
Don't
Kiss
fuck
from a Rose,
that up.
one
Don't fuck
really
it.
got me into the movie. But I actually thought Val Kilmer would have been a good Batman. I just blame Joel Schumacher for that.
I think George Clooney is a far better Batman than Val Kilmer.
Okay, that's fair. See,
He looks more the part. He looks more like Bruce Wayne.
that's how I
He
felt
looks
too.
better in the bat suit than Kilmer.
Because you know what I mean when I'm saying, I know you know what I mean when I say Asbat.
yeah.
I just always felt, because I loved, I know this is always really weird, but I loved that entire storyline after Nightfall and everything, where Azrael took up the mantle and he became more of a brutal Batman. And Jean, what's his name? What was his name?
Valley.
Jean-Paul Valley. Yeah, Val Kilmer looks like him. So I always felt like it would have been better if they did like the Asbat story, but they didn't. But the George Clooney stuff was really campy, but at least he kind of looked more like Bruce Wayne instead of being.
Sure.
Just for the record,
blondish.
can you go back and just say that you thought George Clooney was a
I
better?
thought George Clooney was a better Batman than Val Kilmer. And here's why. Look at it this way, okay? I look at Batman and Robin.
You did,
as
Cuddles.
a
You're right.
modern day movie version of the Adam West Batman show.
That was I think that was kind of the point of that last one, right? Was that
I don't know if
they
it's
leaned more into the
definitely
'60s
how
stuff?
I
Yeah.
look at it.
Was that the one? That was also the one with Mr. Freeze, right?
That was the one.
Take 2 of these and call me in the morning.
Here's Mr. Freeze. Come on.
Hey.
Come on, get to the chopper.
No. Chill out. Chill out.
Chill out. What's better, chill out or stick around in Predator when he hits the guy with the knife? Which one's better?
Yeah, they're both awesome.
Stick
As
around.
effective, really.
Yeah.
Love that part.
Yeah.
Stick
Cuddles
around.
did
If
it.
they would have swapped those.
Yeah, say chill out.
Inspired
Then they have
yeah.
freeze him, stick
And
around.
look what they did to Bane. I mean, don't even get me started on that, please. Don't even. I can't even get started
Uma
on
Thurman
that.
as Poison Ivy is inspired casting. I just thought she looked amazing.
The Bane thing really, because again, it came back to, because I loved that storyline. I even had the novel for all that, like Nightfall or whatever it was. But Cuddles asked me, he's like, "What's my thoughts on Ezra Flash?" Well, I'll tell you my thoughts on Ezra Flash that I've been saying since
Here we
before
go.
everything recently. Is it should have been what's it? Is it Gustin? What's his name? Grant should have been the DC. They should have just made him the Flash. Like, he's such a good Flash. Like, I didn't like Ezra before. Certainly
Ezra
don't like
now.
Ezra now.
Thanks, Cuddles.
and now it's all come to be a fulfilling prophecy, or self-fulfilling prophecy. So
I didn't like Ezra Miller as the Flash ever. Like,
no,
it's
ever.
Not a good.
No.
He's not the Flash. I mean, the Flash isn't the comedy relief.
Right.
Right, yeah, that's
you know,
right.
he's not this young kid who doesn't know what he's doing, and he played more of like an impulse character.
I think he
than
was
what
trying to be the
movies.
answer to Spider-Man, Tom Holland's Spider-Man.
Well,
Just kind of this
absolutely.
guy that's kind of getting thrown into the whole situation and just being that
Yep.
goofy kid. And Ezra Miller is not Tom Holland.
And that's not as much his fault as it is the writers. It's
partly his fault.
Everything, But sure.
it is his fault.
I don't agree that Grant is Grant Gustin gonna be the Flash in the movie now?
That everybody wants it so
I
bad.
feel like they
Everybody-
have to at this
everyone
point because
agrees with
Ezra's
it.
already just worked himself out of the role. There's no way they're gonna bring.
Well,
him
they're
back.
not gonna have the movie with all this. I mean, they can't not. I mean, unless they cancel it and say sorry, go home, everybody.
Dude.
Like,
Chadwick Boseman is dead. They're moving forward with Black Panther. They can move forward without Ezra Miller as fucking.
they
Flash.
can, but I'm saying they're not gonna like stop the movie at this point. They're
That's
gonna have to
right,
put
right,
out this
but
movie
the
with
issue
Ezra.
that
That's all shot.
Yeah,
What,
yeah.
that- you're talking about
It's
this one that's
post-production.
done. Oh yeah, that one you're talking about. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
I don't
Absolutely.
think Grant Gustin has the
Big screen,
the
leading
big
man.
screen ability.
But we don't
acting
know.
ability.
But we don't know.
He's great on the show, But it's a show. Like it's like a soap opera.
But we don't.
It's
But
like a
that's the
comic
thing.
book
I
soap
guess it
opera.
is. I mean, he is supposed to be kind of a leading guy. Like in this movie, I get it. You need somebody that's leading. But like, has Ezra really ever been good enough to where you feel like he's been a good leading guy too? Though
I think that's a great point. I don't think Ezra Miller is a leading guy.
Can Grant Gustin do any worse?
And that's why I feel like, but then keep in mind though, this Flash movie, it's not just Ezra Miller. You have Michael Keaton.
Sure.
So I mean, you have Ezra Miller. This wouldn't be if Michael Keaton was Ezra Miller. They wouldn't even move this movie. You got to have something to complement Ezra Miller. Where I feel like if you did bring in Gus, and as long as you had something like Michael Keaton, you could get away.
And Barry Allen to me has always felt like better as a supporting character, anyways, in a way. So I mean, I guess there's some good probably story arcs where he does play. And again, I'm completely blind sometimes when it comes to DC stuff, but I just know that the TV series was the first time that I ever actually cared about Flash and learned more about Flash because of that TV series, and was like, wow, this character is way more deep than I thought, or just realized, like, I know all his villains are all Speed Force based villains, but I'm like, that's actually really neat. Like, I really enjoyed like all of what I watched until they started until it started getting too much CW drama in like the third season. I'm like,
Sam, is that a real rumor? Or
He heard that the Flash has been delayed and reshot too many times to the point where they can't afford to not release it. It won't make any money at all if Warner
That's
Brother
been kicked
replaces
around a little
Ezra,
bit.
since
Some
they're in
people
nearly
have been
every
asking
scene in
for
the
it.
movie.
It wasn't. It's not. I don't know if it's really a rumor, but there's a fan base out there that are asking for Elliot Page to replace Ezra Miller.
Crazy.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with Elliot Page, at least by name. I don't know
That's
Umbrella Academy.
Yeah.
Previously Ellen. Or is it Ellen
Ellen
Page?
Page, yeah. Yeah, from Inception and
Yeah.
whatnot. Just to kind of reel things in, I do like
I'm
I
a
love
bit
Dwayne
behind,
the
I
Rock
guess.
Johnson. I think I actually think the Rock is he's in a position right now where I feel like he can do no wrong with his movies. He's in that unique position where honestly I like to compare this to like something like Ice Cube in the late 90s, early 2000s. Ice Cube could be in anything, and you'd be like, I like this. I can watch it. There's very few actors that can seriously do that. Can show up in a movie and be like, yeah, it's not great, but I'm gonna watch it. Ice Cube was one of those actors, and there's other actors like it. And I feel like The Rock is in that position, but The Rock has a much higher ceiling than Cube. The Rock could be this next generation's Arnold Schwarzenegger, and and I say that in terms of like the way he has that charisma, he's got that charm. But we've also seen in movies like The Rundown and even San Andreas to a degree that he's got some range. He can when he needs to be dramatic, The Rock is more than capable of going that route. So I feel like he is a good choice for this, and I'm excited to see this because it's a big budget DC movie, and DC still is trying to find its footing. It's still trying to find its place. I mean, we see what happened to Suicide Squad, mixed bag. We still haven't gotten that one big DC movie.
Well, outside of Batman.
I mean,
You got Wonder Woman.
I mean, well,
That's true.
the first one.
You better chill.
The first Wonder Woman.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Don't even try defending the
That's
second
fair.
one.
I won't.
Yeah, the first one's
Dude, I remember
Awesome.
watching that
Big
fucking
fan.
second one on New Year's Eve. Mm-hmm. And my wife and I were watching it, and we're halfway through. I'm thinking, dude, Wonder Woman, Pedro Pascal, this is going to be fucking dope. Well, halfway through, I was like, this is fucking terrible. And I'm trying to figure out, because I'm like, the Rotten score was like 90%. Like, it was super. I was like, this is terrible. This movie fucking, what happened?
I was
The first one was so good.
The first one was so good.
And this one's trash. But no, I am really, really excited for Black Adam. Actually, I really hope that we can go see it. I'm still want to check it out. I think it's got a lot of potential. And again, The Rock is just in a position where he could actually be like that big step that DC needs to kind of get out of this rock. I mean, the reason I say that, I didn't include the last Batman, because I feel like that Batman's in a different universe than the DC stuff that they've gotten. I mean, I don't know where Black Adam sits in terms of the DCEU or whatever it is. I don't know if it's a part of the previous Batman or if it's part of this Batman. I don't think DC knows yet. I think they're still trying to figure out, like, where are we fucking going with this?
Do we know if it's DCU?
You need to control this troll situation.
What do we got going on out there?
The new Wonder Woman was almost as bad as Doctor Strange.
Oh, Cuddles does not like Doctor
Cuddles
Strange.
is angry.
What?
Get the guy who played...
That's
Ooh!
nonsense.
Get the guy who played Eddie Munson to replace Ezra Miller.
He was fantastic.
Joseph Quinn?
He was fantastic.
great.
Ah, there you
I don't think
go.
it's Flash, but he was great.
We're gonna get into that. That's gonna be actually our next topic. But seriously, man, this is why I love coming here, because man, we just talked about Black Adam and DC for 30 minutes.
Out of nowhere.
Hype.
right.
Hype. But we do have stuff we want to talk about, and the first thing we are going to discuss is Stranger Things.
So spoiler alert, if you still haven't got off your ass and watched that, finished that, like this
We
guy in the
waited
end has
as
watched The
long as
Boys.
fucking possible. We gave you plenty of time.
Who would
Right.
be caught up on one of the biggest shows on television?
I
I'm
can
just
tell
gonna
you.
get shamed all night, and I'm cool with it. That's
Yeah,
my thing.
sure.
I get off on it. No, the thing is, like, we've given you lots of time. Even Netflix gave us a bunch of time. They gave us the first 7 episodes,
Yeah.
and then they waited a month. Like, and I now that I look back, I'm glad they did it that way because it helps people avoid spoilers. Because if you release 25 hours worth of content in one weekend, not everyone's going to be able to watch the entire season. So they put out the first 7, let everyone get through it, and then okay, look, 4 hours for the finale, 2 episodes. We'll push that out to a couple weeks. Get everyone time to watch it. So
You don't think it was so they could get that extra month of Netflix fees out of it?
I'm sure. No,
That's fair.
No, that's a valid point, but I do really think it's because they don't use that. No, that's a valid point. I mean, obviously, you look at these streaming services; they're going to do whatever they can. But I think at this point, Netflix was like they'll be in for it no matter what. But
That's a
at
good
the
point,
same
though.
time,
I
I
didn't
think
think
it
of that.
also is a good move because yes, people love to binge watch their shows when they come out when they drop them all at once. But the thing is, the reality is, each of these episodes leading up to the finale were an hour and a half, and you have 7 of those. It's going to be really difficult, even for people who are like really trying to binge through it, to get through all that in a weekend, and then not have the finale spoiled and all that stuff. So they gave you 4 weeks or 3 weeks to power through the first 7 episodes, let everyone get kind of caught up, and said, here's 2 final episodes for the last weekend. 4 hours is more than enough for
Right.
binge people and people who maybe don't binge it as much. That way, it keeps spoilers at a minimum. But okay, guys. So Stranger Things season 4 has come and gone. We had the 2.5-hour finale. Let's get into it. There's a lot to dissect. There's a lot to think about with this finale, this final season in general. It's a lot different than the previous seasons that we've come across. The way that the show was shot and the way that the story took place. But Brandi, we're gonna go to you first. Your initial impressions. We'll dive into the deeper stuff here shortly. But like your initial impressions, overall thoughts on season 4.
I have mixed feelings. That first initial release, I felt like the best block of Stranger we had gotten. It was fantastic. I loved it. I loved what we were seeing with the darkness and the depth with some of the kids. I think we were reaching new levels with some of the character development. And then I don't know what it was about that break, but the finale for me just didn't quite do it.
Interesting.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, interesting.
Okay.
And we feel kind of differently.
And we'll jump. We'll jump into the finale because I know that I think Tone feels certain ways. I feel certain ways about the finale, and they're and it's not just us. Like you go on Reddit and you go on social media, it is kind of like divisive a little bit. There's some people who are feeling one way or the other. There's certain things that the showrunners, decisions they made that it's kind of like, it's a little weird. But let's stick to your overall general thoughts. I mean, you're similar to her, or do you have something else?
I thought it was the best season.
Okay, there we go.
So far, far better than season 3. Although season 3 was great. They're all great.
They're all great seasons. Yeah.
It's just what degree, right?
The show is just amazing.
Right.
It's the best television that we've. I'm go so far as to say is that we've ever gotten.
I think that's hard to debate anybody on,
I
honestly.
think, and dude, I'm going to propose a question to you guys later on, but go ahead, continue.
Yeah, I was blown away. Every single episode was phenomenal. Edge of my seat, waiting for that.
What's gonna happen next?
Finale.
Yep.
I think Vecna is one of the coolest horror villains.
Yes.
Like right up there with Freddy Krueger.
Great arc.
And I think very much inspired by Freddy Krueger. There are a lot of parallels to the Nightmare on Elm Street film.
Oh, there's a lot of love.
So absolutely loved his look. That first time they show him in the show, I the hair on the back of my neck stood up. Like it was that good. Like he was creepy.
They did a great job with CGI this season.
This is the villain that I've wanted since the very start of this show.
Sure.
Like
you know, the Demogorgon is awesome, but he's
a trooper. He's not the big bad.
You know?
Well, you got a villain, not a monster.
Yeah, we got a villain.
So-
Yes.
Yeah, there you go.
It's a great monsters with one track mind. Villain, there's more to it.
The Mind Flayer.
Yep.
Like, you know, giant smoke monster.
Cool,
It
not a
was
villain.
Cool, not what I wanted.
Not the villain.
You know, what they turned him into in season 3 was better. But I was like, man, I want this. You know, I want the
master of puppets.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Yes.
See what I did? Yeah.
and they gave it to us. They definitely delivered. And I won't say, you know, I won't get into anything else. It's just overall, you know, overall thoughts on it. But man, his character arc
Yes.
in this season was
There's
absolutely
quite a few interesting character arcs in this season. Really, really well done. Tone.
I really can't stop praising it. I certainly have some things that I take questions, some plot holes. The whole thing that was happening in Russia seemed like a waste of time for one, just to throw it out there. But, you know, overall, I really loved this because one of my things about binging, because I am a binger when they drop out, because I have no patience. So when a show comes out week to week, and you're getting 40 minutes, and then maybe you're getting 35, and maybe you're getting 50, I hate having to wait another fucking week for something else to come out, so it drives me nuts. This, because it dropped the first half of it, or first piece of it, had all the 7 episodes, and they're like an hour and a half long nearly for some of them. Instead of watching, I could watch 1 or 2 a night and felt satisfied. I didn't feel like I needed to watch more.
Right.
I could go to sleep, I could rest and not think about it as much. I mean, I would be thinking about it, but it wouldn't be like, well, I can't wait to watch the next one, Miss Bed, because like I had to wait a whole week or whatever. This was giving me way more depth and story because it was meatier. There was more substance. You were getting in-depth and deep character development and character arcs because of the length of these episodes. Some people said they felt like they were boring, and you know, sometimes even in the last couple episodes, and I find that completely surprising because I didn't get that at all. And in the last 2, really just like even just sitting there and watching 2.5 hours worth, like I could have watched another 7 hours and been completely content. I'd have been fine with that. Now, even where it ended, and I know, you know, we're building up to another season, I thought that was done really well, and kind of how it ended was kind of what I expected, but kind of not, because, you know, kind of more focusing back on Will, which I didn't really think about or realize, which I actually think is brilliant because that's kind of full circle for the whole thing.
Yes. And he needs it. He desperately needed it after the early part of the season.
I absolutely agree that Vecna and the character that played Vecna, the true master of puppets, all of that was completely brilliant. I was starting to figure that out as we were getting towards the end of who he was and what was going on. I happened just, for some reason, caught wind of a couple things I'm watching it, and just felt like I was starting to put some pieces together. And I felt vindicated knowing that some of that had come, you know, full circle, and I was kind of catching on to that. But all of it, I really, really couldn't get enough of it. I could still be watching Stranger Things right now and not dealing with his shit and be happy about it on Wednesday nights, you know. So I'm excited already for the next season. It sucks, I feel like, because of my impatience, I have to wait for more. And I know, like, I think I'm definitely, I don't want to say I'm alone on that because I think some people feel like I am, but there's a lot of people that don't necessarily agree with that overall. But for me, I was just completely in awe, and I think it's because of the nostalgia, how well they do the nostalgia, the deep character arcs, the character developments we got. Even, I mean, we've seen Eleven grow the entire time, but even she had to pump the brakes and kind of come full circle. And that whole arc was surprising. Like, they did a flashback scenario really well, and it was like, wow, they handled that really well.
It wasn't just like a random flashback. It was integral to the plot going forward and her character's development.
Yeah.
So it was really cool how they used that machine to gather that stuff.
And the last thing I'll say as a D&D fan is, you know, I know you expressed, and some people had expressed, that it felt like later in that first part of the season, like, because everybody was separate, like the stories were kind of dragging on, and like there was almost too much going on. I didn't get that, because for me it felt like literally 2 or 3 like D&D groups of people that were separate doing different quest arcs, that, you know, or even a Final Fantasy, that eventually knew that we're gonna converge at some point, but we need to do all these things to get there. So for me, I was fully in for that ride, and I actually really enjoyed that, because what it did was it let them, because there's so many cast members now, it let them focus on the Eddies and the Maxes and these other characters and stuff like that. And we all know that, I mean, let's be honest with her, Eddie's one of the greatest characters created in a TV series, period. And if you have no heart if you don't agree with that.
We'll talk about Eddie here shortly.
Argyle, though. I mean,
Argyle's dope, man.
Argyle is pretty dope. Putting pineapple on that pizza because he knows.
Dude,
he knows.
I almost turned the show off and said, "Well, never."
Yeah,
watch
whatever.
this again. No.
Whatever.
pineapple on pizza is fantastic.
I know.
Just nothing but bad opinions tonight from you. Awesome.
Clooney
I'm
and
so
pineapple.
glad that we were here again. Man, just shit opinion after shit opinion. No, I'm just joking. No, I like you guys. No, I'm a little bit different. I'm in the party where. Like I like your perspective, how you say like there are different parties going through different things, D&D parties. I like that. I like that analogy. I just feel like early on, some of the scenes themselves were just kind of like, could have done without that. Could have focused on another group and maybe build something up a little bit more, or focused on something else. Or they bounced around a lot in those first couple episodes, and I did feel like it was a little too busy. Because I think part of that is because some of the times when they cut to certain groups, there just wasn't the scenes weren't impactful. There's not a whole lot of substance. It was like it just really didn't move anything forward and didn't develop the character. You could have focused on something else and maybe dragged out one of the other scenes a little bit longer and fleshed out something else. Just some small little issues with that. I love all the characters, so that's what makes it tolerable. I just feel like probably could have done without that scene. There was something going on in the previous scene that they cut to this one. I was like, we could have maybe gone a little bit more into that one. But at the end of the day, that was like the first couple episodes. Once we hit episode 4, I think that's the one where Max is almost. I thought Max was gonna die. Like when she was running, I was like, I'm sitting there watching my wife. I'm like, she's gonna fucking die, dude.
She's up.
Because she's running. The song is playing. Run Up That Hill's playing. And I'm just like, I was freaking out because up to that point, I thought Sadie Sink was one of the strongest character stories going at that point. Like, she is an incredible actress. I think she is a really, really good actress. I think she is amazing as Max. And up until that point, knowing the trauma she's dealing with, the Billy and everything that she's been doing to herself and that she's been enduring, when we got to that part, I was like, man, she's going to fucking die. And, like, I already could feel.
Oh,
I could feel it. I'm just like, dude, I'm going to fucking cry because she's looking at the light. She's hustling. And also, it's going to be a stake that's going to go through her because he's bringing all shit down. I'm like, she's going to die here. I'm going to start fucking crying. Finally, she gets out. I was just like, and that's when it hit me. I was like, okay, this is the first moment this season where I was just like, whoa. Okay. Now we're moving into the Stranger Things that I know. I appreciate the stuff that we did for it. And ever since then, ever since that episode 4, going forward, the show was just like, this is what I want.
You know what's great about that, though? If that's your biggest critique,
that's huge.
That's saying a lot. That's saying a lot.
If you can sit there and say, I wish they would have focused on this other storyline that was way more interesting as opposed to going to these characters that I like. But I just feel like, it wasn't all that interesting. That's a lot better than somebody saying,
agreed,
that
Cuddles.
doesn't make any sense, or this is
fucking
uncharacteristic of that character. These are small.
I literally have
complaints.
never heard of Kate
I don't
before
fucking
this
like that
Dude,
song.
Never knew who she was.
I'm excited that she's made about $2.5 million.
She made a lot of money.
Though good for her. I just the song does nothing for
Dude,
me.
so you know what, dude? That early on, I was like, okay, good song. The way they use it in the finale.
I agree. I do agree with that.
Right now, the way they had that in the Vecna battle, that song playing.
Yeah.
That's one thing about Stranger Things that they fucking do.
Yeah.
We saw that in the original teaser for this season when Journey started playing, and the way that they worked Journey into it. You know, the way they work Journey into it, and you're just like, oh, dude, they just know how to take those songs and the classic 80s songs, and they work it into the trailer somehow with this modern take with the orchestra and whatnot. When they get to that final battle with Vecna, and then Run Up the Hill starts to kick, I was just like, dude, come on. This is
I agree. I think they use that really well in the end.
This is the brilliance of using that song, though, because when you use Journey, and I remember this happening in our house when we were watching it. When you use Journey, when you use Metallica, it takes you out because you know it, because you're like,
that's a good way. Yeah, you're right.
And then
Look at this guy.
you start thinking about Journey, and then this guy starts singing Journey, and then it's just Journey.
I'm like, have you ever seen a music video for this? They're just playing air.
That's right.
There's like something to hold on to, and it's less about so you're
that's fair.
It's got that nostalgic feel, but you never have heard it before in your life,
right?
But it has that.
But they find a way they find a way to use it in the coolest fucking way possible. I mean, I think it was episode 8 when the Journey song kicked in, when they're about to go into the house, they're like getting ready to kick off the plane. I'm just like, yes, let's go. And then the way they use Run Up the Hill in the bed, I was just like, they just and they do this every season.
To Journey.
They do this. They do this every season. Dude, I remember what was it? It was Thriller.
Right, this is full of bad opinions tonight.
I'm telling you, just shit
Holy
opinions.
shit! Welcome to banter and bad opinions tonight, everybody. Yeah, enjoy.
No, like the way they use Thriller. Remember season 2 trailer? Like the teaser came out, and all of a sudden Thriller starts, and it's like, oh, that's fucking Thriller. And the way they just use all this music, and they use it in these ways, you're just like, you just get goosebumps.
Yeah, I agree.
They just do a great job at that. But like, I want to go back really quick and ask you guys about, because I feel like this is something that got overlooked at the fucking Emmys. We talked about that before the show.
Yeah.
We had the Emmy nominations. And obviously, season 4 got nominated for Best Series. Awesome. Not one fucking child actor from this show got nominated in any of the categories, whether it be leading or supporting, which is crazy.
Wow.
Crazy.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, like, look, I love Hopper and those guys, but the kids really stole the show here. I mean, Sadie Sink, again, was incredible as Max. Millie Bobby Brown, obviously, she's just talented all around. She can be in anything, and she can be really, really good. But some of the ones that I thought stood out that I thought were really going to get some love, Caleb McLaughlin as Lucas. Dude, when Max is dying, and when he's like free, like that whole, I was just like, Jesus, dude, this kid is really good. Like, it was just a really strong scene. They didn't even chill. I get it. Steven's sorry, yeah, I get it. They're not chilling, but at the same time, just these are performances we haven't seen. I mean, look, Stranger Things has always had really good performances. We saw a lot of growth from these actors that are like
Puberty.
like puberty helps.
Like 6 years of growth because
But,
it's been so long since the last season was
Exactly.
out.
Noah Schnapp as Will, even though I thought Will was kind of like whatever early on, once they started digging into it more in the later episodes, he tore, like, he was incredible.
His was
really,
goddamn a tragedy.
Really, really good. Really good.
Yeah.
And then getting Matazzaro as Dustin, especially the last season, he carries a lot of the weight in terms of like emotional stuff. With the scene with Eddie, and then with Eddie's
His uncle.
His dude, when he goes up to his uncle,
don't want to bring it up.
His lip.
I started tearing.
Yeah,
up.
Dude,
man.
I started when he goes up to him and he's like, I was with Eddie.
I want to bring it up.
I was with
I'm
Eddie
gonna cry.
at the end, and like his lips started doing this. I was just like, oh fuck.
Yep, that's how
And,
it was.
Like, I just started tearing up, and like it was just, dude, like everybody in this show flexed some muscles. I would agree with you. The Russia stuff was kind of but everybody there, Murray.
Well, Murray was great. There was
Murray's
some fun
fucking
stuff
incredible.
going on.
But
Yeah.
David Harbour continues to show that when he wants to, when he gets the right stuff.
Oh, he's a leading guy.
He's
to
really
me.
good, and even
He should
even
play Flash.
Winona Ryder is
Yeah,
voice.
there you go. You can do
Winona
Flash.
Ryder. I mean, everybody in this show was fucking
Yes.
great. You could have given at least one person.
No, yeah,
some kind of a
something.
nomination.
No, yeah, they got no Emmy nominations, and to me that kind of spirals into, when people say or ask, and I don't know if this is what we're gonna ask or if you want to talk about it now, but like where you put this as like series, like you step back, and I'm the kind of person that already I'm like, there's a lot of TV shows that I watch, there's a lot of sitcoms I watch that I'll rewatch over and over, and there's a lot of drama shows that I watch that I could watch over and over, and I have.
I'm going to stop right there because I am going to ask you guys
Yeah.
something. This is what I want
Yeah,
to ask
yeah,
you guys.
let's go.
I think I brought this up to you a couple days ago.
Yeah.
We've obviously seen a lot of great television, especially with the streaming service.
This year has been really great for
This
television.
year's been really, really
It's-
strong.
Spoiled. We're getting very spoiled.
I sat there the other day thinking to myself, what is one series, not a movie, but a series, that I wish I could just erase from memory and go back in and experience for the first time again the awe and nature. At first I thought to myself, Game of Thrones. But then I thought about how Game of Thrones ended. And now we don't know how Stranger Things is going to end. But Game of Thrones, as much as I love it, and I mean, I fucking love Game of Thrones up to that final season. A lot of the great characters. But, dude, there is something about Stranger Things. It's horror, it's comedy. Two things that I love.
And sci-fi.
Sci-fi.
Yeah.
And it's nostalgia based to the fucking 80s. And they do it right. Dude, whether it's subtle or in your face, there is so much shit going on that show where I'm just like, oh. It's like when I was growing up, man, Spielberg knew what he was doing.
Mm-hmm.
The Spielberg movies of the 80s. He knew how to make one. J.J. Abrams knows how to do that. Super 8 is a wholly underrated movie that is fucking incredible.
Fucking awesome movie.
Super 8 is an amazing movie.
Absolutely.
And when I watch something like...
I fully think Super 8 is was the precursor to Stranger Things.
I think that's a great point. You look at Super 8, you look at the parallels between the two, There's a lot there.
Yeah.
But these are the movies that define my childhood. And then when I watch Stranger Things, to tick off every box.
Yeah.
You know, and you can sit there and think about all the shows that you've watched in your lifetime that have had a huge impact on you. Dude, honestly, watching Stranger Things this season, I don't know if I can pick another show. And that says a lot. Seen some great shows. Haven't seen The Boys. I heard that's okay. I haven't seen the Dances with Wolves show that's on HBO now without Kevin Costner.
Shut up.
But overall, I mean, honestly, where do you guys stand? I mean, if you could take one show, one series, you could wipe from memory and go through and just soak it all in and live it up again, highs and lows. Where are you at?
Yeah, Cuddles. Oh, yeah, Cuddles.
That's a tough question. That's
That
a
is.
really tough question.
That is a tough
That
question.
is a tough question, and
Super bad.
I
Good
mean,
movie, though.
I said what I said before. I absolutely think Stranger Things is possibly the best piece of television that we've ever had.
Mhm.
At least for me.
Mhm.
I mean, just for you, it's checking all those boxes.
Yeah.
Like, I absolutely love it. I still remember the feeling I had when I started watching it. The first season, that first episode.
Yeah.
I turned it on. I watched it by myself. I had the lights off in my living room.
Yeah.
Shit, you know,
You heard the intro?
The intro.
The intro kicks. Yeah, dude. Yeah.
Man.
You know, that whole thing, and I'm like, oh, man. Like, I just got a feeling.
Yeah.
You just got like that warm feeling.
Yeah, that's a
inside.
good way. You just got a feeling.
Yeah, like I felt like I was watching something that I had already seen when I was a kid. Like, it's got
They
that
nailed it, dude.
familiarity
Yes,
to it.
absolutely.
So I really think that it would be this, but here's the thing: is like it also comes along with the social aspect of it, right?
Mhm.
Like, you get to experience this as it was coming out with everybody else who was
Talking
experiencing
about
it when
it.
it was coming
Yep.
out. So I don't know that I would want to forget the whole thing and have to go back and rewatch it again, because then it's like
You
I'm
don't
missing
have that social
whole
experience
thing.
of it, right?
You know,
Yeah,
I'm
that's
missing
valid,
watching
that's
it,
valid.
talking about it with
And I
people.
will
That's a
say
valid point.
that this is not at all a safe space. I know that, but I'm going to share this with you anyway. I'm watching
Share.
This is a safe space.
Yeah.
I'm watching Game of Thrones for the first time.
Okay.
Oh, where are you at right now?
We are season 2, 3.
I think 3.
Have you gotten to the wedding yet?
No.
So I've watched it to that point before.
And
Okay.
I've
But
read the
I'm
books.
rewatching it.
So
Oh,
I
so
have
you
a-
okay? You read the
so
book.
I
Okay,
have
okay,
a
good.
sense, and yet the show for me, it doesn't have that same impact because, like you know, I know what's coming, but it happened live when I wasn't watching the show, and that's all anyone was talking about,
Yeah,
and
sure.
that was like. And there is something lost, I think, to not have been part of that. And
Yeah, I
to
think that's fair.
I think that's a
experience
good
it
point. I think
now-
that's a really good point because that part of it does. So let me just kind of like rechange the question a little bit because I do think that's a great point. I think that's a valid point because it's all a part about that social experience, about everybody being into it. Kind of like how you don't like how when shows are released weekly sometimes. I love it because of the social aspect of it. Everyone's talking about what's going to happen. next
Right,
week, you know
right.
what I'm saying? Where you release everything at once, you don't get that because some person might not be able to be on episode 7. They're only on episode 2. They can't be a part of that discussion because they don't want fucking spoilers.
Sure.
Where if you go weekly, everybody's in the same boat and everybody's having that conversation. I do feel like that's why I like both approaches, honestly.
Yeah.
I do like the weekly thing because it reminds me of my childhood. Friday night shows, Saturday shows.
Yeah.
What's going to happen next week, you guys? What's going to happen? We didn't have streaming services.
Right.
That's my childhood. Talk about it every week.
Yeah.
Now you can binge it if you want to, but I also like the binging portion of it because you're like, fuck, I know what I'm doing this weekend.
Yeah.
Send the kids to the in-laws or send them somewhere else. We're watching TV all fucking day. So I dig that side of it. It's just when I talk about like removing the show from memory and going back in, it's the focus is just the show itself, the
Right,
story,
right.
the self-contained story. Not, the social elements
Yeah.
are very important, and I think that does give
Yeah.
a show some legs in terms of like how long it's going to be remembered for. But I mean, in terms of like pure impact to you as you're watching.
Right, right.
Season 1 of Stranger Things, it did something magical. When I was watching, so I didn't know anything about it, and I watched it by myself too, and I remember being terrified at the start of each new episode because that theme would come on, and I had no idea how dark this was going to get.
Oh,
When
yeah.
this monster
Sure.
shows up, that just I was blown away. Because here are these kids on screen
Yeah.
and they're playing a D&D game and just that is nostalgia. This season, by the way, just very brief tangent, hitting on all of those feelings about D&D being
The curse, or not the curse, but what was it? What they call it when they thought D&D was like plague or making people.
Oh,
not
the
cult.
satanic panic.
Satanic panic.
Yeah.
There you go. Yep.
that was a thing that was still prevalent amongst D&D happening
Yep.
even when I was young.
Same.
Yep.
And so
Same.
that for me was really like they had never touched on.
That's
that
one of the
before.
darker themes I think they've explored, because that was like a real
Yeah.
real scare for like that was like where up until this point D&D has always been kind of like the fun thing. This what brings everyone together. It's what makes the kids. That's their bonding point. It's where they're like, well, it's D&D. But this season, I mean, we knew about that leading up to it, but we didn't know they were going to explore it at some point. And I feel like this season they used it in the best way possible because, again, I feel like part of that is why Eddie is such a memorable character because of what happens with that. But I'm sorry, continue.
Well, and how exactly you're right, how misunderstood he was, and that was the real experience of being a geek in that time, right?
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't that like now being in your late 30s, your 40s, it's cool. It's this thing where like we're spending money on it, we get to indulge in it, and
It's okay now.
it's
yeah.
okay. But when you were in high school,
That's hardship.
you were in middle school, it was not cool.
Nope.
You were not in, and you definitely didn't even really talk about it either. It
Right.
was more of like this secret.
It's that you're
Kind of
correct.
taboo in a
Yeah.
way, like it's just like, oh, don't talk about it,
Right.
keep it. Yeah, it's scary stuff.
And that's something that I think they nailed in this season. But even
Absolutely.
you see that early on in the first season with these kids, and I have to say, like in that first season, I just remember going episode to episode, going like, I'm scared. I don't know what's gonna happen. And it had me hooked.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like that also kind of is a little nod to the 80s, because remember in the 80s, PG-13 was
More like
PG,
rated R.
I'm sorry, not PG-13. PG was always kind of like, oh, what was Raiders of the Lost Ark? Raiders of the Lost Ark was what? Or not Raiders. Temple of Doom. That was PG, I believe, and then they developed PG-13 because of Temple of Doom. Because it was PG, and everyone was like, "Oh, cool! Let's bring our kids to go see fucking Temple of Doom. This will be fun."
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden,
Kalima!
people are getting their hearts ripped out. And everyone's like, "Whoa, that's a bit much."
Back in the 80s, this season of Stranger Things probably would have been R. Like all the broken
But I feel like
bones
that's
and
exactly.
like,
Oh, dude,
like,
when
oh,
Vecna's
man.
curse kicks in, yeah,
Yeah.
that's fucked up. But I mean, I
Crazy.
feel like that's why this when the first season came out, that's why I was like, I feel like this is a little bit of a nod because it's got all the 80s stuff that we love, the nostalgia. You got the focus is on the kids, like Goonies or the
Right.
Explorers. I mean, it's all, but at the same time, they're placed in a real fucking dark situation.
Yeah.
You had Raiders, you had short round there, but he's in I keep saying Raiders. In Temple of Doom, short rounds there, but like there's kids and there's people getting their hearts ripped out and everything, and so I feel like that's why Stranger Things was so unique as well. It's just kind of those things like you think it'd be for kids,
Right.
but it ain't.
Well, then we got another bad opinion.
Yes.
Uh-oh.
Yes. What is the best Indiana Jones movie?
Raiders.
I would say Raiders.
I really like Crusade.
Crusade is great.
I think
If
it's
you
objectively-
wait
Are
a
you gonna
minute,
say
no,
Temple?
no.
Are you saying Temple?
I'm leaving if you say fucking Kingdom of the Crystal Skulls. I will walk out. I'm gonna hit stop stream.
Shia LaBeouf.
Hold on, continue. I'm gonna hit stop stream.
Crusade. It's like it's without a doubt.
Which one?
Is Connery?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah,
I feel
Crusade.
I think last.
Indiana was the dog's name.
I think Last Crusade is the second best one. I love Last Crusade. I felt like that was a major step up.
Yeah.
I like Temple of Doom because as a kid,
I do
you're
too.
like, this is wild,
Yeah, I like
dude.
Temple Doom.
It was
But
intense.
I felt like Last Crusade was more of a step towards Raiders of the Lost.
Yeah.
Ark. It went back kind of its roots in a way. But
I think
Raiders for me will always be that one that introduced me to Harrison Ford, other than Star Wars. But I mean, this like Star Wars, Harrison Ford was Han Solo. He's part of like an ensemble. In Raiders, he's the man.
Yeah.
He's Indiana fucking Jones.
Yeah.
And you see Indiana Jones hanging underneath a truck as they're driving along, and he's moving underneath and on the rope and all that stuff. And like the stunts for that time were just like, whoa.
And you're a big fan of Marcus. Your favorite character.
Marcus
He's
is
your favorite
underrated.
character.
But I mean, I like for me, it's all Raiders will always be the best one because that is like seriously one of the first movies I ever saw where I was legitimately like on the edge of my seat as a kid. Like this is, I wanted to be an archaeologist. I'm a fucking idiot, but I was like, I want to be Indiana Jones, dude.
You're right about the idiot
I
part.
mean, and the character itself.
For every kid wants
The
to be
character,
Indiana
I mean,
Yeah.
seriously, really, everyone. I mean, and I know people are always gonna say, "Well, he's Han Solo." That's cool, and I love him as Han Solo. he's Indiana Jones to me. That's who he's always going to be because that was his role. That was all him.
Yeah.
You know, and I always love Indiana Jones, and so I'm gonna go Raiders, and then Last Crusade, and then Temple of Doom, and it's a trilogy. It is not. There's no 4 movies.
Last Crusade
It's a
was
trilogy.
great. That's the first one I saw when I was a kid. But like, you know, Raiders is like.
Yeah, Raiders is Raiders. I get it. I think what it is about Last
He's
Crusade
so cool in Raiders.
is because like Raiders, it leans into like it turns biblical stuff, fantasy to reality, or what do you want to say, and just all the stuff you see. The young, was it River Phoenix plays
Yes.
like young version of him.
Yep.
I do think he was supposed to take the mantle at some point heading on.
I thought so too. But just the whole, of course, you got Connery involved, and you bring all the characters back, and just
Elsa was low key my crush as a kid.
we know.
Elsa was hot.
We know, yeah.
I was always just like, she's
the claim the
hot.
tapestries.
How many tapestries do you think this castle has?
Yeah. But no, yeah, I don't know what we were talking about. How did we get on Raiders last time?
Hey, you know what? We're
I'm just
babbling.
curious. Yeah, we
We
were
were
right. We are
bantering and we were
babbling.
babbling.
So
Yeah.
let's get back to Stranger Things.
Back
to
it.
Here. I want to propose this.
Elsa
Perhaps
sucks, Josie.
And I know that some podcasts, there's very famous podcasts out there that have done this.
There are.
Ours,
But,
obviously. But
Yeah.
Have you guys played D&D on it?
we are associated with a D&D stream.
Mm-hmm. Believe it
I
or
was gonna
not.
say, we should do it.
I'm never opposed to playing D&D. Trust me.
Right here, watch.
I will
So-
do accents and everything. You remember my Michael Caine accent? You're gonna get that
Oh my
hardcore
God.
D&D, dude.
So we actually to sidetrack a little bit. So we do have a good friend because I definitely know all the main guys. Like you talk about like Critical Role and these guys that do the podcast stream. There's a guy that actually had streamed. I've been watching since Mixer was around. Captain Robert, who does D&D streams, and my best friend that I've known for many years now. He does a live stream of D&D every Monday night, and he spins a yarn. Let me tell you.
They do great.
And they're coming to a close right now. But we want to start, and he wants to start doing this. We want to start doing more like, one shots and doing some D&D stuff. So there's definitely opportunity if you guys really want to play some D&D and potentially stream. We could seriously have that conversation. Okay,
Time,
sweet.
man. It'll be wild.
Sweet. So
I
there you
will-
go.
I will throw this out there as well. They recently released a Marvel Universe role playing game.
Did they?
Guidebook. And we have wanted to do a campaign with that.
Mm-hmm.
So if that's
I'm certainly not opposed to that either, very honestly. As somebody who's tried the 2 or 3 Star Wars ones that come out, and that usually fizzles really fast. The problem with those is that, like with the Star Wars, for instance, is just there's never a long enough support.
Yeah.
And I think the big thing what happens with D&D specifically is their integration to digital, and if you can't be in the same room, how you can get it to integrate your character sheets around D&D Beyond and things like that too. That said, I'm never opposed to learning any D20 version of an RPG game. So I did not know they actually had one come out recently. That's pretty amazing. Because if somebody played City of Heroes MMO, I would certainly play tabletop Marvel.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah,
All
it's
right, well,
pretty
let's
hot.
talk. Let's touch base.
Yeah.
Our people will call your people.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
One thing I just wanted to touch on a little bit is obviously this season is probably the most expensive season of Stranger Things, and that's one thing I did appreciate. At an hour and a half long, these all felt like big budget Hollywood movie productions. Obviously, we talked about Vecna. A lot of CGI mixed with practical effects looked incredible. A lot of the settings looked incredible. The use of music. And I'm going to tell you right now, we've seen a lot of great battles in Stranger Things. The final battle with Vecna, again, was running up the hill, and the way it bounced between our main groups that were battling. You know, what's going on in the Upside Down with Eleven and with Max and Vecna. And then you have Robin and Nancy and Steve. They're up against Vecna, who's right there. And then you got Hopper and Joyce and Murray and Russia. You have Hopper wielding the sword of Conan, going up against a Demogorgon. That entire battle, I can't even tell you how many times I've gone on YouTube now and watched that battle. It is 2 minutes and 25 seconds of fucking sexy. Seriously, that is just goosebumps every time I watch it. And it is just so well done. This season, from a production standpoint, has been one of the best we've seen, not just from Stranger Things, in my opinion, but in all of TV. I mean, when you're going hour and a half, 2.5 hours, you can't skimp it. You already know you're going to go big budget, so why cut anything back? I thought this season was just so good in terms of its presentation. Like, it was amazing.
First off, I gotta say, 2 minutes and 25 seconds of sexy. That's Brittany's nickname.
I've seen the video on Pornhub. It's pretty hot. It's pretty hot.
Wow, that's
I feel like it's slow motion to get
Yeah.
like 2 minutes and 25 seconds. I feel a lot of slow motion in there.
yeah,
Don't move.
yeah. That makes
Don't move.
Oh man, we got to age gate this one.
yeah. That makes it makes dude jealous.
It does.
makes
I'm
you know, I definitely agree. I feel like the production of this show definitely, you know, the budget, you could tell you had, I'm going to be thinking about the 2 minutes and 25 seconds, aren't I? Yeah, I'm going to do, yeah. Thank you.
I hope you think about it for longer than that.
I know, well, the clock's ticking. But you know, I did want to say, I did want to come back to it because you know, you'd asked about, you know, what could you erase that you'd want, you know, like a show back, or would it had to relive that scenario? And as somebody who's like been a big fan of Breaking Bad, of Game of Thrones,
there's another one.
of also
23 seconds trying to get
Jesus Christ, of Sopranos as well too, like being big, like I'm a hard hitting when it comes to a lot of the HBO stuff, but I kind of feel like that it's hard to not feel like, because of all the things that Stranger Things does, whether it's the nostalgia, it's again even the Satanic Panic stuff. Because in '94, when I first started rolling dice, like literally one of the first things out of my mom's voice is like, "You're not gonna kill yourself, right?" Like, I mean, I'm serious. Like,
That's about.
but
I mean, we laugh, but I mean that was the thing.
Right. And I went to On Cue and bought my second edition handbook. You know, so. No, what? Like, what does that even mean? I didn't even get it. But, you know, at school, like you said, like even then in '94, I wasn't talking about it at school, except for a couple friends, you know. But at the end of the day, yeah, I think Stranger Things, I feel like, when I was done watching it, that's one of the first things out of my mouth was like, this might be the best show of all time. Like, and that's hard to say. It's hard to debate anybody if you do or don't agree on that. But just in general, for everything it made me feel is the big piece of that.
I think in terms of our generation of people, I mean, I put this in front of my dad. He's like, "This is fucking stupid." But in terms of like our generation,
yeah,
I think I think honestly, man, yeah, I would say it's one of the best shows I've ever seen.
Born in the '80s, born in the '90s, like this is a show that people can relate to,
and in a lot of different ways. Whether the themes they're exploring,
exactly,
or whether they're big themes or small themes or little things. I mean, there's something for a lot of people to be like, "Holy fuck, man, I get that."
Yep.
You know, and so I like that. Now I do want to touch on some things. Let's talk about some of the things that we weren't too keen on. I'm not.
Season ending.
Well, here's,
thank you.
Here's you know, I'm just gonna start off here. I only had one really big gripe.
Here we go. The pineapple.
I had an issue with this in not what was the one after Force Awakens? What was the one after Force Awakens?
The Last Jedi.
Was that what was the third one?
Whatever. Rise of
Rise of Skywalker.
Ray Skywalker movie.
I am always, dude, for a show, for any show, whether it's a movie show or whatever.
Yeah.
I appreciate the scenes where people
Mr.
take a moment
Belvedere.
to reflect on a character who has died. I feel like that's super important to have those moments.
Yeah.
You got that in Game of Thrones. You got that in a lot of shows where they take a moment to reflect on the death of a character that was integral to their success.
Sure.
Eddie Munson is a character much like Bob Newby and Billy Hargrove, one season character that everyone was like, "Oh, I love this guy." Billy. I think once we got to the end of season 3 and we understood Billy's hardships, I think there were some people who were like, "Oh, fuck, you know that sucks. You don't want to see it. You want. Here, I will say this: everyone kind of. I think there was a Bill that wanted Billy to have that Steve arc change, like that redemption.
Yeah, I don't think it was going to happen.
And he didn't get that. And obviously, and Bob was a tough one for a lot of people. Bob was a tough one because it's Sean Astin.
Right.
I mean, he's superhero Bob, you know?
Yeah.
But the thing about Eddie Munson, like you mentioned, with the Satanic Pandemic and whatever it was, he's just this guy who loves D&D, and he falls into this weird fucking cult mindset that's been created elsewhere. And he's a character that, at the end of the day, he dies, but it's a tragic death. It's a tragic death because he fought for the city that fucking hated him. He died to save the town that even after death was drawing horns on his pictures and had this thought of him. It's a tragic death. It was a great performance. You saw the true side of him, even though the community was creating their own narrative about him.
Yeah.
And that's what made it really difficult.
Yes.
My issue with this finale was 2 days later. When we saw that thing pop up on the screen, 2 days later, Eddie just fucking died. Dustin had an emotional scene with his death. And we go 2 days later, and nobody, none of the crew, is like, man, fucking Eddie was awesome. It's just like, oh, how can we help Hawkins?
Well, some of them didn't know him, right?
Some of them didn't know him, but Steve knew him.
Right.
Nancy knew him. Rob, they were all in the
that's fair.
fucking truck.
Okay.
Most of them were there.
Yeah.
And most of them were part of Hellfire Club, so most of them knew him from the D&D sessions.
Well.
They didn't
so
know
it was
him
really
well.
like Lucas, Mike, and Dustin were really the only ones that.
And
really
those are
knew.
three characters. Lucas didn't have a huge season until the very
Right.
end.
And we didn't see Lucas a lot.
But
after that,
Steve and
after-
Dustin, we did get to see that at the end. I will say,
Yeah.
like, the scenes with Dustin were good. But here's my biggest fucking issue. And one of the things that people were theorizing, and there was a lot of theories going around about what's going to happen with Eddie is, you know, and I think Drastin, if he was, I don't know if he's here, but he mentioned this, that there's a character at the beginning of season 1 of Stranger Things where Will says Vecna is destroyed by Kaz. The Kaz or Kaz?
Yeah, whatever.
KAS, whatever. So there was a theory going around that because Eddie's body was left in the Upside Down, which is the issue I have with this, is what's going to happen is Vecna, who is recovering from his injuries, is going to discover his body, make, yo, look, let's reanimate you and make you Kaz, and there's how, cool. He's going to battle with Vecna and see it in the finale. There's your win. That's awesome. That's cool. You give Eddie his redemption arc, even though he's not really Eddie. But since then, the Duffer Brothers have come out and said, no, Eddie's not coming
No,
back.
so you're just going to believe what the showrunners want to say before the season comes out?
But at the same time, I mean, like, look, I know you can take this a lot of different ways. But right now, they're saying, no, he's not coming back. He's not coming back. I do think that would be a sweet thing. But the thing about these shows, also, the writing hasn't started for the show until doesn't start until August. They haven't started writing on the show. So you better believe, even if there's a huge theory going out there, the writers aren't going, oh, yeah, that's a good idea. You got to think about that, too. Yeah, that's a theory that's flowing. They haven't started writing the show yet. They haven't started writing the season yet.
They have the end.
They have the end game. They have the end game, but I can tell you right now, they're not going to sit there and look at the most popular theory and be like, oh, let's do that because then where's the surprise? They're not going to just sit there and just cater to that crowd, even though it's a good idea.
Right. I think the thing is with this specifically, and because it makes it different than everything else, is that we're talking about D&D specifically. Everything's been D&D themed pretty much every season. This isn't like anything else. They could surely do something different, and it will probably be good, and that'll be fine. But you best damn believe that, first of all, I don't believe them. Second of all, that they're definitely looking and paying attention to some of these theories because... I mean, at the end of the day, it makes sense, and it's not just because people are going, oh, well, this would make sense because of this thing. Yeah. All the other things are lining up and to be, you know, it's not because it's not just one thing. There's a few different things and a few different scenarios involving Eddie that just kind of make you scratch your head and go like, that doesn't make any sense. Well, why doesn't it? Well, and that's when people started theorizing, and they're like, oh, and well, of course the Duffer Brothers don't want to let that go and say, oh, well, that's what we were thinking. That here's our breadcrumbs or whatever it is.
And I mean, it does make sense because Will does say that in the first season. But then here's my thing: like the reason I thought there was some credibility to that is because
half-ass.
If this is the issue that I had with that 2 days later, is Vecna is sidelined. Okay, he gets shot out of a window, Michael Myers style, in Halloween 1, and his body's gone when they go outside to investigate, and he's gone. Cool. He's sidelined.
Think about that.
Yeah,
That
that's a Halloween reference. Absolutely. So they go outside. He's not there. So obviously Nancy, Robin, Steve, and Dustin are able to exit the Upside Down. Why don't you take Eddie's body? What? I mean, it's not like his body was disintegrating. Why don't you just take him back, give him a proper burial?
What's Dustin going to do? Tie him around a thing and toss him up to the
his
ceiling?
uncle's, why are you leaving him in the Upside Down?
Well, like I'm saying, like, I mean, the bats are still around. What's Dustin really going to do?
They're all down. They're all dead.
Well, what's he going to do? Drag his body? Like, he's a kid.
Dude, he has Nancy, Robin, and Steve.
They're not anywhere near him, though.
They're in the Upside Down with him. There's only one exit.
Miles away at a house.
They can walk back. Nobody's attacking.
There's probably other exits.
Okay. Anyways,
I'm being serious. No,
I know you think about it, but they're not going to swim out to a lake and swim underwater. They're going to walk back to the exit if there's nobody there. I'm just saying.
So then that would make my point.
Okay. Say you're right. So they get back to the
right.
The regular. Why doesn't Dustin say, "Can we go back and get Eddie's body"?
Because
dude. Okay, look. Anyway,
listen.
I understand you're playing devil's advocate.
No. Listen. Shush for a minute.
Okay.
This is my point. This is exactly why. Because this is a fucking plot hole. Because of the Duffer Brothers saying this isn't what they're going to go with. They're doing that potentially on purpose.
No, and
that's what I'm saying.
No, and I agree with you, but I'm just saying, like, if they're going to come out and be super defensive about, no, he's not coming back, my question is, why'd you leave his fucking body there?
That's what I'm saying.
Justin
There's there for a reason.
Justin said that they said that he was coming back. Was that the showrunners? Who said that?
No, I mean, you know, there, and I'm not saying that he's wrong. I'm just saying I read the interview today, and actually I have the quotes right here. He's not coming back. Like, he's dead. They said because they want his death to be a tragic death, because it is a tragic death. If he comes back alive, he's going to jail.
So
and the way they're doing things, I mean, they can't sit there and be like, "Oh, he was actually not doing it. It was a Demogorgon and Vecna." The cops aren't going to believe that shit. He killed Chrissy. They need to have a suspect.
Your quote here says he's a doomed character, not that he's dead.
No. That's not all of it, though.
Okay.
That's not all of it.
Okay, because I was gonna say
there was never any other arc for him, and there's no way how do you survive this. At the very end, you see people still drawing horns on him. No one in Hawkins is going to accept a supernatural explaining. He would have wound up in jail, and this fantasy would have been able to walk, and gradually it's not a realistic outcome for him.
So
they're saying he's
dead.
My
contention with that is not that he's gonna. They're saying he's not gonna come back. He's not gonna live a good life.
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't mean he's not coming back.
Well, and that part I get.
That's it. They say Eddie's not coming back.
They're saying Eddie, and that's. I feel like that's a good point, because yes, you're right.
I'm feeling smoke and mirrors is what I'm saying.
And it probably is, but at the same time, the show they have an ending in place. Yes. Sure, yeah. But they haven't started running yet, so they could sit there because the writers don't want to create a show that plays out to what everyone already knows is going to happen. You know, they could go and be like, you know what, let's not bring him back. Fuck it, let's do a fucking left-hand turn. Let's do something different. They could easily do that.
They could.
If they did,
we've seen people do that because they did it with Game of Thrones. When George R. R. Martin said, "I'm done writing these books, you guys can do your own thing," they do their own thing.
If they did exactly what everybody thought was going to happen,
disappointing as fuck.
I don't think anyone would care.
I don't think that
I wouldn't care.
The only thing this is awesome. It is awesome, but they want to leave their mark. The writers want to leave their mark. They want to be like, you know what? This is what they think is going to happen. I'm going to come up with a better idea. They're not going to sit there and settle for what everyone thinks is going to happen. They're going to try to come up with something that they feel is better, more thought-provoking. They want to leave their place. They don't want to sit there and go out in the final season going, "Oh yeah, it's Ozark." My thoughts are, or what I've heard is Ozark ends how you would pretty much expect it to end. That's why it's so anticlimactic. The writers aren't going to want to be in that same boat. They're going to want to do something to have people going, "Holy shit, I didn't see that coming."
I just feel like it's just there's a lot of plot holes around that, because why didn't they bring his body back? And people are saying, well, then they have to explain a dead body. They'd have to explain, he'd still be like.
No, they don't. There was just a massive earthquake in the a tree fell on him that collapsed on him.
Unless somebody was coming out of that cabin or their little fucking trailer, and you see him dragging a body around. They're like, "What are you doing with that fucking body, dude? Like, what's up with that?" So
he fell over and broke his neck.
I think that it could really go either way, but I think that clearly they probably already have it planned. I just feel like the theory has too many things that are pointing to be that. And if it doesn't end up being that, that's fine. But even if they do that, I think that their legacy, they're finding their legacy too.
I'm not saying anybody's wrong in these situations. I'm just trying to think of it from a creative perspective. If I'm writing a show, I don't want anybody to know what my fucking end game is. Sure. While the Duffer Brothers do have an outline, no doubt do they have beginning, middle, and end. How do we get to this point? They're also going to be paying attention to what is out there. They will pay attention to, this isn't going to surprise anybody.
It's Chekhov's cop. Okay? You can't mention him and not bring him in. So they'll bring him back.
I hope so. I love Eddie. They won't bring Eddie.
He's turning him into cop.
He's
not going to kill Vecna. He's going to be his right-hand man.
Well, according to what Drastin told me, is what happens is that Vecna does reanimate him, and he does do his dirty work for him. But ultimately, because here's something, the sword that he's using speaks to him and gets him to turn against Vecna, which would be a sweet character arc. Not so much, obviously it's not Eddie, but it is Eddie to a degree, and maybe there's a part of Eddie alive, still left in him that understands that. There's a lot of ways they could go. I just feel like at that point, Everyone's kind of
Be
expecting.
very Vader-ish.
As cool as Eddie's character was, and he was very, very cool. He was an awesome character in this season. He was in this series for one season.
Yep.
And there's no way that would be the character that destroys the main bad guy of this series.
Exactly. And the other thing is,
That's fair, yeah.
the other thing I want to say is, they've already done the fake out once. They did it with Hopper. Everyone thought Hopper
Very
was
weakly.
dead. Everyone thought
Yeah.
Hopper was dead, and they did. No, I mean,
Did they? I mean, I
they
know
did.
I know at least one.
But I mean,
person
but I mean,
did.
but I mean, here's the thing. No, and I mean, at the end of the
No one
episode,
thought.
obviously,
No one thought.
at first glance, everyone thought it was dead when it happened,
Okay.
real time.
Okay.
But then at the end, you see the cutscene, like, oh, not the American. Everyone's like,
Right.
oh, is that Hopper?
Right.
But that's the thing.
No, everyone's like, oh, that's Hopper.
That's Hopper. But here's the thing.
Right.
You can't. I don't think they would do that again. You've already used your one. You do have to make a sacrifice at some point of somebody. Look, I feel like at this point, Eddie being dead carries more weight than bringing him back later on.
Yeah,
Because it
I
is.
think
It makes it tragic as fuck.
that's true. Yeah.
Because he is gone.
What if X ends up being Cat?
Well, that's a great point. Now I want to ask you
Yeah.
guys that as well, because obviously we know that 11 used her ability, which I thought was crazy. I was like, oh my gosh, she can bring people back from the dead. But then we saw when she went to the hospital to see Max, start trying
She's
to wonder her head,
basically a veggie.
and obviously we know that Doctor Papa, he explained to 11, when Vecna takes you, he takes everything, your memories, your soul,
Yeah.
everything. So when 11 goes in there, there's nothing
She's
there.
gone.
She's an empty vessel. What can we do with her? Is she going to have powers? Is Vecna going to see that as an ability to, like, I can somehow animate this body because there's nothing there? I already control her. Or I have
Here we
her.
go. Here we go.
Theories. Here we go.
Theories
Theories.
popped into my head. Will is Kaz.
What?
Will ends up being Kaz. He has been this main, essentially the main character of the series since episode 1.
He kind of fell to the back burner this season until the later
He
towards the end.
did. There's obviously something going on with him at the
As soon as
He
he
still has a
reaches, you're
connection to the
oh,
Mind
he's
Flayer.
Like Tone said, we
Still
go
got the
full circle.
connection.
He's got the tingle.
The Mind Flayer was
I have the tingle.
controlling him.
Yep.
It was
Cool.
in his head.
Yep.
The Mind Flayer was Vecna. The Mind Flayer was Vecna, right?
Yep.
Control, like,
The Vecna is everything.
so Will is Kaz. Will ends up killing him.
That'd be pretty dope.
I'm
But
gonna
now,
call
but
it
now,
right
but now
now.
here's the thing.
Do I have to say it again?
Does
Did no
Will,
one hear me?
They heard you.
Well, now here's the other thing. Here's the one thing. Even Millie Bobby Brown said this recently. She said, "We gotta start killing motherfuckers." Does Will come out of that final season? The battle? It Will is something like Kaz. Who? Here's the thing. Here's the last thing I want to ask you guys about this.
Steve survives all that mattered.
I know he loves Steve. Who is the one character?
I thought Steve was gonna kick it.
I did too. I really thought he was going to as well. Because it was the end of episode 7 when Nancy goes to climb up. He's like, go ahead, go without me. I was just like, oh, he's going to fucking die. Vecna's going to show up.
When he was telling her about his
His dream.
that he had,
Oh,
I was like,
the sixth
oh
kid,
no,
he's dead.
done. He's dead. He's not making it.
But, like, here's the thing. We have to lose somebody, right? There has to be a meaningful death
Murray.
to send shivers. Murray, come on! But no, I mean, obviously, I thought Hopper was. We thought Hopper was going to be that. I mean, Hopper was a great character. Hopper still is a great character. I don't think if you're going into the kids, I think it has to be Dustin. I feel like that would carry a lot of emotional weight if Dustin died in some heroic fashion.
Yeah.
But I do feel like, and I know you hate hearing this, I feel like Steve Harrington is going to be that because he has had the most redemptive arc. His arc has been he was a douchebag, and then he kind of like saw the error of his ways, and now he's the protector of the group. Steve Harrington carries the most emotional weight. If Steve Harrington would have got a pieced out this in the finale, I would have been bawling. Dude, that's a Mac. That's
let's. Do you need some?
You need some paper
Yeah.
towel?
Yeah.
See what happens when you have kids.
Break?
Yeah.
Caught it in time.
I know he did. He did good. He did good. He drank most of that. Probably not. He's probably nursing the fuck out of it.
A little bit.
Is the screen still on?
Yeah.
Okay. As long as the screen is still on, we might be okay.
We're good.
That'd be awesome if I had to buy a new one of these and a new one of those.
That'd be great.
That'd be awesome.
We can still see.
Anyways, when we look, I think there's a lot of different ways they can go with this final season. Now we know we're not going to have to wait nearly as long as what we had to do for this one, but you know, I don't know. Screen says Apple system
Thank you.
cleaner. Right. See, this is why, see, you can't take this kid anywhere. This is
Perfectly
why.
fine. Everything's fine. Buttons are working. Look at that. You shift.
But you have to use your computer
Shift.
that way from now on.
Yep. I'm going to. Yep. It barely got even in anywhere. See, look at that. Cleaning. Everybody's good.
Just sparking.
Proceed. Proceed with the conversation.
Why are it
I know.
Is it not gonna be-
Well, they start writing in August,
okay.
and so
About Kaz.
who knows how long that takes.
Kaz.
But I mean, I think the general consensus is Windows would have shut down. That is not Windows. That is a Mac. That's the Windows is over here. I think they're saying 2020,
Still see.
Okay.
which isn't terrible.
Yeah.
That's a long way.
It's a long ways. It's a long ways. But the running begins in August, and then principal shooting will probably begin sometime in the winter, and then through the most of it in 2023. But
Okay.
I don't know, you guys. I mean, like, and here's the thing. I do hope that Netflix doesn't get involved. And be like, hey, I mean, we do know there is a spinoff. We do know there is a spinoff series. We don't know the content of it.
No, yeah, that was really random
Don't
of all
know
things
what the
too.
spinoff of it is, but I do hope they stick to their guns that this is the final season, because you look at Game of Thrones and you look at Dexter, these shows that just overstay their welcome. I really like how M. Night Shyamalan has taken The Servant and said he originally had that plan for 6 seasons, 60 episodes, and after that he was like, you know what, fuck it, we're gonna dial it down, make it 4 seasons. We don't want to overstay our welcome. We want to drag it out. I'm glad that they're coming at it. This is the final season. I think they set it up perfectly for final. That was a wild scene at the end. Hawkins is completely engulfed in smoke, and we see the little particles of the Upside Down are now in our part of the, in our part.
The Adventures of Barb, Dustin.
And it's just 30 minutes of her body in the pool. I'd probably watch one episode. I don't know if it would get past the pilot, but I'd give it a try. But I mean, and we do know the Duffer Brothers said they aren't going to have massive episodes like we did with this season, and the focus will be entirely on Hawkins. They're not going to be branching out to Russia or any of the other places. Right. It's going to be specifically on Hawkins. So we're kind of, like you said, full circle.
So
we're back to where we were season
no
1.
Argyle.
Erica and her team playing D&D. That's
Yeah.
what I want.
That's the next the spin-off
Yeah, that's
show.
the spinoff.
Yeah, okay.
Erica.
Ooh, I would like Erica.
Lucas's younger sister. Yeah.
Yeah. Erica's got.
She's
dude, she'd be a hell of a
fantastic.
DM.
She would.
She'd be a nasty DM. But no, overall, we want to get you guys and girls' thoughts. If you're watching this on YouTube or whatever, we want to get your thoughts on Stranger Things Season 4. Obviously, it's the biggest season yet. A lot of money went into it, but it was it didn't go without its issues. There are people that take exceptions with the finale. There's certain things. I mean, what else did you not like about the finale? I know you said some of the finale that bothered you.
Well, you were mentioning the fight was great, and I guess we're just on a theme of terrible.
It was great.
So
let's hear your
tell
shitty
you
opinion.
Why it was awful. All right.
Oh my God!
Here we
We're
go.
on Tinkle time.
All right. So imagine like in Rocky, you're getting that final blow.
What's Rocky?
And it doesn't matter.
Well, it does.
And just before
Uh-oh.
the punch lands, you cut away to a different thing, and then when you come back,
Yeah.
Punch.
your opponent is just flying. That was
that's
L
That's
and
literally
Vecna.
Rocky too, though.
That was L
It
and
is
Vecna.
Rocky too. Now we know.
All right.
What
All
scene
right.
specifically did you
So-
not like?
Yeah, no, absolutely.
So
I got 6 more down here.
battling Vecna,
No worries. Yeah, do it.
when
up.
we cut away before any real
I'll spell
punch,
it.
whether it's literal or
Yeah.
whether it's visceral or not.
Sure.
I
and then
agree.
when we cut back, Vecna's flying through the air and it's
Yeah.
over.
Oh yeah, I know. It's okay. Yeah. Like
you're talking-
because she was breaking free of the grass,
You're talking the shots.
and then we go somewhere else, and then all of a sudden Vecna's doing.
Yeah,
the,
yeah.
And it's
I hate that shit.
sort
I do
of
agree with that.
Yeah, and honestly, I disagree. Like, there was a lot of tension built up in that final episode, but how long were Steve and Nancy and Robin like they were dead?
That was the same. I was wondering, how long they sit there and choke for like a good half hour.
And I think that's why a lot of people said somebody should have died. I mean, look, Eddie's a big loss. Eddie's a big loss. Yeah. And I feel like somebody like Robin or maybe Steve, I still feel like it would be a big thing, but Robin, Nancy and Steve, but in that situation, what do we say, D&D time, you guys? Longer than a Fast and Furious quarter mile. Yeah. No, I just feel like, I do feel like they kind of, they I don't want to say they took the cheap approach, but I feel like we could have used Eddie was a big death. It was. But I feel like we could have had something else. Like you say, specifically that scene where Steve and Robin and Nancy are getting choked the fuck out.
For a half hour?
Yeah.
For a half hour.
Somebody probably should have died.
I
agree with that.
More because at the time when everything resolved, by that point, I was kind of tired. I was kind of just like, I know where this is going, and they're punching me up, and I don't feel it.
No, I agree.
So the question I would wonder then is the reason why
is that
maybe
thing dead, or can you just flip it back down?
I don't know.
Turn it down.
It's
fine, dude. If there's beer in it, there's beer.
They're cool.
It's working. It's probably drunk. Well, I don't mean pour more into it.
So the question I would have then is, and this is from like a writer's thought process. Are they trying? Is Vecna trying to keep them alive, hanging there because they're no good to him dead? Are they better to him if he can, Shang Tsung their fucking soul?
And see, okay. And
but they don't explain that.
Here's what I'm going to say, Tony, and this is why. Honestly, man, I think this is a part of the problem of having so many different groups.
Yeah.
Because my understanding is, and I know what you're talking about, because I think I read this in an interview. The Duffer Brothers said this is all happening in real time. So you have slow motion kicking in, all that
running
stuff.
Up the hill.
And that's the problem with what I said earlier in the season. Jumping around between 4 different groups is it's really hard to convey the sense of time. Because you're like, okay, they're getting hung up, and let's go to this group, and we're over here for 10 minutes, 20 minutes. What we don't know is that supposedly this is all real time. It's not so much this is happening now, and then this next group.
Yeah, because they definitely didn't convey that very well.
It's all like happening at the same time. But we don't get that, and that again is my issue with having it jump around between.
Couldn't they just say same time and then switch to somebody else, or I don't know, like something to cue that? Like I feel like they could have come up with something.
They probably the exact same moment.
And no, and I mean,
exactly.
No, you're not wrong.
Have Will do that. Like
no, I don't think you're wrong in that thing. I mean that. I don't know.
I mean, I understand.
What is the best way to convey that? I mean, I don't know. I'm
right?
Not a
Yeah, Dustin,
filmmaker.
you didn't at all.
But I mean, that is an issue because they were bouncing around between so many different groups. You're like, is this happening after one another?
Yeah.
But my understanding is, per the Duffer Brothers, and because somebody did ask them that, it's all happening because the slow motion is kicking in.
Meanwhile, in Russia,
it's all happening real time.
Brent, don't you know that when slow motion kicks in and they cut to a different scene,
it's real time
happening at the same time.
It's real time. They did not put that in the disclaimer. You should put that next time in the disclaimer. There's flashing lights and shit is happening real time when we go slow mo.
Right.
Is it asking for so much?
Fucking point it out.
That's why I have an issue with the way they do stuff like that. And again, I'm not trashing it. A lot of the stuff was good, but it does leave a little room for like, is this happening now? Or is this because we don't see Nancy, we see them getting choked out, and then we have to go between 2 other groups. At some point, they're already fucking dead if it's real time. Yeah. But we don't know, and that's why I have an issue with that way they shoot it.
I do think that our
main
storyline, our main storyline is happening with Max, with Eddie, and that the other timelines could have been. So Russia felt like really important at the end, but a lot of that dragged out. A lot of that dragged out longer than it should have, and I honestly feel that way with the California. Like I did.
Dude, the California group I felt was even weaker than
dude, definitely not a fan of Argyle. He hated him.
Sure.
And I'm going to ask you this based on what you just said.
He wasn't.
Oh, you weren't a fan of Argyle?
No, he didn't like Argyle.
Dude, you know what? That's your fault for believing.
It was just the
lesson learned. Lesson learned. He's full of shit.
He didn't like pineapple on pizza. Do you trust him?
The thing that the thing that irks me a little bit about the Russia thing is they had this facility where they had these containers with the Demogorgons in it. And they have a room with the spiraling stuff. We already know the next season is going to take place completely in Hawkins. What the fuck was going on in Russia?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? We're never, ever going to get that answer now.
Right.
We already know that because everyone's back home. Unless, now here's the thing. And that final scene at the cabin, Murray is not there. And Murray's a very curious fellow. Is Murray in Russia
That's a good
still
point.
doing his thing? We don't know.
Right.
But I'm just saying, per the Duffer Brothers, and again, like Tone said, smoke and mirrors, possibly. We're not going back to Russia. They had a facility where they had Demogorgons in tubes that came back to life because of the shit that was swirling behind the screen.
Yeah.
What is going on in Russia? Clearly, they know what these things are.
And they were being transported from Hawkins or whatever, and Hopper ends up in there. It's like, yeah, you don't. It's almost like.
What is going on in Russia?
Right, like it's almost like that pulling him into Russia just really was just to do it, and there was
To
no
bring
real.
Hopper back.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
weren't they able to like injure? Weren't they able to injure Vecna by doing something
they
to
weakened.
the particles?
They weakened the grip. My understanding is by killing the Demogorgons because of the hive mind thing.
Sure.
It weakened the grip on the things, or it
Yeah.
weakened this and that. But I mean, even then, it's just like
That's a stretch. Yeah. It's a
Right?
stretch. Yeah, it's a stretch.
You know, and you're giving
There's no
these,
reason for it.
They're in fucking Russia.
Yeah.
We got to give them some fucking
Yeah.
reason, purpose to be there.
A jar of peanut butter.
Hey, you know what? You know what'll get people not to think about the purpose of it? Throw the Conan sword on the fucking ground. Yeah, he's got the Conan sword and his Hopper battling a Demogorgon with the sword. Fuck why he's here. This is dope. I'm just saying, we're not going to get any answers about what was going on in Russia, which is really weird.
Well,
Maybe
so
that's a
I feel
spin-off.
like they needed also to get all of the adults.
That's a good
out
point,
of the
Dustin.
picture,
There's
so
a-
that the kids
yeah.
could have their.
It's a Harry
story
Potter
arcs.
move.
I just think
So
it's a really difficult
You have to
way to
orphan
juggle stuff. I think it's just really hard. Yep.
to get them to be their only characters. And however you do that, whether it's literally orphaning them, which happens in a lot of kid books
Sure.
and movies, if
Yeah.
you think about it, or getting them off into their own kind of rush. And
Mm-hmm.
so instead, they took the adults and they put them in Russia, like you're saying, and then so
Yeah.
the kids could have their own adventure.
I like what Dustin just said.
Yeah, I like
Maybe
that.
Russia will be the spinoff.
Yeah.
Hey, dude, if Murray is over in Russia doing shit for a spinoff, I'm in. If I can see Murray over there being crazy with his conspiracy theories, I'm on board. I just feel like this is the difficulty of managing different story arcs that are around the world. I feel like once we get back to the next season and we're all in Hawkins and the focus is on Hawkins, it'll be a much more focused storyline. And, you know, and I get why they did what they did. Obviously, Hopper had to go somewhere, and
Right.
he's in Russia. I really would have liked to have him jumped. I
Stop it,
I
Shrek.
will say I would have liked Hopper making it through the portal before it's closed, as opposed to him just falling through the smoke. Because why the fuck didn't Joyce just go? Well, maybe he fell down there. You know, let's go see if Hopper's down there. I can't see. Maybe I can pick his body up down there. But, you know, I would have liked him to just jump through the gate, and that took him over to Russia. But I digress. Overall, though, I just, you know, again, despite the issues I have with the finale, you know, and they're very small gripes. I feel like the finale was just really fucking good. Like, it was entertaining. 2.5 hours that goes by in a snap, you're doing something
It did
right.
not feel like 2
No, it did. And that's how you do it. If you're the one thing I will always say, the most basic way. If you're doing this, if you're
It felt like 5 hours. Oh no!
if you're
Another
looking
bad opinion.
who said 5 hours? Oh no. Anyways, no. If you're drink, will you? For Christ's sakes, I'm drinking this one. I don't care what it
Funny.
was. No, like if you're looking at your watch or if you're looking at your phone the whole time, you failed. But for myself, and I mean, obviously, and I feel you're not alone.
No.
You're not alone. I mean, honestly, you're not.
Overall, like, incredibly happy with. Like I said, still the best season in my opinion. But I don't think that the finale was as strong as the bulk of the season, and I don't think it did it justice.
That's fair.
I think that was Netflix's fault. I think they made us wait too long.
Sure.
They built it up too much. I think it had a lot of momentum going into those last 2 episodes, and I think those last 2 episodes started off slower than we thought they were going.
That
I think they started so, but they ended fast because I believe the second to last episode is when Papa dies and when when 11 takes down the military. Dude, that shit was.
I wanted more Vecna.
I do too. I feel like whenever you have a villain who's worth his salt, when you have a villain who has the backstory that Vecna does have as one,
right?
I know Tone said he was picking up on it early on. I had no idea until I think it was like the second episode.
I started figuring out.
When did I call that he was?
Yeah.
Oh, like the second time they showed him.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I was like.
No, the only thing I was bummed about.
I didn't know. I wasn't like he's Vecna. I was like, he's number one.
Yeah.
Like,
well, see, I started. Yeah. So like that, and then I started. For some reason, I started picking up. I'm like, I wonder if he's fucking the kid.
Yeah. I didn't get that. Like,
they did. See, I didn't think, but I
was
will.
the what?
I'm gonna give them credit. I'm gonna give them credit for that because, dude, they did such a good job. They did such a good job at making the son irrelevant in that story early on. When they looked at Victor Creel's kids, or Victor Creel, dude, the focus was always on the daughter and the wife. What did he do? Shit his pants?
No, just the way I worded the last.
Oh my god, I didn't even think I heard it.
We don't want to see anyone effing.
I wonder if he's fucking the kid, Tone. Thank you, Crash. Now you know where Tone's at. Awesome. Tone is fucking fired. This is why we can't have nice things. I wonder if he's fucking the kid. Thanks, Tone. Appreciate your insight. Cut, clipping. Yeah, clip that shit, Crash. This is why Banter and Babble sucks.
That's not.
In there. I wonder if he's fucking the kid.
Do I say this line?
No,
or do I wait till after the show?
Yeah, that was meant to be a comma.
Not a dot, dot, dot.
Right.
It's supposed to be a comma, not a dot, 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 dot. Fucking the kids.
I feel like Norm Macdonald getting kicked off SNL in a week. After saying the F word. Fuck.
You're
all right.
A fucking
Anyways,
scumbag.
how about so this has been a great discussion for an hour plus of Stranger Things.
I'm off tomorrow, so I can get.
I think we probably want to take a bathroom break.
Oh, he's got to go tinkle. That's the fucking.
I'm probably not alone.
No more Stranger Things.
I could listen. Hey, if
we got Nick Cage shit to talk about. I want to get your thoughts on this.
I could talk about Stranger Things nonstop.
No, but that's
at the end of the day.
That's why we were super excited about doing the show here because we know you guys are big fans of it.
Yeah.
And I do think there's a lot of discussions to be had about Stranger Things. I mean, look, I thought this season was great. I love this show. But I understand a lot of the perspective from the people who are like, I have questions.
It's so big. There's so much, and
Even
it was.
Your opinions are terrible. I understand your perspective.
There's so much going on, and it's unlike anything else we've had. So it's inherently going to have so many different perspectives, and that's what makes the discussion of this so amazing because you're getting so much different angles and thought processes, and
the angles of the kids, right? You fucking pervert.
Fucking
all right,
traitor.
we're gonna take a break so Tone can go jerk off in the bathroom, and we'll be right back. And welcome back. That was an extended pee break. Tone had to pee, and then he came back and said, I got to poop. And he went back in and took a dump. And it smells terrible. It's wafting its way out here. It's awful. And he's a sick human being. But
the update, though.
I guess.
Yeah.
we could have gone on for a long time with Stranger Things Season 4. We could have.
Go on more.
We could. But I'm going to wrangle this thing in and get back to the more important conversation because I have concerns with our community, Tone.
Should.
I have serious concerns with this B&B community.
Yeah.
Now,
you
look,
should.
I love each and every one of our members except for King Cubs. Okay? I really, really love King Cubs. It's a different level of love. But
That's right.
we are going to discuss
lot of
the
love.
first round results
Yes.
and the second round matchups of the Cuddles Classic, the best of Nick Cage.
So I know you get 25 votes.
Yes,
I
that's
got
right.
1,000
What do we
votes.
get? Do we
You
get bonus votes?
it depends. If you guys would have helped out a lot in the first round, I probably would have taken your fucking votes. It doesn't matter because the two fucking best movies in the first round are gone.
Ah.
All right, let's take a look because Stream Deck doesn't work, so I got to do this manually, y'all. Let's take a look at the updated bracket. Here we go. We have moved on
Goodness.
to the Elite Eight. Okay? We moved on to the Elite Eight. And this is what we're looking like right now. We're going to break down these regions right now. But this right now, as you look at it, I have concerns about this community and their taste in movies.
It's all looking good to me.
That doesn't surprise me, George Clooney guy. Doesn't surprise me. So first thing we're going to look at is the first region. Region 1, it's not there. I don't know why it's not there. Hang on. There it is. It's right here. You can't even see it. I'm going to make it bigger for everybody because I'm drunk. Hang on. Making it bigger. That's what I tell my wife. Don't worry, honey. Making it bigger. All right.
And then,
Drunk.
Because I'm drunk.
yeah, that's
I'm going to do this for all of them.
That's what are you, quotations, right?
For
Is it
some reason, Tone,
Yeah,
like, look, I was a huge Mandy guy,
yeah.
but somehow, Gone in 60 Seconds, the number 16 seed, overtook Pig 10-8.
Close.
Pig is new,
It was
right?
close.
Pig is
I
relatively
feel like,
Yeah.
maybe not as many people have seen Pig.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest contender there.
It's available on Hulu.
I told her
I
wouldn't
let
see it.
everybody
Yeah.
know it's on Hulu.
Yeah.
And these degenerates, these degenerates I call friends in the B&B community said, yo, Gone in 60 Seconds is better.
Hey man, you had Stranger Things in the last couple weeks. You had The Boys, one of the biggest TV shows of all time, ending in the last couple weeks.
I didn't think it got bigger when you were drunk. Dust and everything gets bigger when you're drunk.
Apparently, rise.
So in this region here, yeah, I am shocked. Pig falls to Gone in 60 Seconds. Like, I understand the love for Gone in 60 Seconds. Actually, I don't. I'm just being nice. I don't understand the love. I mean, Gone in 60 Seconds is, in my opinion, one of the
Let's go.
weaker Nick Cage movies of the 90s. It's not nearly as good as his other stuff, and Pig features one of his best performances. Now, I understand Pig is a slower burn, and it requires a little bit of thought, so I get it.
Oh.
Doesn't resonate well with Gone in 60 Second crowd. But honestly, man, it is one of his better performances, if not one of his best performances. I mean, I think Tom would agree. It's one of his best performances.
One of my favorite movies of his.
I will
But,
say, and I don't want to offend anyone,
oh boy, here we go.
Gone in 60 Seconds, simpler film. Okay?
It is low-hanging fruit film. You're absolutely right about that, sir.
Yeah, no, don't. You're fine to offend anything.
But somehow,
Jerks.
How many of Nick Cage's is it described that way?
well, it depends. If you look at his mainstream stuff, his mainstream stuff is a little bit. Well, Jay Hill, I can't see their faces. I get it, but I gotta put the fucking thing on the screen, dude. You know what I'm saying? I gotta make it so you can see this. But
Put it in the top corner. Can you?
Here, I'll put it back down in the middle.
There we go. Okay.
We're floating heads now.
I mean, J Hill, if you guys can still see that, I mean, I'll leave him there.
Just below the boot.
I don't know if that's visible, but I mean, it's either over their faces. Way better? Okay, J Hill says it's way better. J Hill also voted for City of Angels, so I don't know if I trust his opinion. All right. So in the second round, this matchup is pretty. Stop!
No!
Stop!
You want his...
Stop! Wait till we
You
get
want
to
his
it.
okay.
We're not talking about City of Angels.
That's fair. That's fair.
Oh my
Howie,
God!
that's
This is the
fair.
shittiest fucking opinion
we
show
need to
ever.
cut you off.
Oh, this is so
Oh my
good.
God! Here we go. Here we go.
You want the serious...
I don't at all. I just want you to drink.
You want the...
You're fucking killing me. Don't even. We're not even close to City of Angels.
Gone in 60 Seconds is a fun movie. More people have seen Gone in 60 Seconds.
Unfortunately,
If we're talking about our age bracket, more people grew up with Gone in
I
60
grew up
Seconds.
with Gone in 60 Seconds. I watched Pig. It's not even
You're
close.
the only person associated with this
But
podcast.
I'm
that has
cultured.
watched Pig.
I'm This guy watched
Okay, tell it
Pig.
as well. What did you vote for?
Pig.
All right.
He did. I saw the vote.
All right.
Well, the thing is, I really like Gone in 60 Seconds. Actually, if it had
He's a
been Matt,
huge, if there is somebody who defends Gone in 60 Seconds,
I'm that guy. Like, if it was in other matchups, it probably wouldn't be much of a question. But Pig is such an amazing theatrical and written performance that it's just, to me, it's not even.
Because
Pig have to
you-
do with killing pigs.
No, here's the
No.
thing. Here's the thing about Pig is when you first see the trailer for Pig, and in the place that Nick Cage has been with his movies, independent films, some action movies. When you see the initial trailer for Pig, you're thinking John Wick. He's going on revenge for his pig.
Somebody kills his pig.
Well, somebody kidnaps his pig, his truffle pig.
No.
But here's the thing. That's exactly what we all thought. I'm like, oh, it's gonna be Gonzo Cage going off the reservation and killing everybody and doing whatever. This is not that movie. This is a thought-provoking movie, and honestly, man, I shared a scene in our Discord where where you just watch Nick Cage and you see why this guy won an Oscar. It is one of the. It's actually a sad fucking movie, and I actually got teared up at the end. When you
want to watch that.
honestly,
watch
man,
him steal cars.
it is a slow burn compared to his other stuff. It's a slow burn, but it is a tour de force, and you're reminded why this guy. Yeah, I love him in The Rock, I love him in Mandy, I love him in Con Air, where he had the worst Southern draw in history.
Well,
But
or a Michigander's accent.
he's pretty up. But at the end of the day is, man, when this guy gets on screen and he has the right material and he can deliver a performance where you're just like, Jesus, that is fucking deep. You're reminded why this guy won an Oscar.
Well, the last thing I'll say about it is there's a scene in it where I can't think in the last recent few years that there was a dialogue conversation between two people that was written so well.
Are you talking about the restaurant scene?
Yeah, the
An
restaurant
incredible
scene when he's talking to that chef, and how these guys, this conversation just.
The one thing I love about that scene, Tone, is for a moment you can see Cage on the verge.
Yeah,
He's about to do what everyone expects.
Right.
Gonzo Cage.
Right.
And you can the way the guy just depicts that, but also keeps it at a point where he's like, I'm not going to give you that. But you
Right.
know it's there. It's on the surface.
Right.
Yeah.
And then he pulls back and he goes into this performance that, again, is all about just life and doing the things that you love to do.
Yeah.
And getting the most out of your life, doing things that you love to do. When he goes from what you think is going to be a volcano going over back to reason.
The best way I can put it would be, because it's written so well, it's literally that old adage, like the pen is mightier than the sword
Yes,
thing. Like,
absolutely.
like the conversation, like the things that he says to this other character is completely like derailing to him and disarming, and it just, I don't know, you have to watch it to
It's a
really see it.
powerful
It's
scene.
it's really random because, again, the premise of the movie seems kind of in a way silly, but like they use that to package like so much more into it.
There's way more to
I
it.
just haven't seen a movie that has really ever done that, and it's
I'm
so
telling
it's
you
kind of
right
wild.
now,
Yeah.
if you go in expecting something more thought provoking than, I mean, they build it up as you really think you're gonna see Cage kill everybody.
Yeah, you do.
Because that's what you want to see from Cage. You want to see him go off the deep
Be
end, go
crazy
Cage.
or whatever.
But it is one of those movies where when he hit the credits, you're just like, Jesus.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
that is fucking dope. That is a deep story.
Joking aside, I really do think that it is a number of people. I would be curious to see in terms of votes, who's actually.
It was
gonna do
10-8. I think our community was actually really good on it because
Yeah.
the vote totals for each of the movies was different. So like a lot of people who have seen The Rock, there was a higher vote count, and as opposed to like Pig and Gone in 60 Seconds, it was a lower vote count. So you could see there was people that had not seen it as many times. And even though when we started it, we put out there you can watch Pig on Hulu right now. We want to let everyone know here's where you can watch these movies so you can vote. And so I know our community was very honest. If they hadn't seen the movie, they weren't going to really kind of like chime in on, unless they've seen the other one. Like, look, this is what I'm into.
Yeah.
But you can tell by the vote counts that it was different for everyone. You know, if they'd seen it. So I dig it. I did make Jay Hill watch Mandy, and we'll talk about Mandy in a minute. But
We're gonna go home and watch Pig.
make it a weekend movie.
Yeah.
Make it a weekend movie. Go home, spend your
I'm with
day
you,
doing
agree there.
stuff, and then go home, have a little bottle of
Nap.
wine, have
We're
some
taking
drinks.
this weekend off, 4-day weekend.
Do
Just
it.
like
There you go.
Watch it this
It's her
weekend.
birthday on Saturday.
Yeah.
So
Oh,
31.
Yes. Nailed it.
No,
I
it-
always
No.
nail it.
knew it.
When it comes to women's birthdays, I know exactly where they fall. No, Tone, you
26.
fucking pervert. I didn't mean it like that.
26.
You're gonna need
26?
2 minutes on your own.
Oh.
I have another one of these.
Man.
Yeah, there's
some
plenty.
soccer
Go
for.
at it.
All right. So the matchup of the
Is
second
it?
round between
Oh,
these two
God.
is obviously The Rock swept Mom and Dad. No, look.
I've not
I
seen
feel
Mom and
like-
Dad, but Rock.
Well, here's the thing. Mom and
Rock's-
Dad is a very niche Nick Cage title. It is one what you would expect from his independent films, some of his smaller films, but it's Gonzo Cage. I enjoyed it.
It's a really good movie.
I just feel like it was paired up against a movie it just wasn't going to win against. The Rock is a part of the Holy Trinity, the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit. The Rock is the first. It's the Father. And, The Rock was always going to... I never doubted The Rock. The Rock was always going to win out here.
Yeah, we should absolutely Zoom watch Pig.
So, in the first round,
Ooh.
we have Gone in 60 Seconds versus The Rock. I don't see this being close. Now, I didn't see a couple other titles here. We'll talk about some of the matches. There were some that were a lot closer than I thought. I don't see this being close. I think The Rock coming away with this easily, but hey, you know what? This community has proven that they're fucking stupid, and they're probably all going to vote for Gone in 60 Seconds. I have no
the
idea.
Rock's gotta win, right?
Dude!
I mean, you got an awesome storyline. You got
Awesome
you got
actors.
Sean Connery.
Ed Harris,
You got Ed Harris.
Nick Cage, Bokeem
Calm
Woodbine.
down about Ed Harris, okay? Jesus.
Ed Harris is fine as
Talking
hell,
about the Man
dude.
in Black.
One of those. Yeah, I know.
Dude, I will listen to Ed Harris all day, dude.
All day.
Underrated Ed Harris role, Apollo 13.
Yeah, absolutely. He's really good in that.
Amazing in Apollo 13. But no, I do. I
The
feel
Abyss.
like the Abyss.
Such a good sci-fi movie.
baby.
Michael Bean.
James
Yeah.
Cameron.
Yeah, Michael Bean's in that too.
Yeah, Michael Bean. Dude, that's it. James Cameron loves Michael Bean.
Maid
If he can
Marian?
find
I don't
Maid
remember
Maid Marian's in it. Yes, she is. Yes, she is.
Mary Elizabeth Master.
And
That's all I
Frank from Ozark.
Yes.
Mary.
The KC mob guy, he's in Abyss. He's
Yeah.
Dauber, the big dude with the long hair.
Dauber.
Yeah, that's Frank. If you
Dab- yeah.
if you go back and watch
Does the
The
voice of
Abyss-
Patrick, and he was in Coach.
no man, go.
said
not
Dauber.
that guy, not Coach. But if you go
said
back, and
Dauber.
watch, if you go back, and
who's one good?
if you go back and watch
What's
Abyss,
his name in Coach?
Yeah, Dauber.
Craig T.
Is it
Nelson.
Dauber?
He said Dauber over there, so.
What Craig T. Was it Craig T. Nelson?
Craig T. Nelson's is Coach. Yeah, he's the main guy.
He's in Abyss?
No. Did you see Ozark?
Yeah.
Do you remember Frank, the KC mob?
It's been
He's the big guy in the KC mob. He's actually he's the big dude with the long hair that he's in a coma most of the movie. Then he comes back and takes out Michael Bean in the room. Gets his gun.
but he's in Coach.
That's
no,
what he
he's
said.
thinking of Thomas Hayden Church.
Yeah. Dubber.
Oh, yeah.
Anywho,
Oh!
J Hill, I don't know what's happening.
Oh, I know.
Hey, dude, I told you, we just kind of do whatever
I'm
here.
fucking with him is what I'm doing.
All right, so The Rock
work, too.
versus.
That is the show that I wish I could forget and watch for the first time.
Hey man, if it's got Craig T. Nelson, I'll watch that shit. I love me.
Tango
some Craig
Cash.
T.
I don't
Nelson.
think any of us ever really answered that question, by the way.
Yeah, didn't you say Stranger Things?
Yeah, you said
No, I
Stranger
didn't.
Things.
I wouldn't want to forget Stranger Things. Boy Meets World.
No,
Yeah,
but no,
that
you
is-
said you didn't want to
Yeah.
forget Stranger Things because of the social elements.
Yeah.
And then I came back and said no, just for the experience
Yeah.
itself.
You would absolutely pick Boy Meets World.
Boy Meets World.
Yeah.
Shitty
That was-
opinions all
that-
around.
that-
Ah, he liked
Child
Topanga
Play.
growing up. We all did.
Boy Meets World was like my show when I
That
was a
was
young man. I
Todd and
cried in
Benny
the last
left.
episode.
Keep
Right.
in mind, this is a paid promotion to be here.
Jesus
This is
Christ.
yeah, we're getting money to be here. It doesn't mean I actually agree with this guy.
Oh my God!
You
Don't
didn't know
listen
about
to
it?
him.
No, I
Oh,
did
man.
not know.
Beer.
Appreciate it. It's gonna buy me a new Mac. Thanks. No. So yeah, next round. What do you guys think? Rock versus Gone? I mean, it's
Rock.
gotta be
The
a
Rock.
no-brainer.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be the
No-brainer?
Rock.
Okay. All right. Let's move on
Welcome
to
to
the
the
second
Rock.
region. The second one. Now this one is interesting. Raising Arizona, which I thought was going to be a runaway against City of Angels. Raising Arizona, the Coen brothers, Nick Cage, Holly Hunter, one of the funniest movies of the 80s, John Goodman, William Forsythe, up against City of Angels, a goofy-ass fucking Nick Cage flick with Meg Ryan, and somehow
A Goo Goo Dollar soundtrack.
City of Angels hung around it. It wasn't a clean sweep like I thought it was going to be. 12-6.
I have not seen either of these movies, fortunately.
Okay.
But I gotta say, if it's got a Goo Goo Dolls soundtrack, I'm gonna go for that one. So City of Angels,
God.
I'm in for.
Dude.
All right.
Okay. Like, look.
I'm saying, like, you're pulling for
I
Pig,
appreciate
and
it.
Nick
It's funny.
did a nuanced performance. You're pulling for Mandy, and
to see me.
amazing performance, and you're gonna shit on City of Angels?
Did he play an angel?
What the hell?
I don't
Let
know.
me,
I
let me,
don't
let
know.
me do this paid promo.
Okay.
Come to Koi's Comics.
All right.
They have great comics. Just don't ask them about fucking movies.
And listen here,
Ever.
Captain Corelli's
Ever.
mandolin is missing from this list. That's all I have to say.
I just.
What was that one again?
Captain Corelli's
Just,
mandolin.
has anyone seen
That's
that?
actually not bad. No, we want.
Oh, you've seen that?
I have.
No.
We no,
I
it's
didn't-
not.
I
It's not
called-
good. It's not
neither
good.
of you have seen
It's
that
not a good
movie.
movie. But no, like we had an original list of like 24 movies of Nick Cage, but we
Yeah.
couldn't. I was like, that's just too
You
much.
okay?
That would be a lot for a job.
This is great. No, I'm enjoying every minute of
Before
it.
her
love it.
just you know what? It's like an SNL skit. I'm not
listen,
gonna take it seriously.
6 people agree City of Angels.
You know what? 10 people thought fucking Gone in 60 Seconds was better than Pig. I don't care.
Because they haven't fucking seen Pig.
It's on Hulu!
Not everybody
You
has
just sign
Hulu.
up! Dude, you
What
can
are you,
buy a
millionaire?
TV! You can
got
sign up for a free
Netflix
giveaway!
watching Stranger Things
Everyone has
and
been
on
watching
Hulu.
The Boys. Okay.
It's a valid point. It's a valid point.
Fucking
You're
right.
You're
Fucking
The
right.
boys came out. They
Thank
don't
you.
watch fucking Pig. I get it. Tony, you're enjoying it. Managing being on an edible. This is Oscar worthy.
Good. I'm glad, Jay. No, Jay. I guess.
Edibles next time?
No,
Oh, God.
honestly, I don't know. I don't know if you're a big fan of the Coen Brothers, like Big Lebowski or Fargo or stuff like that. But they did a movie, Raising
Never
Arizona, with
seen
Nick
them.
Cage. Dude, if you get a chance,
I own them, but I've
watch.
never watched them.
Watch. No, I am a huge fan of the Coen Brothers. I love all their movies. I think they're just really, really good. If you get a chance, watch Raising Arizona. It is Nick Cage in a comedy that is just fucking brilliant.
I've heard it's all, and I have seen. I'm pretty sure I've seen Fargo
Yeah,
at
no,
least
it's
once.
great.
But Raising Arizona shits all over City of Angels because
If
Meg
you're-
Ryan is going down the street like this and a fucking semi kills her.
I
She
know.
deserved it.
Magical moment. But if you're 45 and you remember
Look,
Raising
I rubbed
Arizona,
one out to Meg
then
Ryan.
it's
She deserved
great.
to
You
die.
are
Then it's
talking
a
about
very-
the mother of Huey from The Boys, which you have not seen.
No, that's Elizabeth Shue.
You just spoiled it for me. I'm not watching it.
No,
Elizabeth
Huey.
Shue, isn't it?
Huey.
No, Huey,
Sing.
the actor. He's
You're
Dennis,
thinking of leaving Las
he's Dennis
Vegas.
Quaid's son and Meg.
Yeah,
Ryan's
Jack
son.
Quaid.
Yeah, Jack Quaid.
Meg. When Meg Ryan really in the boys?
Yeah, no, Meg
No,
Ryan
no.
is
She's
one
the
of the-
actual mother
Yeah,
of Jack Quaid.
Meg Ryan banged Dennis Quaid. Yes.
Oh, you were being okay. Yeah. I
No,
had
he
to-
was being.
I
He
was.
went real life. He went IRL.
I was AFK for a minute.
I'm not
Sorry.
supposed to do that. I'm sorry.
That was.
But
Yeah.
here's the thing. I want to ask you guys a question though. Like, here's the thing. We're looking at the second movie of the Holy Trinity.
Boys
It's about an
references here.
angel who wants love.
Me, Joe Black is better
Look,
though.
nobody cares. City of Angels lost. Thank God.
All right, moving on.
This
Moving
next
on.
matchup is this one is really really tough for me. This one's really really tough for me. Raising Arizona versus Con Air. Now look, the Holy Trinity. No, you haven't
Get
seen
it.
Raising Arizona. You
Get
can't
it.
say
Right,
it.
I haven't. I have
You
seen
need to
Con
watch
Air
it. You'll change
Get
your
it.
10
Killed.
trillion times.
Dude, I am with you.
Cream.
I love Con Air. This is not an easy
Completely
choice.
killed.
Watch Raising Arizona. You'll
Absolutely
understand.
is.
That's. I challenge you. You have 1 week. No, honestly, man, you have 1 week. If you want it,
You're
I'll
giving me 1 week to watch a movie?
it's an hour and a half, bro. I understand as a business owner, you have a lot of shit to do.
I can only
We got a
watch-
4-day weekend. I got mani pedis. I got mani pedis.
That's your problem, not mine. No,
We
I
going
do,
to Chen's on Saturday?
All right.
I do think this is the
No,
most.
Jens?
All right.
No, really?
I do
I'm
think
super
this is the
fan.
most interesting
good.
second round
Yeah,
matchup.
just like the bocce.
There's a lot of good second round matchups. I think this is the most compelling. If anyone has seen
Yeah.
Raising Arizona or Con Air,
That's
this
true.
is a tough one. Obviously, Con
That's
Air
very
is part of
true.
the Holy Trinity. It's the Holy Ghost or the Son.
Con Air is taking the whole thing.
Con Air, I do like. Dude, Con Air is.
Con Air could take the whole thing.
guilty
Face
Con Air
off.
is
Face
taking
off is
Hold
gonna
on,
win.
we're not there yet.
Alright,
But Face
alright.
Off is in the is a part of
Face
the Holy
off or The
Trinity.
Rock. It's gonna be face off
Don't
and The
worry.
Rock.
Hey,
It's gonna be-
Hey, just wait. Okay, just wait. We're gonna get to that. But Tone, I know you've seen both. How do you feel about
What?
Raising Arizona and Con Air?
Raising Arizona and Con Air.
Peter back a little bit.
I know.
He's
Get
like
that away
trying to
from
figure
the
out if
beer.
it still works. Ugh.
I just fuck. That's actually kind of a tough one.
Dude,
But
this is the toughest matchup in the second round.
um,
No, the other matchups, so Face Off, it's easy. Some of the other
and
matchups.
but the thing is, I haven't seen Raising Arizona in a long ass
I think a
time.
lot of this community, including Tone, fucking sucks, and
watch
you need
Con
to
Air
watch
every
Raising
week?
Arizona.
I will. I'm gonna have to make this decision because initially I'm gonna say Con Air because it's fucking part of the Holy Trinity.
Con Air is, dude. Don't get me wrong, and I'm not saying you're wrong.
Well, I'll
for
get you
going with
wrong,
that.
but-
I love, dude. If Con Air is on television, I'm watching Con Air.
Right.
It's a guilty pleasure, dude. I love John Cusack. John Cusack fucking hates Con Air.
Yeah. Well,
He hates
Okay,
it.
I think the only question you need to ask yourself here.
Here it is.
Is if Con Air and Raising Arizona. Wait, what are we?
Raising Arizona.
Raising Arizona.
Sure.
Got a few.
Yeah, it's okay. It's
if
okay.
both of those are on at the same time, which one would you watch?
Here's what you're doing.
That's a
Raising
real- dude,
Arizona.
that's a tough- and
Here's
that's
what
a
you're
tough
doing.
question.
If Con Air is on, you're going, put the bunny down. You watch it, and you're quoting along.
Oh, nothing makes me happier
That's true.
happier than the agent
Yeah.
lost his bladder on
And
the
then
airplane.
if you're watching Raising Arizona, you're like, oh, that was a good movie. Remember that one?
No, it's a great movie. Get it right. Get
Next
your shit
channel.
together.
Next channel.
Have you seen Raising Arizona?
I have. Yeah.
Really? What's it about?
Yeah. 35 years
Sweet.
ago.
You haven't seen Raising Arizona. Have you seen it? Awesome. Watch it, and then we'll talk about
You
it.
know why I haven't seen it? Because it's not about a prisoner who's being transported.
Actually,
in an airplane and gets taken over by another prisoner.
Actually,
okay?
John Goodman is a prisoner in that movie, and he escapes prison, much like the prisoners in Con Air. So, you're silly.
Are you kidding me right
No, I'm not. John Goodman. Like, look, if there's one thing that the Coen brothers do well, they get the most out of John Goodman. John Goodman, in my opinion, is one of the most underrated character actors of our time. John
He's
Goodman's
amazing.
incredible,
He's
and he is in Raising Arizona, and he's incredible. Like, he's
So-
awesome.
Serious,
play
serious,
Arizona?
serious answer
Mm-hmm.
to your
Nevada.
to your earlier question.
Sure.
Plays Nevada.
And this is not a crowd pleaser.
No, hit me, hit me.
But West Wing is my favorite show. Aaron Sorkin.
West
is,
Wing?
When he
yeah.
absolutely
Good one.
drinks.
Aaron
It's
Sorkin
very
is like
entertaining.
maybe my favorite writer, television writer of all time.
Oh, he's awesome.
And
in
he's
West
done
Wing.
some amazing scripts. And John Goodman in West Wing is such an amazing.
John
presence.
Goodman is one of our most
He's-
underrated actors.
He
ever.
really is. He's a powerful.
If you've ever seen The Big
powerful actor.
Lebowski,
He's
Walter
fantastic.
Sobchak is dude. That's why I love the Coen Brothers, because they take John Goodman. He's been in Raising Arizona.
Yeah.
He was in Big Lebowski.
He's Sully and Monster.
And I don't know if you guys have seen. He is Sully. I don't know if you guys have seen. What's the one with George Clooney?
He was the dad in Coyote Ugly.
No. He was the dad. He was also in Cloverfield Lane, who was
Yeah,
incredible
yeah,
in
which
that.
is a good
10
movie.
Cloverfield Lane.
10 Cloverfield Lane.
Yeah, that was awesome.
But he's also
Not
in
confuse it with another
that
movie.
was.
Oh Brother, Where Art Thou with George Clooney.
And that was a really good fucking bit
dude,
they did in that
every one of
too.
those movies, the Coen Brothers look at John Goodman and say, "Dude, we need you to do
Yeah.
this," and he's fucking incredible.
I'm sorry, but have we forgot about his biggest acting job of all
Babe
time?
Ruth?
Where he had to put up with
With Roseanne, yeah.
Oh, I mean, yeah. Dan Connor. Actually, no, I would actually say Arachnophobia was his
Oh,
really
he
great.
was good. Yeah.
Del, I'm bad. Now look, like these.
Okay, you are correct. If I had to pick one, I would pick Arachnophobia over Connor.
Arachnophobia is actually, dude. I am terrified of spiders,
Yeah,
and
it's
there is
a
a
really
scene in
good fucking
Arachnophobia.
movie.
The scene in Arachnophobia where Jeff Daniels is explaining to his wife, where I was a child and I had a spider on me and I couldn't move. I have been in that situation. I remember I was in 4th grade downstairs in my parents' basement. I had a spider on my leg crawling on my back,
Was it
and I
giant?
could not fucking move.
Yeah.
That is a real thing.
Yeah.
Like, and that's why when I see Arachnophobia, I'm just like, this is so
Was
good.
it a giant spider?
It was, dude. It was probably a fucking baby Daniel.
Like,
but in my mind,
Yeah.
I was like, okay, this is like
covering your entire body.
eight-legged freaks with what's oh boy,
I
it's just a
hate
huge
spiders.
spider.
Will Arnett.
I
No,
have
not Will
been
Arnett.
terrified of
No.
spiders
Yeah.
my entire life. I love that movie when I was a kid.
Arachnophobia is incredible.
Absolutely love that movie when I
Arachnophobia
was
is
a
an
kid.
incredible movie.
Huge fear of spiders. If I see a spider that's larger than a quarter, I will.
Yeah, oh yeah. Dude.
Cuddle says, "Hey,
Same
can we
thing.
hurry this up? My
Same
wife
thing.
is waiting for her 2 minutes
Freaks
and
me
25
out.
seconds. We're
Hate
working on it.
spiders.
But every
Cuddles.
time there's any bug in
Cuddles.
the house,
Excuse me.
Make her kill it.
no. I have
Nobody
to kill
believes
it.
Oh, I don't go
Doesn't
near it.
matter
For
what.
I'll throw my wife in front of that shit.
Nobody believes she's waiting for that. I'm sorry.
Oh my God!
Cuddles, hey, man, you asked
Deuce
for it.
Beats, yes. That legitimately terrified the shit out of me in Resident Evil. Like,
Dude,
yeah.
anytime I see a spider or anything, I'm just like, I can't play this game, dude.
Yeah.
Dude, what's that game on Xbox? The one where they're in the backyard?
Grounded?
Grounded? Have you seen the spiders in that fucking game?
Fuck off,
There's an
no.
ability
I
to
wanna
turn
do
the
that.
spiders off. The way these spiders attack you, it's just like, I'm turning this game
Yeah.
off. I'm done. I'm not playing this shit. Fuck this game. Stupid. All right, we are now. So, Raising Arizona, Con Air. I do feel like this is the most interesting matchup. I do hope people watch Raising Arizona, but Holy Trinity, Con Air is one of those movies where I will watch it all the time when it's on TV. But Raising Arizona is a Coen Brothers joint, and I do feel it's one of their best comedies of the 80s. They do a great job. And even if you vote for Con Air, you're not wrong, but at least watch Raising Arizona to appreciate Nick Cage when he was doing some good comedy.
I'll
It's-
watch it.
it's
I'll
fucking
watch
awesome.
City of Angels,
You guys will
and
love
I'll
it.
watch Pigs.
Don't bother with City of Angels. It's fucking terrible.
Watch it, though.
Captain Curly's.
Hey man, whatever you gotta do.
Don't want the
25 seconds.
world to see
Go get 'em,
me,
man.
And she-
'cause I don't think that they'll
This is
understand
getting naughty as fuck.
when everything's meant to
Oh my
be
God,
broken.
moving on.
I
To the
just
next
want
page.
you to know who
Now,
I
Cole,
am.
This one I know is interesting to you.
What? What?
Colorado Space was able to knock off Prisoners of the Ghostland. It wasn't
Good.
even close, 11
Easy.
to 1.
Yeah,
I
it's
have
easy.
seen Color Out of Space.
So good.
Good movie.
Good. It's good.
It's a very good movie.
Big
but
fan.
Face Off is a really
That's coming up next.
tall order.
Oh, Face Off is gonna.
Face Off
Yeah.
knocked off. Dude, there was one vote for Ghost Rider. One person died on the hill. Crash. Said Ghost Rider over Face Off. I don't know if it was a bit or if he just ain't seen Face Off.
Yeah, exactly.
Ghost Rider is just
Garza.
a terrible movie.
Face Off, the Holy Spirit of the Holy Trinity.
Motherfucker.
The final of the Holy Trinity. Face Off, it's not even close.
Was it Anthony?
Yeah, Garza. Yeah.
Half-Ass says I low-key enjoyed those Ghost Rider movies. I pity you. But no, this next matchup though, Face Off versus Color Out of Space. Tony, I'm gonna come to you first because you are a huge fan of Color Out of Space. I am too. But Face Off, John Woo, Nick Cage, John Travolta. Your thoughts? Color Out of Space versus Face Off.
I watch Color Out of Space frequently. Is what's
Often.
crazy about that.
Often.
At the end of the day, yeah, I do frequently. At the end of the day, I'm gonna have to. What did he say?
If only I could, I'd make a deal with God and get him to swap our faces.
I'd be running up that.
Oh God! No! Not again! No!
Somebody block El Blanco for an hour. Time out for El Blanco.
Cheers to you.
El
my
Blanco,
friend.
yes. Cheers.
that
He's
is-
Yeah,
one of the more
Jesus.
clever fellows of our community.
I think at the end of the day, I'm gonna have to vote with the Trinity because
Face Off was
that's my toughest matchup.
dude. Honestly, man, when Face Off came out, I remember it was after Broken Arrow and John Woo had gone with John. The Broken Arrow was
He's not in Broken Arrow. Never mind.
no. John Travolta is in Broken Arrow.
Christian
and
Slater.
it's got
That's the
Christian
center of
Slater
the
and Howie Long
Howie
from
Long.
NFL Sunday. And I remember I went to the theater and I saw it, and John Woo was always known for his slow motion, the pigeons and the slow
Time lapses.
and it was the doves, not pigeons. And it was like, okay, cool. It was a terrible movie. But then when Face Off came out, you think about the premise and the fact that Nick Cage had to basically play John Travolta and John Travolta had to play Nick Cage, and you got to see two actors who at that time were the creme de la creme. Nick Cage had just won, his Best Picture for Leaving Las Vegas, so he was riding high. He'd made a lot of great movies. He did The Rock, he had Con Air, so he was riding high. John Travolta had found his resurgence due to Pulp Fiction. And so you have two big A-listers in Face Off with John Woo, and it was just a really, really, really amazing movie. Like it's an awesome movie because it's great performances, and dude, the final boat scene was white hot. Like that was wild, dude. Like that was a really, really well shot finale, and I thought it was an amazing movie. Now look, Color Out of Space is in that Nick Cage like renaissance, like he's bouncing back, and it's one of those movies that's a little bit more thought-provoking. Now, I'm not saying Face Off is thought-provoking, but it is one of those movies that's a little bit deeper than Face Off, and it's a really good performance. It's a more subtle Nick Cage. You don't really get to see Nick Cage go gonzo until towards the end when he starts sounding like his dad when he's talking, and it gets wild.
Yeah, no.
For me, I'm gonna go with Face Off because I do feel like out of the Holy Trinity, Face
Yeah,
Off is
and
the
I
defining
do.
movie.
I always like to point out that one of my favorite interviews about playing Face Off, John Travolta said that he had it easy. He's like, it was easy for me to be able to play Nick Cage because you can just do some of Nick Cage's quirks and some of his things and learn that. He's like, he had the hard one. He had to try and be me, and that was a little bit harder. So. But no, yeah. At the end of the day, it's Face Off is.
I think it's a tour de force by two.
Face Off was like one of my favorite movies growing
and
up.
it's awesome. It's got it's got some great action sequences. You guys, no. Here's the thing. You guys are the defining factor. We want to know your thoughts.
Okay.
Face Off versus what is it?
I don't feel like you do.
I do.
I
No, look, City of Angels. That's your fault, and that's fine.
Okay.
But this is
All right.
different.
So
You have to live with that. I don't. She's like, I haven't seen both movies. I'm just gonna kill your mic and
Face
tell you to
Off.
go home.
Definitely seen Face Off.
See, you know what? That's all you had to say. That was easy.
We've watched Face Off in
Take
the
his-
time that we've been.
No, that's not. Hey, you know what? You redeemed yourself.
I'm just gonna take his face.
I'm gonna take his face. Hey, mind
And that's
you.
not even me. That's
Hey,
mostly him.
hey,
Yeah.
mind you, the guy that says that, take his face off, is his enemy in Prisoners of the Ghostland. That's the guy he left behind at the burglary. Same actor, same guy.
Man,
Random
movie
thought,
sucked.
nobody gives a shit. Hey, you know what? You redeemed yourself. I'm proud of you. You done real
that
good.
wasn't hard.
It wasn't.
And if you
But you proved yourself.
If you admit that that's right, then you'll come to see that all my other opinions.
Even yours.
First, I want to address Tony Johnson's.
Oh boy.
This is not a Hitler stash. It's just that it grows much more fully in the center of my face than it is on the outside. I asked her too. I'm like, should I shave this tonight? Should I shave?
No.
She's like, no.
You didn't ask
Do
me
not.
that.
I did. I said,
You didn't
should I
ask me
change?
that. I want to be
Keep
clear
it.
Should I do?
that that
should
was not
I?
asked.
She
should
thinks
I-
City of Angels is awesome. Boy, what the fuck
Should
do
I
you care
shave
about her
this?
opinion
I
of your
said, should I
beard?
shave this?
Yes.
She said, no. Do not make any changes like that right before a podcast.
Fucking awesome.
Don't do that.
I
But it
didn't
is
say
the
was
show of bad
fucking
opinions.
awesome.
It's
I didn't
trash.
say that it was fucking awesome. I
Excuse me, we got your thoughts. Steve, continue.
I definitely said it.
I'm
was better
sorry,
than
we
the
already
other.
got your bad opinion. Steve, you're up.
So, Con Air.
I hope she fights him.
No, we're talking about Face
Oh,
Off.
Face Off. Wow.
No, we know who's gonna win number one for
Face
you,
Off.
Con Air.
All right, so let's start here. I've seen.
Can't wait for the Thor
Color Out of Space.
discussion.
I've seen Color Out of Space. It's a good movie.
It is.
It's very Lovecraftian.
Yeah.
There you go. Don't loves it.
I love that kind of thing. That's why I checked it out. It's good.
But it ain't Face Off.
It's not Face Off.
It's not.
Right.
It's a bit odd. He's good in it.
It's a tough
Right.
matchup.
It's an okay movie. It's not a great movie.
It's honestly, man, I think it's one of those movies where if you are a deep love of Lovecraft and you don't like, I'm not saying Face Off is mindless action, even though John Woo is known for mindless action. There is some cool elements of Face Off, but if you favor Lovecraftian stuff over John Woo stuff,
Sure.
you're gonna love Color Out of Space. But at the end of the day, for an entertainment value, nonstop throughout the start to finish, I think it's a tough matchup for Color Out of Space.
I like Lovecraftian lore. If I'm looking for a good Lovecraft movie, I'm looking for something with a good monster.
Sure.
You know, I'm looking.
We don't really kind of get that.
Oh, but love.
You
You
get a
haven't
little
seen
bit.
Underwater.
So
Underwater is a great
good.
Yeah,
Lovecraftian
yeah.
I
movie.
could watch that over and over.
Something with a great giant.
What about Dagon?
You
Anybody
need
watch
that-
Dagon?
yeah.
I haven't watched Dagon yet.
Yeah, it's
no.
pretty campy.
Yeah, I've
Great,
seen,
bad
I've
CG.
seen stuff on it.
But I still love
pretty
it.
campy,
But
yeah.
I think that's the thing about Lovecraft, though, is that like it's sometimes just the allure of the potential of things, and it's not always about like seeing the monster. But I get it because my horror, like I like monster horror over like ghost horror. So I kind of
Sure,
I
yeah.
kind of get that.
And it's not even like Color Out of Space is not even really ghost horror. It's just.
No, definitely not ghost horror. No, I'm just saying like it's more the allure. Like it's more about the testing your sanity.
Sure, yeah.
You know, that sort of shit.
Okay.
I think Tony says it great. Color Out of Space is an okay good movie. Face Off is a great bad movie. For some reason, a great bad movie trumps an okay good movie.
I would
That's
disagree.
fair.
I would say that is a great good movie. I really do think Face Off is
Face Off?
I do. Look. The premise of Face Off is absurd. Absolutely, it is taking the face off somebody else, putting it on him. It's absurd, but it's great performances all around. Everyone is dude to sit there and mimic another actor who is just who. I mean, look, you can't sit there and say Nick Cage and John Travolta are the same people. They have different nuances. They have different things about them.
They do mimic each other.
And
very
they
well,
mimic,
yeah.
dude. When you have
Yeah.
two actors who are sitting there mimicking one another convincingly, that's not easy. And then you also have action. Like, there's no joke. The action in this movie is actually really fucking good. Broken Arrow the year before was really campy.
I love John Woo. Like
John Woo is under, dude.
Yeah.
Mission Impossible 2,
Mission
wholly
Impossible 2.
underrated movie.
Yes.
The only
John
reason
Woo
that
nailed it.
Christian Slater was in Broken Arrow was because Nicholas.
Was not available.
Yeah, exactly.
You're not wrong. You're not.
Um,
But no, like
but-
I wouldn't say Face Off is a great bad movie. I'd say it's a great.
That's right, Blanco.
movie. I think it's a great movie. I love it. I mean, honestly, I will sit there and watch it through and through.
Sure.
It's how you handle the absurdity of certain situations.
Sure.
If you handle it in a way where it's not like too thought provoking, where you're not like, well, that doesn't make. When you just kind of breezily get through it and then rely on your actors to carry you the rest of the way, that's not an easy feat. If you have a fucking absurd plot point and you have shitty actors, you're just like, oh, come on. But when you have good actors with an
you're
absurd
fine,
plot
fine.
point, you can be like, okay.
So here's my definition of a bad movie and a good movie.
Ooh.
A good movie, a great movie, is one where you sit quietly, you watch it, you don't say anything, even to the person you're watching.
Are you on the edge of your
Right.
seat?
You are on the edge of your seat.
Okay,
It's a
okay.
great movie.
Just want clarification.
It's thought provoking. You don't talk about it until after it's over,
Sure,
right? Because
sure.
you don't want to interrupt it.
Yeah,
You're in the movie.
You're
you're
trying
not
to buy
interrupting.
into it.
And I interrupt movies quite a bit.
Boy,
She'll tell you.
You and my wife have a lot in
Now-
common.
A bad movie is one that you're gonna enjoy
Looking at
watching.
your watch.
You're gonna enjoy. No. You're
Oh,
gonna
a
enjoy
bad
watching.
movie? So bad. So bad it's good.
A great
So bad
yes,
it's good.
A
So
great
bad it's
bad
good.
movie.
Sure. Okay.
Is one you're gonna enjoy watching, especially with somebody, but you're gonna be fucking talking about it.
You're not focused.
You're gonna be picking it apart. You're
Sure.
gonna be like, "Holy shit,
this happened.
I
like,
didn't
you're
do that
gonna be
with
talking
Face
about
Off.
it. No,
I was
we
locked
did.
in.
We did that with Face Off last time we
Halloween,
watched
1978.
it. Sure, Halloween. Yes. This is why horror movies are such great bad
Oh,
movies. Right?
time out. Hold on. What movie?
Halloween 1978. Michael
Perfect
Myers.
movie
Yeah.
in my opinion, but also a
Thank
great
you.
movie
Yeah.
to talk about
Yeah.
during.
Because there's a lot of crazy stuff
I
going
just
on.
want to watch a movie. Just
Do you
for the
have
person
a,
to
do you
talk
have
about
do,
it.
do you have an issue with Halloween '78?
No, I don't.
Good, because
My
this would end
partner-
poorly for you.
It is my partner's favorite movie.
Favorite movie of all time.
My dog.
Yes. All I'm saying
Only only of Predator.
Tread carefully.
is when you
You're fucking done. I'm marrying your husband. I'm marrying this guy. He understands me.
Yes. Yes.
You've been replaced.
Yes. Well, I really do feel like Tone and I are basically the same person.
I
Good,
agree.
You can have him.
Yeah,
I do agree.
Yeah. I feel like we've established that in the earlier podcast. I just when your partner talks incessantly through a movie.
Oh, shut 'em up.
Such as Halloween, 1978. It
It
maybe
is because I love it.
proves
so
a point. Yes, I know, honey. I know, and I love you.
Mm-hmm.
But it maybe proves a point that it's not the deepest movie that requires such concentration, and it is quite possibly
You should spill some on
a
your.
great,
You looking for a full cake?
okay movie.
Sorry, I'm like the guy in Raiders of the Lost Ark at the beginning where I'm trying to make my way to the shot glass. There we go. Sorry.
All right, let's move on.
No.
We're gonna talk about.
Okay,
we're
no,
gonna
I will
talk
say
about
so.
rest of
The one takeaway,
Oh,
the
we're
one
never gonna
takeaway
finish
from
this
Face Off
podcast.
that I have,
I know.
and
Here we go.
again, I'm
Never.
picking Face Off.
Okay.
Colorado Space, great movie.
Great movie. I'm picking Face Off too.
Face Off taught me
I'd take your face off.
how my
That you love
of
peaches. You can eat a peach for
Yeah,
hours.
yeah.
You're so replaced.
She hates it.
I'm
She
taking
hates
your
it
man.
like that.
I don't even care. I'm sorry. I'm a home wrecker. I'm taking your husband. My bad.
Go for it.
I can eat a peach for hours.
Fuck's sake.
Fucking incredible. Dude, that is
I
one of
haven't
the
said that in
greatest
about a
lines
year.
ever in a
Because I
movie.
said it too much.
Yes. Yeah.
And when he shoots old girl out of the plane and he's just like,
We got some great movie drops out here. Velocipaster.
Velocipaster's a good one.
Roadhouse is one of the greatest movies known to mankind.
Roadhouse is
Waterworld is
good.
amazing. White Man Can't Jump is a personal favorite
Do you
movie. I
want to know,
love White
Tone?
Man Can't
Do you
Jump.
want to know how
Point Break.
embarrassing it is when I am out at a public place and somebody says, "What's your favorite movie?" to Anderson, and he's like, "Roadhouse, Dalton." I'm just like, "Fuck." I am the worst father ever. They want to watch Roadhouse all the time.
Yeah.
But Anderson will be like, "Yeah, Dalton's awesome," and then Ethan will be like, "Yeah." I can't remember the bad guy's name, but he'll be like, "Yeah, Wesley something is a terrible person." And I'm just like, "I'm a terrible father."
Yeah.
Because they're quoting Predator and fucking Roadhouse.
Yeah.
Brad Wesley.
That's
yeah.
the basis for
If I had
comparison.
kids and they quoted Predator, I would be on top of the fucking world.
That's right.
Dude,
Okay.
I'm not even joking. This is probably about 2 years ago when I started showing them Predator. Because they wanted to see Predator. And there was where they were outside and I'm working and I hear my Angus go, "Ethan, you're bleeding, man." And Ethan goes, "I ain't got time to bleed." And I'm like, "Oh my God, I'm the worst father
That's
ever.
amazing.
That really
That is amazing.
I ain't got time to bleed."
And did your other kids say, "You got time?
You got time to duck? They fucking love Predator. All right, moving on to the final set of games.
I'm not shaving, Tony."
Now, this one was.
It won't stop.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is where I have issues. No, first of all, I don't have an issue with the first matchup.
It's very faint.
Unbearable Weight of Massive Talent is left speechless by a silent Nick Cage in Willy's Wonderland. Willy's Wonderland takes that one 10-4. Again, you see not a lot of people have seen those movies, and that's fine. And I appreciate the honesty. If somebody hasn't seen a movie, they ain't gonna vote for it, and that's fine. But I'm cool with this. I like Willy's Wonderland. I think
Yeah.
Willy's Wonderland is an underrated gem. I think that's one of Nick Cage's better independent films.
Yeah, big fan.
I liked Unbearable Weight of Massive Talent. I didn't have a lot of hate for it. I thought it was good, but in terms look, I think this matchup was the most interesting because I love mainstream Nick Cage. The Holy Trinity will always have a special place in my heart. But I really feel like Nick Cage explored more of his range when he broke away from that Hollywood action guy.
Mm-hmm.
When he started taking on more of these challenging, risky roles.
He's a
like
thespian.
Big. You know, Leaving Las Vegas was a role that was like very unlike Nick Cage. He won an Oscar for it, and it was a great performance. And we saw what he is capable of doing as an actor.
Mm-hmm.
We know what happens when he gets the right material. He's a really, really, really amazing actor, and he can convey that on screen. But Unbearable Weight of Massive Talent, as much as I enjoyed that movie, I feel like Willy's Wonderland, it was at that point where I was like, this is the Nick Cage that I like. I like the Nick Cage that takes chances. And in this movie, Nick Cage doesn't have one spoken fucking line. He doesn't say one word in Willy's Wonderland.
J Hill, I was gonna say that.
J Hill says, I've taken a shot every time you say Holy Trinity, I'm hammered. Good man! Willy's might be my favorite Cage movie. Where's the Weatherman on this list? Dustin, there's a lot of movies that didn't make this list. The Weatherman, The Knowing. I mean, The Knowing.
Wicker Man.
The Wicker Man.
Season of the Witch.
Oh, yeah. How about the USS Indianapolis?
How about, how about Captain Corelli's mandolin?
How about Captain Corelli's mandolin?
See?
I don't even know what a mandolin is.
But now,
That's
here
the
we
secret
go.
nobody does.
To the obviously, I'm cool with Willy's Wonderland coming out on top there. You
I'm
know,
gonna be 100% honest with you here. I haven't seen either of these movies.
you haven't seen National Treasure?
Wait, what?
Oh, are you talking about Willy's Wonderland?
Willy's Wonderland, yeah.
Do yourself here and watch Willy's Wonderland.
I want it.
Dude,
We meant to watch it.
He's basically a drifter
Yeah.
that takes over the cleaning duties of a Chuck E. Cheese, and the animal things come to life.
This guy watched Banana Split.
I watched
Okay.
Bananas.
Instead
If you've
Bananas
seen
was
Killer
really
Clowns from Outer Space,
Oh, yeah.
you'll
No,
love
I wanna
Willy.
watch it.
Actually,
It
no.
just happened.
What was it, Tone? The producers of Killer Clowns from Outer Space are the people that made Willy's Wonderland.
Yeah.
It is. It's like
An
a
amazing
fancy
movie.
guitar.
It is.
But now the final one, and this
Little
is the one
mandolin.
where I took issue
Sounds
with
like
it
a
early
young
on.
person's name.
But once
His
Jay
mandolin.
Hill told me he popped an edible and couldn't get into Mandy, I realized I'm in a minority here. Now look, National Treasure is a very popular movie. It did really well. It spawned sequels. It did really big for Disney. But Mandy, to me, is the one of the few movies that brought Nick Cage back to relevance during his indie phase, with the help of a very visualistic director and Cosmodos. I mean, it was just, for me, it was just a very, very amazing
Tony,
movie.
I'm gonna need you to turn off your Facebooks.
Mm.
Just turn it off.
Who, Tony?
Tony.
Don't.
Tony, just go ahead
Mandy
and
is
turn off
awesome.
your
Oh. Hey, Tony, preach, brother. Preach. Tricky.
You said last time, like pop an edible and watch Mandy. We were just saying, we watched Mandy very
We
sober.
did watch Mandy very sober.
And we definitely should have watched it
And-
after
and-
an edible. It was still
I
great.
watched it
was
sober and I loved
It
it.
was a great
great
movie.
sober.
The ending of it, I remember just kind of getting it was like, what the fuck is going on?
Sure.
Right.
Like, and I do feel like if we were to pop one of our edibles now, like we would enjoy it far.
But it was a great
And perhaps we
movie.
should pop
Loved
an
it.
edible
Yes.
on this show one of these times.
Hey, you know what? We're coming up on the 100th episode. We can get wild.
That's
if
true.
you guys do not broadcast the 100th episode from this store,
Tell you what, we can broadcast it from
doing
our
a
store,
live
and you can come over and do
DVD
edibles all you want. There's no problem.
There's no problem here.
Oh, well, I mean, we're gonna do more. We're gonna do. I mean, Tony want to lay some tracks. I'll do one.
Oh my God!
To,
Take me
to
as this
appease
evil
him.
guy, and you drinking a keg.
It's very much like a boy situation.
Yeah, it is. Well, he wouldn't know. He's
But
never seen it.
here's
See?
the
But no.
thing.
You Frenchie over here?
yeah, definitely Frenchie.
I'm
Big
curious to
fan.
get you guys. No, I get it. Like I said, Mandy, I've
Oh,
come
you
to.
love us on edibles.
I've come to accept the fact that Mandy is just going to be a hit or miss movie. I love Mandy
It's true,
because,
Blanco.
again, I love Nick Cage when he takes
Oh, a hot tub
chances.
stream for the
I'll
time.
do a hot tub stream.
We're still in.
That'd be, dude. You know what?
Hot
That's,
tub edibles 100th episode stream live in Koi's Comic.
dude. We have
How
us
we get a hot
four.
tub in here?
We
I
bring
don't know.
we bring in Booty Haver. We bring in Cuddles. That's a fucking sick ass hot tub stream,
Yeah.
dude. And it's
Yeah.
also getting us banned from fucking Twitch.
That's true.
I mean, and probably, you know what, Mark Zuckerberg would be like, you know what, that's gross.
Tricky, you're not wrong. If you have to pop an Eddie to watch a movie, it's not that good. But I have to say,
No, I
it's
would
a
argue.
good movie.
No.
Movie.
That's a terrible
Made
take.
better
Maybe
by
Not
Mandy.
surprisingly, that's a terrible take.
Mandy
It
got you
wasn't my
laid
take.
one
No,
time?
you just said you agreed with
But
them.
what
That's
I'm
a terrible.
saying is, it was. a
Kind of hope that was
good
after the
Tricky,
bar.
don't give her fucking ammo, bro.
Be made better by an Eddie.
Like, look, man, if I watch Jaws sober, that's great. If I pop an Eddie, that's fucking wild stuff. The movie's amazing. It's better on an Eddie.
Exactly, yeah.
Hey,
I'd like
look.
to watch Face Off on an Eddie.
Yeah, see?
My mind would
so
melt.
fucking done moving in. I'm taking your man. But no, like here's the thing. Like, look, I get it. Mandy is definitely gonna be one of those movies that maybe I'm just really high on because, dude, when I see Nick Cage, there are so many scenes in Mandy where Nick Cage gets to go Gonzo Cage, and it is a very visualistic movie. It is fucking out there. It is a wild movie to watch. And dude, for me, if you take a movie like National Treasure, which I get, dude, there's a big audience for that. Disney struck gold with that shit.
Tricky, it's okay.
But if you take National Treasure against a movie where two guys battle it out with a fucking chainsaw,
Did you see?
I did.
The stain
I spilled
and
all
where
that.
it's pointed?
I did that.
It's headed that way.
That
There's a
means.
map.
Oh my gosh!
Holy
These are the assholes that
shit.
were for National Treasure.
National Treasure's so good.
It
Like,
wasn't though, but yeah.
Fuck off if you don't think it's good.
National
though.
Treasure.
I didn't say it wasn't good.
National Treasure is the Indiana Jones of our time.
Yes, it is.
It is a
It's
poor
goofy,
man's
silly.
weak ass Indiana Jones.
That's
Yeah.
fair, but it's still Indiana Jones.
Nah, I know. I know. This one.
Yeah.
What's another comic shop we can
Da Vinci
recommend in
Code
the
is
area?
Indiana Jones.
As
There's
opposed to
certainly.
Coy.
Well, I can tell you in the area, there's certainly
Is
not
there
really another
anybody
one.
else around here
No,
we can do a show at? I'm not coming here anymore.
absolutely not.
Listen,
No.
She
Outside.
sucks, and I'm gonna take her husband.
Listen,
No.
it wrecked Mandy, and I liked Mandy. I had a good time watching it, but it fucking wrecked Mandy. Like, you have to listen to that at a certain point and go,
I don't,
what's
at all.
so good about National
I'm just gonna
Treasure?
think you've had
Some of our
12 of those.
You
some of the
have
members of
19
this community.
National
Mandy
Treasure.
makes a lot more sense to me right
National
now.
Treasure was a fun time.
No, look,
It was a fun time.
I don't have an issue with National Treasure. I thought it was a fun
After
movie.
Ludes,
But in terms of
Josie.
like for Nick Cage, in terms of like the chances he took
Yeah.
and the story itself, I thought Mandy was just a much more deeper movie. I thought it was a better movie. National Treasure is fine. I honestly don't have an issue with National Treasure. I just think compared to Mandy, in terms of my preferences and this goes back to where I think like there is a divide.
She is a national treasure.
Honestly, man, she is a national treasure. There is a
I'm
divide.
apparently single very soon. So.
There is a divide from.
I didn't.
Oh, dude, you're out of the picture. Sorry, bro. You're out of the picture.
I don't have.
Because I'm taking you. You
We're
are out
gonna,
of the
we're
picture.
gonna watch Predator.
You guys are gonna have a really
Can't
good
wait.
time.
What else? Face Off?
Face whatever the fuck you want to watch, baby boy. I love you.
Predator. No, Predator and Halloween. For the
Oh,
rest
there
of
you
our
go.
I was just mad that Mandy Moore was not in Mandy.
Yeah.
She should have been in.
Fair. That's fair.
Yeah.
Can I take a pee break? Right
Well,
now?
hold on. We're gonna wrap this up. We're gonna wrap this up.
no.
And then we're gonna do it.
Okay.
We got one more thing to talk about. So
Hold
the
it.
final
I'll hold
matchup,
it.
and Tony, I'm gonna be
Okay.
curious. Tony, I'm gonna be curious
What?
where you fall
What?
on this.
Where? What?
The final matchup for this round
Where am I at?
is Willy's Wonderland.
Willy's Wonderland, yeah.
versus National Treasure, an 11 versus a 14 seed.
I'll take the Willy over the treasure all day.
You can go Willy over
Oh,
Treasure.
yeah, absolutely.
You guys haven't seen Willy, so I'm gonna let you
No.
watch it
We
first.
haven't, yeah. We want to. Though.
Watch Willy's on an edible and have a good time, and it's more fun than
All right, okay.
Treasure.
I appreciate Crash. Is
I am German. Actually, I am.
Willy's
partially
Wonderland.
Willy's Wonderland.
Excuse me, is Mandy getting a reboot series on Disney Plus? Didn't think so. I appreciate that.
We're gonna take a bathroom break so I can choke her out and steal her husband because he has much better taste in movies. All right, we have one more topic. We're gonna talk about Thor: Love and Thunder.
Oh man.
Just so you know, the ballot for the second round of Nick Cage, the Cuddles Classic, will go live tomorrow. We'll have it ready to go in our Discord. Thankfully, she won't be able to vote
I got
ever.
the Discord invite.
And we'll have things ready to go for you guys and girls to get those votes in. And next Wednesday, we'll announce the winners as we make our way to the Final Four. We're going to take a quick break. Then we're gonna get to Thor: Love and Thunder, and then I'm gonna drive home and run everybody over. Good night. Not good night.
Not good night.
I said
You
good night.
dummy.
We'll be right back. Tone's driving.
No. Yeah,
Like this.
he sure is. Mikal
And
Myers.
welcome back. Tone is shit-faced.
Yeah.
That's true.
Brandi has terrible takes on everything, and I'm going to steal her husband by the end of the night.
Yeah, and these guys have swapped DNA.
Can pile over there.
And we're going to talk about something that
Right.
Brandi
Wow.
Brandi really loves. We're going to talk about Thor, Love and Thunder. Now, look. We love that Koi's Comics puts on these viewings. But Koi's Comics also knows, hey, we're going to be honest about these movies.
Yeah.
We're going to go see them together. We're going to hang out, have a good time, and it is. But at the end of the day, we're still going to talk about it. And Thor, Love and Thunder, we knew about this going into the movie, based on the critics, that there was a little divisiveness. There were some concerns about it. But we were like, fuck it. We all know. We don't listen to critics. We listen to banter and babble, and we listen to our soul. We went and saw it. We all went and hung out on Thursday night to go see Thor,
right.
Love and
We
Thunder
did.
at Bertrand.
Yes.
It's a group.
Yes, champions.
And,
Comfortable.
Taika Waititi is the director, and
What did you
everyone
say?
knows.
Taika Waititi.
What was...
Tiki
I
tiki
don't
taka.
fucking know. You say it.
I don't
Some
know.
great stuff out there.
Yes.
What we do in the shadows.
That's what we do.
Our
Absolutely
flag means
Our
death.
flag means
It's
death.
Fucking
You haven't
hilarious.
checked it out?
So
And
yeah, that's
Thor-
what I've been
Thor
hearing.
Ragnarok.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes,
Amazing.
it's fucking
Let me
hilarious.
reel this
Great
in
joke.
before we
Yeah,
get carried
Thor-
away.
Thor and Stutter.
Now, look, there's a lot of things we need to talk about with Thor, Love, and Thunder. But
Yeah.
like we did with the other stuff, let's talk about general impressions overall, and then we'll dive into the plot stuff.
Okay.
But Brandi, your overall thoughts after walking
Oh man,
out of
this
the
is
theater.
difficult.
Okay.
What did you think of Thor, Love,
I think
and
this is
Thunder?
gonna be difficult.
Okay. I do have to say Gary Oldman matchup would be amazing.
I love
Mhm.
Gary
Yeah.
Oldman.
Gary
And Fifth
Oldman.
Element. Oh my God.
Gary-
In
Can we do a
everything.
Gary Oldman?
In
like,
literally
We
everything.
so I said Leo.
Yeah.
Gary Oldman's a really good one too, though.
Dracula would take.
Yeah, yeah,
Okay.
yeah, good one. Yeah, Gary
What's your
Oldman's.
favorite? Sorry.
Jesus,
Your
fucking
favorite
Christ.
Gary Oldman movie? Go.
No, I think Dracula would.
Dracula.
I would have to say probably Dracula.
Really?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I can't do that right now.
I'm going with Zurg in Fifth Element.
That's fair. I really like. I think the
And it's
Scarlet Letter
crazy
is really good
because,
though.
Dude, he did that movie as a favor
Yeah, I know.
to the director, John.
He didn't really want to do it.
No, not John Woo.
John Woo.
The name of the director escapes me, but he calls
Yeah.
that movie rubbish,
Yeah.
and I thought he was fucking awesome.
Fifth
Not-
Element is great,
That's
and
the
he's
thing.
great in Fifth Element. He's great in everything he's in. The Dark Knight trilogy, he's great as Commissioner Gordon.
Yeah, he's
He
really
is
good in
Commissioner
that.
Gordon.
He
He is
is.
Commissioner
Right?
Gordon.
He's like Daniel Day-Lewis. He could beat anyone
He
at
really
any
can.
time.
You know a movie I
He
haven't
could
seen of
beat
his that I heard is really
anyone.
good is Tinker Tailor Soldier Spy.
I haven't seen it either. I need.
I've
to
heard
see
he
it.
is incredible in
I
that
need to
movie.
watch.
I think the
it.
Scarlet Letter is very underrated too.
Scarlet Letter.
It's
Bra-
fucking
Dracula, Bram Stoker's Dracula. if you-
Yes.
Yeah, I know Bram
He,
Stoker.
he has so much range in that, right?
Yes.
He
He's
plays-
Dracula.
He plays old Dracula.
Yeah, man, he's
He plays
amazing.
Young, like
That's such a good fucking
warrior
movie
Dracula.
too.
Mhm.
God, that's
he
such a
plays
good movie.
werewolf Dracula.
Mhm.
He plays like demonic vampire Dracula.
Everybody.
Every fucking version.
Oh,
of Dracula.
dude. We just said everyone.
We're about to make.
Did
out.
you ever? Whoever saw The Professional?
Yeah.
Hey, get everybody. What do you mean everyone? Everyone. When he did that, I was like, okay, Gary Oldman's amazing.
Wait,
He's the greatest actor ever. But the ending of The Professional, when John Renault was looking at me, he's like, "This is for." And he opens up his hand. There's a fucking bunch of grenade pins, and Gary Oldman's like, "Shit." And the grenade goes off and kills him. I was like, dude, he's fucking awesome
even
in The Professional.
literally in Air Force
Dude,
was amazing.
Harrison
Yeah.
Ford
I
has
was in
said,
Air Force.
Harrison Ford has said in Air Force One, that's his favorite villain he's ever played against.
He was.
He told
Give me a win.
he told Gary Oldman, do your worst. And when you see him pushing Harrison Ford's head against the buttons and against the screens, and Harrison Ford looks, he said that is him, Gary Oldman, beating the shit out of Harrison Ford. And Harrison Ford said that is his favorite on-screen villain.
That's a great thing about actors like that is like I forget more roles
than I remember him being in
Yeah.
because
Mhm.
he's not Gary Oldman in a movie.
No.
Yeah.
He's that fucking
Yeah.
character.
Yeah, he
Yeah.
does. He
Yeah.
like you said, he takes over that character, and that's who he is.
Yeah.
This theater background, I feel like.
Dude, that's the thing about him is
Scarlet Letter's really
he is a
awesome,
very,
yeah.
he's a theater
Yeah.
guy, he's a stage guy.
Okay.
Big
Sorry.
fan.
Sorry.
Hannibal, he's
should-
awesome in
We
Hannibal.
should
He does.
100% do a Gary Oldman bracket.
Dude,
Okay.
a bracket with Gary Oldman?
Yes.
Gary Oldman
Hannibal.
bracket.
Hannibal actually might
Yeah,
be the thing.
he's
that
awesome in Hannibal. What's his name in Hannibal?
Mason Virgin.
Mason Virgin. There you
Yeah,
go. Yep.
his Commissioner Gordon was great. Yeah. So Thor.
Not even his. You can't even recognize him in Hannibal.
He's
Like,
got
that's
that
how
fucking-
great of an
yeah,
actor
But
yeah.
he
that's
is.
why. Yeah.
Fuck
Hannibal,
Christian
even though,
Bale.
you know,
I gotta have a nose.
I will say this. He's great in Hannibal. Hannibal was not a good movie
Jesus.
for Hannibal Lecter.
Yeah.
I loved Gary Oldman in it.
Yeah.
I did not like Hannibal Lecter's character in Hannibal.
It was.
They tried
it
to make
was
him a
tougher,
slasher guy,
yeah.
and that ruined it.
Thor.
Sorry.
So.
Exactly.
Thor. I had real everything in me wanted to be super excited.
Everybody
and,
was.
And I have to say, like, it was a fun movie. So at the end of the day, like, you can't be mad about that. It's a fun movie.
Right.
It's a good movie. I loved this storyline in the comics so much, and I wanted so much from it. I love Jason Aaron's storyline. I love the Gore story.
Yes.
He's such a rich, deep, powerful villain, and he has such a rich backstory, and I wanted so much from this. And Jane Foster's Thor, there's so much in me that wanted to be like, hey, every dude ever who's walked into the comic shop and being like, why can't they just make a new character? Why should she be Thor? Every part of me wanted this Thor to be the best Thor there ever was.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't get that. And so I was disappointed.
Yeah.
But that's my own shit walking into the theater. And if I excuse that, I can go, this is a fun movie. It was fun. It was good. It's Tone brought up breezy. That's been brought up before, right? Breezy. I think that's a good description. So that's where I am.
No, I dig it, Steve.
I dig.
I'm kind of on the same page. That storyline in Thor, Jason Aaron's entire run, probably one of the best Thor storylines in
Sure.
comics. Not just Thor storylines. I mean, it's just a great run. Not even just of Thor, but I don't think they captured any of what they did in the actual comic.
Sure. Didn't translate well to the screen.
It did not. No, I think they watered down Jane Foster. I think.
A little bit.
I think she should have been entirely stronger than she.
I
was
like
in
the
movie.
reason why she is.
Sure,
You know, I like that part of it.
I think they
Yeah.
kept that
Yeah,
part of
They
it.
kept
did.
that part of it, like
Sure.
her motivation.
Exactly, yeah.
But yeah,
she seemed like a love-struck schoolgirl.
Yeah, there you go.
And they both did. You know, Thor seemed like that kind of like some kind like a teenage boy who has a crush, and they both seem like a teenager who has a crush on somebody else. And just some of the lines and things like that, I just thought were they didn't lend well to the characters. Going into the movie, seeing Gore just physically, his character, did not sit well with me. He looked
Sure.
too human. He was, he's supposed to be more alien looking. So I was like, that's kind of odd. I don't know. Christian Bale did well with what they gave him in the movie.
Yeah.
I don't think they gave him very much.
But he made the
unfortunately.
most of it, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yes, Crash, it will be a spoiler review. Go ahead.
I don't know. I think they could have done more with that. All in all, like Brandi said, it was a fun movie.
Maybe too fun.
Maybe a little bit too fun. Ragnarok had a lot of comedy to it. That was a fun movie. This was a lot more than that. So yeah, I don't know. Like if you're going into this movie expecting, something that's pushing the Marvel movies forward in their storyline, I wouldn't. You're not going to come away with anything.
No, I
from
think
that.
you make a good point there. I'm gonna bring it
Yeah.
up when it comes around to me.
I think
that's a great point.
It's like a good action movie that pushes Marvel movies forward with comedic relief.
Yes.
Yeah.
And this is a
I think it has a
comedy.
lot to do with what we've
Yeah.
seen in this phase too, as well as what he's
Yeah.
saying too. I agree with that 100%.
I was expecting more with the Guardians. They played up the Guardians a lot.
Ooh,
in
man, they
in
were
the-
brief.
Yeah, they did not last
Very
long in
brief.
the movie. It was, like I said, it was fun. A lot of jokes. I laughed a lot. Russell Crowe, who I know you brought up when we were talking
We'll
about
be
Thor,
indifferent on
he
that
wa-
one.
He was funny. Didn't add much to the movie.
Right.
Like the after credit scene.
That was
This is a spoiler review, right?
No, yeah,
You
it's
saw
spoiler.
Hercules,
And
like,
I would
that was
say,
cool.
yeah, I would say his spoiler scene was his best scene.
Yeah, it
This was
was
his best scene in the movie.
It was good. It was good. Hopefully, we'll see more Jane in the future. Probably.
Be
as
interesting
Valkyrie.
how they play that, but yeah.
She does become Valkyrie in the comics.
Correct.
And
she
that's
does.
probably where they're going.
That's on
in
the road,
this.
the path that where she's heading.
Yeah, I mean, it was a fun movie.
Fun, but
know?
yeah, I think that's a fair assessment. I think that's fair.
Yeah,
Fun.
I laughed a lot. Not
Laughed a
much
lot,
else.
and you laughed a lot, but there was also I feel like there was a lot of misses on those laughs. But that's just my opinion. That's my side of it. But
Yeah.
I dig what you're saying.
Yeah.
Tone?
Yeah, I still enjoyed it. I thought it was fun. I definitely I'm watching the chat too, and there's a lot of things that I agree with on a lot of. I just feel like because I love Ragnarok, it's one of my favorites. It's one that I watch often as well too from the MCU. If I'm like I'm feeling like a MCU movie, that's probably in my top 5, debatably my top 3. Ragnarok.
Okay.
Ragnarok.
Sorry.
Yeah, Ragnarok specifically.
Wow.
I just feel like there's a
Do we
good
have
balance in
peanut
that
butter whiskey
movie.
on the end?
The balance, with the jokes and the story and everything that's going on. I really felt like this movie leaned too much into the jokes, which made it so that the overall story, the overall villain, were very weakened by that. Sure. It felt like, unlike running up the hill and talking to God, it felt like we were running up the hill to nothing. Mm-hmm. Or if we were running up that hill, we forgot what we were running to. Because until Christian Bale was able to come onto that screen, almost by the time the movie was done, and you finally got Christian Bale being Christian Bale, it was like, oh, I forgot he was in the movie, right? Like, I know that was called Love and Thunder, but like you guys say, the love struck with the kids. They were like a bunch of kids that just hit puberty. Like, you guys dated for years. Like, does it have to be so weird? Like, I didn't get that. It could be love without that weird direction. Like, even the bits with like talking to the sentientness of the weapons and stuff like that, like to Mjolnir and to
Stormbreaker.
Thank you, Stormbreaker.
Right.
Like, even that was like.
It was funny at first.
It was
then
it
they
was just
leaned into it too much.
right. It was a little too much. Like, and I get the thought process, but because in a lot of different other fantasies, like there's sentient like weapons and things like that. And I believe, if I remember correctly, at some point Mjolnir at some point is like that with him at some other point. Anyways, it's all irrelevant. But it just felt like because of the jokes, like everything was landing, and it was like it was too much. Like I couldn't take some of these elements seriously.
Right.
And I just wanted more because I knew Christian Bale was playing Gore, and I knew Gore is like a really great villain and driven by such deep rooted like hatred and emotion. And like if you peel back a lot of layers of this movie, there really is like some really good like moral there, and like the thought process of love and all this stuff. But like you lose all that if you have to dig that deep to try and get that from it. Then you're then like. Were we really like in the right direction going that way that we did? And I like Taika Waititi, and I love a lot of his stuff. Somebody mentioned Korg as well too. Korg was great in Ragnarok because he was like out of nowhere comic relief, where in this one he wouldn't shut the fuck up, and I kind of agree with that. Yeah. I love Hemsworth's delivery. I think he's great in comedy, and somebody was even said you got to look at this movie as a comedy, where you look at Doctor Strange as a horror film. Yeah, you can do that, but like one at least had like
you still had that sense of urgency.
You still had what felt like a something going on, where this just felt like it was like a big hangout and everybody was drinking Faygo and eating Cheetos and having a good time, and that's fun. But like I just felt like it needed more, and they had more in Christian Bale as a great villain, because when he was on the scenes, or in the screen, he was like chewing up every single word he was saying, and it made everybody else look goofy to me, like extra goofy. Like, I get it,
he was a formidable foe, like he was a serious
right,
threat,
and they were too worried. They were too worried about their fucking boners instead of worrying about the fucking guy with the fucking necroblade.
Yeah.
Like, what the fuck were we thinking with that? To me. And again, like, keep in mind, I really love Ragnarok, and there's some people that really don't because it was too jokey. Some people don't like the MCU Thor. I like this MCU Thor, but even for me, this was a little too much.
Yes.
It was a little too much. So
I think that was a really good point.
No, I think you guys are right, man. Like, look, the first Thor was a good establishing point. I feel like that was like, cool, this is Thor.
even Feige's apologized for the eyebrows.
And you get into Dark World, and I know it's very divisive.
I don't hate that like everybody else does.
I don't hate it, but at the same time,
Dark World,
I appreciated the way they deviated from that with Ragnarok. Because they looked at it and said, look, Hemsworth is this affable, kind of like funny guy. Like, yeah, he's got charisma and he's a badass.
Chiseled, long, sexy.
But he's also like this. He's also got this blonde. You could see him being kind of a klutz. And they do it. And I feel like that's when they went from Dark World to Ragnarok. They're like, you know what? Look, he can still be a badass, but we can make him kind of a goof too.
Sure.
And they had that perfect balance. With Ragnarok, they had that perfect balance. Dark World was just kind of like, okay, you're trying to squeeze this guy into this type of situation, and it doesn't work right. And when you look at the departure from that to Ragnarok, you're like, I can understand why they made that move. I can get that because he has that that bravado. He's got that screen presence where he can do it. He can be a badass, but he can also be kind of a clumsy idiot. And you're like, cool, I dig that. And then you have Kate Blanchett as his nemesis in Ragnarok. Like, cool, you got somebody who can act. They're really, really good. They got a good matchup, a formidable foe, and they take the scenes seriously that require it. But then they also fuck around and had that campy 80s vibe that they were going for. It was a really good balance. I felt like Ragnarok was a really good balance of all those things. You took Thor in a different direction. And I dug it, dude. I was like, dude, I can get behind this. And you saw that in Endgame. You saw a little goofy Thor when he came fat Thor. But he was also still kind of a badass when he had to be. They had a good balance. This one, they took Ragnarok and said, push it further. Yeah. And there were several scenes that I was just like, this ain't it. This is not the place for this. Siv with her arm cut off thinking she was dying, and he's just playing the bumbling idiot. I was like, nope, this ain't working for me.
Siv.
And look, I get it, dude. Russell Crowe is amazing. I love Russell Crowe. And you want to have him in a Zeus? Cool. Awesome. And if you want to find some way to spin it like Ragnarok and have some fun with it, like they did with Jeff Goldblum, cool. There was maybe a handful of people that really appreciated what they did with Zeus in the theater. There were some people laughing.
It was funny.
There were some people laughing, but I feel like some of it was laughing like, is this real?
See, I didn't mind it like everybody.
No, I get it, but I mean, there is a gap there where it's just like, we know what Russell Crowe can do, given the right material, and it felt like a fucking SNL skit.
But that I do agree with.
When you take,
but that was the whole movie.
Look, you're trying to convey the serious nature of gore.
Yeah.
And you have Zeus, a powerful being, come in doing an SNL skit. Nah, bro, it ain't gonna work here. You can have fun with these movies. I get it, dude. Ragnarok is a perfect example. You can have fun with this shit. You can have goofy. Jeff Goldblum was fucking awesome. He was goofy as fuck.
Yeah.
But dude, you take Jeff Goldblum's scenes and compare it to Russell Crowe's scenes, nah, bro. We're not even
I feel like
on the same level.
At the end of the day, I, for one, know that I'm not alone in this, but I was really excited about Jane Foster coming in as Mighty Thor. And because of the prepubescence of it and the love and all this stuff, I get, again, that the thought process of love made sense, especially when you get to the end and everything. I get that, but you're bringing her in to come from this great comic book run. She looked awesome, charactered up, and it's just like she had some great moments, and that was about it. I'm like, this is the best we're gonna fucking give Jane Foster's Mighty Thor? Like, really?
So that's one of the issues I had with this is why isn't she Thor by the end of this movie?
There you go.
She comes in, she takes over as Thor. She's the Mighty Thor. There's multiple times in the movie where she says she's the Mighty Thor.
She does.
Why isn't she Thor by the end of this movie? Like, that disappointed me.
Mm-hmm.
I wanted to see Chris Hemsworth Thor not be Thor anymore, and her
Just
take
like
over.
pass it.
that
Okay,
mantle,
I
yeah.
think that's
Like we're seeing that direction.
No, I mean she.
Yeah.
And
A lot of
Zach
the
says
other
because
characters.
she's dead.
Yeah.
Yeah, I get that she's dead. But I mean, I feel like they could have won in a bunch of different.
But she didn't
directions
need to
with this.
die right
She
away.
didn't have
She
to
didn't
die.
need to die. No, she took over as Thor. She was Thor for, quite a while in the comics before, Thor took over as Thor again.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Odin's son took over as Thor again. Like, they could have done a little bit more with it.
Right, and like Zeus does. That is a good point. That's kind of the way I looked at it in a way too. But I'm glad you kind of said that.
What's that?
He said that the way Zeus was acting tied right into why Gore was so salty.
Yeah.
He was so aloof and goofy and stuff like that.
I get that,
I think he just
yeah.
didn't like the Russell Crowe
And I get that, but
portrayal,
again,
right?
It comes down to the fact that they played it out like an SNL skit. Like I don't expect.
Yeah.
I don't expect Russell Crowe. You want to bring in somebody else, dude, to play that goofy ass fucking shit that was going on in that scene? Awesome. We know what Russell Crowe is capable of. I don't need to, it's not going to make me laugh if you have Russell Crowe come in and playing a goofball. I mean, look, that's like, you want to make, I understand with the Ragnarok, they wanted to make Thor more of a fun guy. But there were still moments, dude, never at one point was Kate Blanchett a fucking goofball. Never was she a fucking SNL skit. You bring in somebody like Russell Crowe who is capable of so much more, and you bring him into a scene that has, dude, there was nothing in that scene.
He came out and said yesterday this is his favorite role since Gladiator.
Dude, awesome. He was better in Unhinged.
No, I made that up.
He was better in Unhinged.
He was better than
So
Unhinged.
I disagree a little bit, because
Sure.
I think Jane always had to die. I think that's the storyline. She has cancer.
Do you think that moves her character forward, or is that it?
Well, I think that's the fact of it, that she can be a god and be immortal and be untouchable,
Influential and-
as Thor, and then when she reverts back to Jane, she's incredibly vulnerable, and she's feeling this cancer again, and the two don't mean that she's going to live. And that's the reality of it, and that was one of the beauties of this storyline. She, no matter how powerful she is, she's vulnerable.
Right.
And I think that's part of the beauty of putting a woman in this role, is that you get to see that dynamic, because there are moments where that exists in both planes. And yet I feel like all of that is still true, where by making her this lovesick puppy, at certain points you belie that strength.
Yeah.
And that's unfortunate. Like,
I
we
agree.
don't want to see that. Like a woman doesn't want to see that, and you definitely don't want to say that about your ex.
They were fawning over this.
Zach, I want to address this really quick.
Yeah.
I want to address this really quick.
Yeah.
Zach says critiquing the actor's choice seems like a weird argument. Why not Russell Crowe do it? I dig that shit, dude. That was not Russell Crowe's choice to do that scene. Now that's not Russell Crowe coming in saying, "I'm going to play Zeus like this." That's not his choice. That's a director's choice. That's a writer's choice, and it's a weak choice.
I think Russell Crowe played
Russell Crowe
that scene like he was
told
like
to
he
play
was
that
told to
scene.
play that scene, and he played that scene.
He
like,
did the best he could.
He did the best he could. He played that scene.
But yeah, no,
like-
Russell Crowe did not come in and say, "I'm going to play it like this." No, he didn't.
No.
There's no way.
He did, like, he played up that scene like he was like a modern day like Greek like sleazeball.
And I get, and that
You
part
know?
I get. I just feel like in that particular scene, considering everything that was going on, That wasn't the scene for it. It was, and there's many scenes like that.
But I do think, like, the overall movie, you know, Gore is out to prove, and some people have brought this up, like, Gore is out to prove that gods need to be killed. Gods are not there for us.
I love that part of it. I love that part of
yeah.
fucking Gore.
And that's what
my favorite part about fucking Gore,
his
too.
storyline is so amazing. His arc is amazing, and
Gore,
yet
Gore is the best part of this movie.
it is. But I don't think
It's just
that
poorly-
the movie.
It does a
Yeah.
poor job at reflecting that.
They didn't play it. They didn't play it up at all. Like,
Yeah.
like
You didn't
somebody
feel
said.
that
Somebody said
depth
earlier,
to
like
it.
they made the gods, like they portrayed the gods to a point where like you just want them dead, right? Like you
Right.
don't care that
Right.
that Gore.
He has motivation for it.
Like it should be.
But that's not how we feel about our gods.
Right, that exactly.
our
like
God.
it's
Yeah.
None
they-
of-
So there's
since
no
we haven't been in that
conflict
situation,
there.
Well,
Well-
like here's the thing, like if like the God that I believe in, and if I'm in a situation where I'm holding my son, and I'm like, God help me, I've been backing you up this whole time, I've been preaching this, help me, and my son dies without the help that I require. There's no saying that I'm not gonna be like, you know what, fuck this shit, I'm killing gods. That part of it is why when I watch this movie, Gore's storyline is the most relatable and it's the most impactful.
It's incredible.
Because,
Absolutely.
and then when you sit there and try to build all this comedy around it,
Yeah.
it pissed me off. I was like, dude, he has real motivation to fucking kill everybody.
Right.
It takes away the justice of it.
Yes, and then you
Yeah.
got Thor
Yeah.
over there talking to fucking Mjolnir and fucking Stormbreaker, like, oh, hey.
Yeah.
When they show up on the Shadow Realm, and you get to see Christian Bale going fucking full psycho, that's what's like, this is what I'm talking about. This is what this movie needs. I don't need to see fucking, look, I love Russell Crowe. I don't have to see a movie with him being directed to act like a fucking SNL skit. They could have seriously handled this so much better, considering the material and considering the motivation. Poorly done. Jude the Joker Butcher. Sorry, man. I just look, man. The way Gore was, the motivation as a parent, I fucking dug it.
Yeah.
And he only got so many scenes to really fucking drive that point home.
Well, so the last time we were on this podcast, we talked about Thor, and I got real serious about how I felt about Gore,
Yeah.
and it was because of that.
Right.
He has such a fucking depth that
Yes.
I think
One of the best villains we've seen in a long time.
resonates. Yeah, and a lot of people give Jason Aaron shit because Thor, he's a goofy dude. Thor,
I love Goofy
changes-
Thor, honestly.
Yeah.
I really do.
It suits him. He's not bright.
It's not in every scene.
Compared to Loki, he's not bright. But does it need to be a constant?
Dude, when we went
Right,
to see
right,
when we went
right.
to see Sif, and she's got her arm cut off, and she's bleeding out and dying.
Yeah.
And it was just a comedy bit. Overall, I was like, come on, dude. Like, look,
Well, and he
I-
loves Sif,
Yeah,
right?
he
Like,
loves
he
Sif.
loves it.
loves Sif.
And he's
Yeah.
just sitting there fucking around with it. And I was just like, this ain't the scene, bro.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know what he's capable of. I know what Chris Hemsworth is capable of as an actor. We've seen it in all his movies. Give him a couple scenes where he's not a fucking goofball. I love the idea that Thor is a blonde fucking goofball in most situations. And it works most of the time.
Yeah.
But for Christ's sakes, it doesn't have to be every single fucking scene.
Right. Well, and they turned him into the
Yeah.
the hot, stupid goofball. In this
You
movie.
know,
Awesome,
That's
great.
a good
He
point.
doesn't
That's
have
a
to
good
be
point
that
Josie's got in there,
You
too.
can
Yeah,
give
it is a
him
good point.
some moments of gravity where, like, you know what? Hey, because we've seen
There
it
wasn't
in,
much gravity in the
dude.
Shadowland,
Honestly,
though.
man, we've seen it
I
in
saw that.
Endgame.
He floated
We
around a
saw
little
it
bit.
in Infinity War. Dude, look at Infinity War and Endgame. He's not a fucking idiot in those movies.
Right.
Endgame more so when he turns into dude fucking Thor.
Mm-hmm.
But in Infinity War, he's taking this shit seriously. He's taking it
is-
personal.
This
Yeah, he
is
just
a
lost
great
all his
point
people.
That Josie brings up, he wouldn't use children after his
He
child
absolutely
died.
would not.
Fucking
that's-
thank you.
And that's absolutely that's just spot on. That's
And
true.
he wouldn't he made too many jokes. Right?
Dude, there was
Gore.
too many.
Gore made too many jokes.
Yeah.
Like he's
he's full of hate.
Mhm.
Like he just wants to see all these gods dead.
I will say, like, he made too many jokes, but some of the jokes were evil in nature in his delivery, so I gave him a little bit of credit. Like, when he made his jokes, there was some sinister shit behind it. Where, like, he was saying it, and you were like, but then you were like, you know, it was just kind of like, okay, that's kind of fucked up. But that, again, that's a testament to the director saying, Christian, do your thing. Be creepy. We know you can be creepy. Whereas, like, Christian Bale was allowed...
Kid?
Yeah, Gore was allowed to be fucking creepy as fuck with kids. That's fucked up. If you're being creepy about kids, as a parent, you're like, that's
good.
not fucking
It's a
cool.
good bit.
But all
Damn
the
it.
other scenes, I felt like, man, like, I love fucking Ragnarok. I love the campy nature of it. But this is a superhero movie. I want to also feel, shit, man, are they going to come out on top? Are they going to fucking be able to do this? Never once in this movie I was like, man, I don't know if Thor's going to pull this off.
I feel
I
like
was just like, oh, SNL, cool.
the real only bit that was reoccurring in there that I did find fun and comedic value on was the goats. I gotta say,
goats?
I thought the goats were
They were the best
enjoyable.
You were amazing.
Best part.
And
That
dude,
was,
you know what? I think this
that,
is a lot when you say the ghosts are the best part of the movie.
Well, I just thought, as
No,
far
no,
as the
and
jokes, like,
I don't mean it in a negative way. They
Yeah.
are funny.
yeah,
But when the goats,
I just enjoyed it.
When the goats are one of the funniest parts of the movie,
Their jokes are
clearly You
landing.
have fucked up all the other
Yeah.
parts that are supposed to be
Yeah.
funny.
I mean, I like the beginning, but
Yeah, Josie, I wish they would have. I wish they would have just CGI'd Gore. I wish we would have seen like big.
yeah,
like,
see the
Ahsoka
He was too human
tentacle
looking.
head.
Yeah.
He was
He
way
was-
too
yeah.
human looking.
I wanted him to look like Gore.
Who's
Like,
that, Gore?
This was a movie. They adapted the wrong storyline to turn into
They
a
did.
comedy.
They did.
Like-
This storyline was never meant for this. I wanted this storyline to wreck me.
This at the heart of this storyline, it's a storyline about religion.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Sure.
It's a
Yes.
storyline about
Yes.
somebody like
Facing it,
becoming
confronting it,
like yes,
questioning it.
like being religious.
I
being
spent all this
about
time
religious
buying
person.
into it, and now
Now
I've been
you're
let
like-
down
you
by it.
realize like
Yeah.
no,
Yep.
these gods aren't there for you. I'm not a religious person myself. I
But you understand the message they're saying. Like, you spend all this time buying. I don't want to say buying into it, because I'm not going to say anybody that is committed to a religion is
Faith is
buying
real,
into it. But
right?
you
Like,
sit
put
there
your
in
faith
faith,
in it.
and
not buying
you,
into it, but you
You're-
that's what
you-
you grew up with.
yeah,
You learned
you're
that, right?
believing in it,
That's
and I
what
get
you
that.
believe in.
And
You
when you're
believe, like,
left hanging
anything
out,
that happens,
yes,
these gods that you believe
Absolutely.
in are gonna help you out. They're gonna come down and they're gonna save you. And
they're gonna have
guess what?
answers.
The worst thing happens to you, they're not gonna do anything.
Right?
Or-
No, I
or-
think that's a great
And
point.
that this should be there shouldn't be any comedy in this.
Right.
And
This
I
is a
feel-
very
Right.
serious.
And I think
thing.
that's why it makes
Right.
Gore's character so fucking appealing. That's the
Yeah.
best part of this movie, because he is that person that's like, you know, we spent all this time buying into this. I don't want to say buying into it, but believing in this. And God has a reason, and God has motivations and whatnot. And my daughter dies in my arms. What the fuck? And then he meets this God, and he's like, you're a fucking piece of shit. And he kills him. He's like, you know what? I've been wronged by gods. I know. And his only thought process is like, these guys are all full of shit. We sit there and spend all this time buying into it and celebrating it and bowing to it. They didn't fucking show up when I needed them most.
Yeah.
And I think that part of it is what makes Gore so good
Yes.
as a character in his storyline, where because it's so heartfelt and because it's so hard to accept, that's why it's difficult for to have all these fucking goofy ass humor moments.
Right.
Like, look, I expected humor. I expected it because that's honestly Thor Ragnarok. It worked. It worked.
Right.
But it was just completely overdone, and it didn't work here. When the director said in the interview, "I pushed it to an 11," you've made a mistake. You should have kept that at a 9 like the last one, because it worked.
Well, it's like, what did you push? The wrong thing.
You look at all the
Yeah,
scenes, yeah,
the wrong
all
things.
the scenes where you're supposed to have some fucking heart
Right.
or some. Dude, look, it's a superhero movie. There has to be scenes with fucking heart. There has to be scenes with drama. You want to sit there and put a bunch of fucking funny stuff in there? Cool, I get it. It's Thor. You want to build his character that way? Awesome. I'm all for it. Ragnarok was sweet. But Ragnarok had scenes where I was like, that's deep.
I think the thing with the gods is it was funny, but when you have a character who's supposed to be motivated by this, like, the gods just don't care. They're not. They just don't give a shit about you, right?
Mm-hmm.
You need to see the gods portrayed as exactly that, not some like frat boy, like goofy. We're just fucking off, like doing our own
and that's
thing,
probably
you
what
know?
they were trying to do with Russell Crowe, because when you say it like that, that makes sense. But in the grand scheme of things, you could have gotten anybody other than Russell Crowe to play that part. You could have had somebody else come in and be like, "Oh, I don't really care about life."
Right.
We know what Russell Crowe. Dude, the only reason you're bringing in Russell Crowe for that situation is to be like, "Oh, he's playing an idiot." You could have grabbed anyone else and been like, "Oh, he just doesn't care."
Yeah.
There's a difference. Russell Crowe is capable of really commanding a scene. And if you want to come in here with this weak ass accent and act like he doesn't give a shit, you could have got anybody else.
I think if he would have been serious and acted like he just
boom,
didn't
Josie got it.
care about any of the thing,
didn't
anything
give
that
a
was going
shit.
on,
Yeah.
that would have been much more commanding than the whole like I'm aloof and just like you
Couldn't
know.
get into it, man. I couldn't get into
Yeah.
it.
You know what had that kind of depth with superhero, like real stakes kind of thing?
Mhm.
The boy.
That's right. You're right.
Jay Hill,
You're right.
Jay Hill says they tried
right.
to have spots of heart, but they were too short. Should have spent more time on the serious moments instead of the weak jokes. And like I said, that's accurate as fuck because, like I said, Ragnarok in general was a chance. That was, I mean, considering what we saw in Dark World and going to Ragnarok, that was a huge chance.
Sure.
But it paid off well. Like they balanced it. I will say right now, what he did with Ragnarok was not easy.
Yeah.
To sit there and go from what we saw in Dark World to Ragnarok and still have the fucking success that I have, that was not easy. But I'll say right now, they fucked up with this one. They pushed it. They should have stuck with the formula of Ragnarok. Had Christian Bale's character as good as he was. Made more of their scenes more compelling. They could have used somebody else as fucking Russell Crowe.
Yeah, Josie.
Yeah.
I will say
too.
this storyline would have done better if it was done in the Dark World
Boom.
style.
Yeah,
Style.
dude. If you take
With
Christian
Gary
Bale's,
Oldman as Gore.
Yeah. Yeah.
no, even
Dude,
if,
Gary Oldman as Gore.
no, honestly,
Oh,
man,
shit.
you could have taken
Right,
Christian
right,
Bale
right.
as Gore,
Dracula as Thor.
Christian Bale as Gore,
Right.
in the Dark
I'm in
World,
on that.
in the Dark World side of things,
Yeah.
and still had Christian Bale kind of like fucking around, being kind of like aloof here and there, talking to his fucking Mjolnir like it was a girlfriend, whatever. You probably could have done better. I just feel like every scene, there was never a sense of urgency. That is so fucking
You have
hilarious.
quite the tower of empty.
I
You
know,
do.
there's a lot of empties.
You do.
No, I like where they tried to take Thor. I just wish they wouldn't have pushed it as far as they did with this one. It's really that simple.
Yeah, Taika Waititi is great. He does great things. That we didn't like this movie.
We like parts.
It's not Iron Man 3 bad.
It's a good movie.
It's not Iron Man 3
not,
bad,
you know.
but it's
Yeah,
not
yeah.
it's not the best Thor movie. I'm gonna go Ragnarok. I'm actually gonna go the first Thor. I'm gonna go this and then Dark
Yeah.
World.
Yeah.
So somebody asked,
edgy, cool.
what the whole Necrosword was about. So he said, also, I want to know why the Necrosword is so badass. I felt like it didn't get much hype or build up.
It really-
so
yeah,
it
it
didn't
didn't.
really get much
Yeah.
hype or build up in the original story.
Nor I thought maybe
either.
an end credit about it as well
Right.
too.
They could have had an end credit about it. So it was
Yeah.
just what it was in the Jason Aaron storyline, right? It was the
Right.
Necrosword.
But
You
it's
had two
like-
gods
it's
fighting,
like,
and they fell to this
I'm
planet.
kind of a big deal. though.
Yes, it
Yeah.
was a thing, right? So Gore ended up picking up this Necrosword. It had all this power. So it ends up, when Donny Cates takes over the Venom storyline, it ends up being the source of, essentially the source of power for all of the symbiotes.
Created,
the Venom
basically, right?
symbiotes.
Yeah.
It is
made up of
The
symbiotes.
impetus for all of
Yes,
that.
it
Yeah.
is Null's
Yes.
sword. Null was one of the two gods that fell, and he was the one holding the Necro sword. So it
Was
didn't. Yes,
Oh.
it didn't essentially have that much. Importance in that Jason Aaron storyline.
Right,
But
that
it
came
was
later.
it was made into that when Donny Cates took over Thor.
Yeah.
It's fucking huge.
Now,
now.
here we go.
Crazy,
The
too.
last question I
Yeah.
want to ask you guys, I don't want to drag this out too much longer, but here's the
No.
thing that I want to ask you guys right now is because
And that's why you don't go through the fucking drive-through.
when you look at this
Right.
phase so far, well, what we've seen from Shang-Chi and Black Widow and this and the Eternals and Doctor Strange,
No, I'm ready for this question.
the thing that people are wondering is, what is this fucking leading to? When we look at the previous phases, there was always kind of an underlining
Right.
They all tied
storyline.
together at some
Right.
point.
We know where this is heading.
Mhm.
Now, look, we've talked about it before. We appreciate the fact that Disney has said,
Yeah.
Raimi, make your fucking horror movie.
Dude, yeah, absolutely.
make
it
your
up. Do
make
it
your
up.
fucking horror movie.
No, I'm good.
And the
Good.
Shang-Chi director, make your fucking Eastern style action movie. What the fuck are we dude, the end credit scenes, other than the Eternals one, where we know that Blade is talking about the sword,
Right.
nothing out of these end credits. These end credit scenes have played more so.
No, I'm excited about
To
this
the-
question.
No, look, they have played more so to the singular focus
Mm-hmm.
on these characters.
Mm-hmm.
We don't know. I mean, look, we can only assume
Mm-hmm.
that with Loki, when we saw Kang, that he's the big bad.
One of them.
So he's still supposed to show up in Ant-Man.
At some
Ant-Man
point,
3.
Jonathan Majors has to be a thing.
Mm-hmm.
But when you look at the end credit scenes of all the movies we've seen so
Mm-hmm.
far, they're all focused more so on the singular character of that series,
Mm-hmm.
and we're getting little to nothing about the overarching
So excited
story
about this
arc.
question. You have no idea.
Any day now.
No, and I'm
I
not,
know.
and I'm not trying to sound like I don't care. I want to get your thoughts.
Well,
But
I'm
I
excited
mean-
to answer this. Trust me.
No, that's cool. I want the answer. But here's the thing. I want to know, what the fuck are we going? Are we going towards like this really just like oh shit moment, or are they gonna lean into the multiverse and use that as a cheap escape? What are we really going towards? Because there's literally nothing in these end credit scenes that lead to Thanos is trying to get all the fucking stuff.
So I'm going to answer this real fast.
Hit it.
This is entitlement, what we're talking about right now.
Get it?
Because of the Marvel movies, we started getting end credits, and we knew that long ago they were going to be doing these singular Avengers movies, and they were building towards the Avengers. So we started doing these end credits to link these Avengers together when we knew they were going to build it to them. It's been less than a fucking year since Eternals came out. Would everybody chill out? Seriously. It took years for us to get to the Avengers point of it. We knew that.
No.
We are going. We don't.
It did take that. It did take years.
But
But
we
they
knew.
also weren't coming out of.
We knew.
Dude, tell
we
me-
know.
hold on.
I know. I listen.
It took-
This
no,
is.
let
Am
me just say one thing.
I
Let me just say
answering,
one
or is
thing.
it you?
I'm gonna
gonna-
let you continue.
Share this.
Okay.
Yes, it took years, but there was at least an underlining hint.
But that my
We're not
point
even-
is, it
we're
doesn't
not even-
matter.
We're getting.
What
dude,
is everybody worried about?
One more thing.
What is everybody worried about?
One more thing.
We're building
We're
towards
worried about-
potentially.
we're worried about the fall of the comic book movie universe.
Exactly. We're building towards Secret Wars potentially, right?
Yes.
Are
this
we?
is-
I didn't get that from anything.
But it doesn't matter what you think about it right now, because the point is.
it does
No,
because people are seeing these movies.
Did you ask me the question, or what's
sorry,
going
go
on?
ahead.
So in Avengers, if we're building for the Avengers in the early phases, think about it in like a straight line. We got all the Avengers lined up behind. We know they're going to eventually be in the same place. If we're working with potentially Secret Wars, where we see Professor X fighting Reed Richards or whoever it is, this is a broader spectrum. So this means that all these movies, and by the way, we still haven't hit a year since fucking Eternals come out, and we've had these movies come out, and they're linking little stuff. We're still trying to bring in all these characters and paint this broad
Felt like
spectrum
huge.
of potentially a major multiversal war event that they've been hinting about since Loki. So, with that being said, we can't just always thread everything in together because not everything needs to be threaded in together. Feige said recently, we're going to know soon. The problem is we were so entitled with the last phases and everything linking every single fucking movie. Everybody wants it right now.
I don't think it's
so,
anything to do with
yes, it
entitlement.
does.
I don't think
Everything
has
wants it
anything
right.
to do with entitlement.
Well, it
That's
does.
the way they
It does.
told
No.
the story.
Well, so everybody
It's
wants that
not
this
like-
time.
It's not like
So everybody, I just don't know if
I know.
are you
It's
answering
not
it or am
like-
I answering
no,
it?
no,
I want to.
no,
I'm
I'm
still.
not
Are
I'm
you?
not cutting you off.
Because
I'm not telling you you're wrong.
you know he's.
I'm not telling you you're wrong. I'm just saying to sit there and say we're entitlement because they chose to
I
show
definitely
the
feel like it is entitlement because
Absolutely not.
it's because I'm
That's
completely
how
fine.
They chose the total.
It's entitlement.
Dude, told. No,
So-
Tom,
so-
hold on. Because Disney chose to explain their end credit scene the way they did, because they chose, we're entitled. No,
I know, Zach.
bro, no,
I know.
no, no, no,
I know,
You're
Zach.
absolutely wrong on that.
I know, Zach.
Because Disney said, let's release these cutscenes, let's release these end credit scenes, that has nothing to do with entitlement, dude.
Everybody is expecting these things
Because
to thread
they
in.
set those expectations.
Well, in the last phase, but we also took years to get to the point where we brought the Avengers
but
together.
don't sit there and tell me that there's entitlement.
It's
Because
entitlement.
they
Yeah.
have set
Everybody,
the
everybody,
expectations.
everybody has an expectation that
Punctuated.
every single movie has to be tied into each other at this point. But we are building differently this time from the other phases. It's a different scenario. It's not one small team of 5 or 6 people that are going to have origin stories and build and thread each one together. Where you see Thor's hammer, where you see Thunderbolt Ross talking to Iron Man. This is building a wide spectrum of characters that we need to have introduced slowly, so when we get to the big movie, people go, oh, that's a fucking cool character. Who's that character? We have to build on a broader spectrum and sometimes slower for this. It's been less than a year with this phase since Shang-Chi has come out and Eternals and all this stuff, and everybody's all excited. Like, we've had 3 or 4 movies. They're not threading together. Fucking be patient. It's going to get there. We have time to build for this. Just fucking be patient. We've had how many movies? I know it's weird for us right now because we're getting D+ and they're slowly starting to thread this stuff, but patient. I don't understand why every time a movie like this comes out at this point, everybody's like, I don't know where we're fucking going with the fucking next phase. What does it fucking matter? We're going to get there. We're getting these different movies. We're getting different characters we never thought in 20 years ago outside of Spider-Man we'd see these characters before. We can't just focus on that, but because the original phases had every single fucking movie that had to make sure it tied into the one prior to it that we knew we were building to, now we're all excited because we can't get that stuff right now. Just be patient. We're going to find out soon enough, and at the end of it, everybody's going to sit back and go, oh, shit, I get it, because guess what? Disney's got a fucking plan.
Guess what? I've never seen so many finger divots in the table before. That was a lot of finger divots.
I got it.
Tone?
You're a strong
Tone?
man.
I'm
Tone, look at me.
I'm at a 12 right now.
Look at me. Look at me. Look at me.
Are you okay?
I'm good.
Look at me.
I'm good.
Hey. Look at me.
Yeah.
I'll be patient.
You're not going to
But,
be
hey,
patient.
look at me. You better be there if I don't get the answers I want.
You're going to get the answers, but
Hey, no,
you need to be
no,
patient.
No, I'll be patient.
you be patient.
Look at me.
No.
Look at me.
Hang on.
Tone, we're
Okay.
banter and babble. Look at me.
You guys
I
like
better
that?
get the answers
Clip that.
Hey, I want the answers I want.
You got to be
I'm
patient.
cool with being patient.
Here's my
Okay.
thing. Okay.
I'm so warm.
After
right now.
okay, phase 1. All right. We had Iron Man.
Mm-hmm.
What did we have after that?
Was that when Captain came out?
We had Iron Man, Captain America, Thor.
I really feel like it went Cap and Thor, like they want
They
those
all
are the
came
faces.
Iron-
together-
it
they all
was
came together very quickly
Hulk, which
to
doesn't
the
count, and then
Avengers.
Iron Man
Hulk
came out the
doesn't
same
count.
year, and then Cap, and then yeah.
So in this phase,
Passionate.
since
love 'em.
Endgame,
He's good.
what did we have? What do we have since Endgame?
We've had No Way Home. Oh, no.
Eternals, No Way Home.
Eternals.
We had a
Stop the
post
We had
Spider-Man.
a lot of
Stop.
movies.
So this is the first phase we've had with so many television shows.
You know what? Hey,
It's true,
you know
too.
what? Let me just cut in real quick. I'm gonna say Tone is making a good point because I feel like it ties into the fact that we've been saying the whole time they're not trying to mimic what made phase 1, 2, and 3.
It's an entirely different story.
It's a completely different story. And you know what? I am like, look, my man knows more shit about this. I'm gonna give him credit. He knows more shit than I do.
We have
But
a longer attention span now.
And I've talked about it before with Tone. We have grown accustomed to how Disney handles.
Sure.
No. I mean, look, I'm not.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna sit there and trash.
Sweet
Like I can
jokes.
admit when I'm wrong, and I will. But the reality is, Tone and I have talked about it before. Disney has clearly shown they're going with a different approach with this phase. Not only with the movies, allowing the directors to say, "Do what you want to do," but the shows themselves on Disney Plus.
Well, that's what I mean. Like,
Do
the
what you want to do.
The shows are arguably very disjointed.
Yeah.
So
And that's a huge impact.
Right. And that's why it's difficult to be like, where's the connection?
Well, and that's the thing. Like, I agree with you, right?
Taco Bell slash
We're
McDonald's.
moving towards
Sure.
a very large picture, right?
Yes. Yeah,
Which
yeah,
Secret
yeah.
Wars is.
Yeah.
It's a very
Yeah.
large
Yes.
picture, and we're gonna have we got incursions, we got a ton of like multiverse things going on and everything, but we've had a lot of TV shows, we've had a lot of movies, and a lot of it just seems like teasing
Self-contained
characters.
stories.
Self-contained stories. Give us something that
And
is
maybe-
tying things together.
And
none
maybe,
of it seems like that.
No.
Moon Knight,
I
Moon
think-
Knight standalone story.
Yeah, definitely
okay?
standalone.
There's a lot of things that have just seemed like standalone
And maybe that's
stories.
Disney. Maybe, you know what? Maybe that's Disney just feeling stuff out.
See,
How are
But
people
you don't
reacting
need
to
to feel
stuff?
things out. You're
I think
Disney.
for
You're
some
working
stuff.
with
I
the
think for some
MCU.
stuff. I think for some things, they do have to feel out in a certain way because there's certain. When you look at Moon Knight, like I'm not saying that everybody's a piece of shit out there, but there's some people who are like, I just want to see things blow up.
Sure.
You know,
Right,
I
sure.
want to see people get broken in half and explosions and shit. I don't want thought-provoking stuff.
Sure, and you know what? A large part of me thinks that's why we didn't see Jane take over as Thor in the Thor movie.
Right.
Good
Because
point.
there's people out there. I had a conversation with a customer
Yeah.
recently about why he wasn't
Former
going to see the
customer.
Thor movie because
That's ridiculous.
it was
I can't.
a female. Going
See,
to
I
Thor.
can't get behind
Which
that
I
because
told him I'm not having this conversation with you, and he left.
I think what's
but-
going on here too with the phase, the way they're building compared to the last, is not only is it mostly at the end of the day it's not obvious, including the Disney Plus stories,
Yep.
because when you stop and track them, you look at for instance, Loki was a direct result. Loki started what happened in Spider-Man, which happened in the Multiverse of Madness, which also, from another angle, too, spanned from Wanda. Now, then you've got Falcon and Winter Soldier, who are building for probably like Thunderbolts and Young Avengers stuff and things like that, so they're building there as well, too. Yeah, potentially. Yeah, for sure. And then now you've got Miss Marvel out there, who is clearly very integrated into.
spoilers!
Yep, clearly, with the bracer and everything like that,
Sure.
because they've kind of changed a little bit of the background. That's fine. And I'm not spoiling anything. But it ties more into the Shang-Chi side of it because his rings were sending some distress signal out to space.
Right.
Her bracers are now kind of like. Or is it have to do more with the other realm, or do we think because of the blue character we saw,
That's
is it
nearly all
is it
eternal,
Kree? Is it
okay?
Kree or something? So like so how they're building? I don't think they're building as obvious. Where in the last movies we knew, okay, wow, that's Iron Man. Oh, that's Captain America. They're doing these different things that aren't going to be so on your nose. Where
I
they're
get
kind of
that.
threading slowly as well
I
too.
get
I
that,
think
but it's
too,
a lot of
potentially, so.
after credit scenes that don't mean anything, and they're just little like
Jokes and stuff like that too.
Yeah, like for
Doctor
example,
Strange.
Bruce Campbell
Bruce
punching
Bruce
himself in the
Campbell.
face, right?
Give us something.
You're right,
like,
right.
like with the Clea thing, maybe that's something.
I think
right?
that's going to play a bigger
But I mean,
part
I
overall
think they
too.
set the expectation with end credit scenes when they showed Thanos sitting in his throne.
Yeah.
And they were like,
Yeah.
you got to do this and that. And Thanos was like, I'll do. If you want to do
Yeah,
something, you got to do
you
it
do it
yourself.
myself, yeah.
You really kind of set the precedence. But I do think, Tone makes a great point, and you guys do as well. It's just like we're not going to make it as clear cut
That's how I think it. I think
And
they're
hope
just. I
that-
definitely
dude,
think that's
honestly,
what's
Tom,
going on right
and
now.
to be honest with you, man, I hope that's the case because I can appreciate that. If I can sit there and be like,
Yeah.
"Oh, that's
You
fucking,
gotta give
that's
people
wild,"
something,
Yeah.
though.
but I
right?
mean, I
You
feel
gotta
like
give
at
us
this
something.
point,
Right.
dude, with Loki, I think Loki kind of set the expectation a little bit. Well, by bringing out Kang, and everyone has, maybe not everyone has understanding who Kang is, but everyone knows that Kang's kind of a big dude.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Kang's kind of big. Jonathan Majors is a big dude. He's a good actor. And here we are now.
If you haven't watched
6
Lovecraft Country, go watch
Lovecraft
it.
Yeah,
Country is
definitely.
fucking amazing. If you,
Yeah.
here we are
Yes.
though, dude.
Yeah.
5 movies now into this phase.
Mm-hmm.
Movies, not shows. And we haven't gotten a hint of Kang. I think there's people that are like, where's he at?
Well, I think it's going to also play into, like they always say, like you look at, different levels of villains. And I think that's, again, what they've always hypothesized is that they're building different villains and different things and maybe even different, they always say like there's a cosmic level, baddie or like a more earth-based baddie and things
Sure.
like that as well, too. Like where you have Ultron and the guys got to come together and fight. And then, but you have Thanos, which is still kind of coming like a slow-burning comet or something like that.
I think
so,
we're at that point where we just want
You
we
say.
just want to see Kang at some point.
Well,
Just
I
like
think
Jonathan Majors show up. at some point.
Feige said that's coming, and we're not going to see Ant-Man 3, I think, till next year or whatever
I
it
think
is.
that's February,
That is
March.
gonna be a big.
Yeah.
That's a
rental
big.
right there.
But I mean, but I
Yeah.
also feel
Yeah.
like just how he said that, Ant-Man's gonna be a big thing. That's where I was with Doctor Strange.
Mm-hmm.
Like this is gonna be a big thing.
If you've read of all the stuff they've cut, yeah.
Well, I mean,
too.
but that's the
Doesn't
thing.
help.
I mean, we're talking about from somebody who doesn't read all the stuff that they cut.
Mm-hmm.
I'm expecting Doctor Strange. This is going to be a huge reveal going forward with the franchise. Because
No,
my
I'm
understanding
not
is when you
anymore.
look at the franchise of the players that are involved,
Good.
other than Doctor Strange or Spider-Man, who else are the big wigs? I mean, Thor. But I mean, Doctor Strange is
The
like
X-Men.
that big guy.
X-Men.
We don't know about the X-Men hasn't been really kind of established yet. We've seen some stuff here and there, but
Right.
they haven't had that moment where you're like, "Fuck yeah, let's go."
It's coming.
It's
gotta be
Well,
coming.
I'm just saying.
I know, it's
I'm
gotta,
just
I know.
saying. I'm
So
just saying from a
everyone
perspective
dying.
of people who are going to the movies. They're waiting for that one moment, and I feel like Doctor Strange was that moment.
What are you doing?
And though we
What are
thought
you
we
doing?
saw Charlize Theron, and then we saw Bruce Campbell. We're not getting that end credits scene. And you know what? Tone's right.
Amen.
Maybe I'm overreacting, and I probably am.
And
I want to see something that is like, holy shit, let's go.
Yeah.
You know,
I-
How much longer do we
Maybe
have to
you
wait?
guys
for
are
it?
right. Like maybe like the Charlize Theron as Clea is gonna play an integral part in where this is going. right?
Absolutely.
Maybe the Shang-Chi thing with the rings and like sending a signal, that's gonna play an integral part in where this
Yeah,
is
because
going.
what if that's Galactus?
Right, and we'll all
Right,
look
you know,
back
who kno- I
on
mean,
this-
who knows,
Yeah,
right?
we'll all look back
Yeah.
on this and be like,
It
oh
would be
shit, that
amazing.
made a lot of
And
sense.
that's how I
Like,
feel like
right
that they're
now,
building.
And that would
it
be
just
dope.
seems
Yeah,
So
yeah.
Honestly, man,
disjointed.
Which is so
you
weird,
know?
like I said though, because we're still not even. We're only we've had a lot of content for like a new phase and a whole new year. I get it because of D plus.
Right.
But if you take,
I think that's
Eternals
part of the
hasn't even been
problem.
out for a
Honestly,
year.
I don't want to say problem.
that's what I'm
Tone.
saying, and
I
that's
don't
what
wanna say
that's what's
problem.
going. I know, right?
I don't want to say that's part of the problem, but I feel like that's part of like the expectation. Because
Something.
everything we've seen before all this, we didn't have D plus.
Mm-hmm.
We didn't have Loki. We didn't have Captain.
I don't
Winter
think
Soldier. We
it's
didn't
so
have
much-
any of that shit.
I don't think it's so much like we're expecting that. I think it's just like a natural process of like connections, right? Like nothing seems like it's connecting together.
We just want the dots.
and at this point,
connected.
it seems like it should be connecting. There's been a ton of movies out at this point. There's been a ton of TV shows. We need to start seeing things
Well,
connecting at the
so-
like it
so
does not.
b-
And this doesn't
maybe-
seem like a phase.
Maybe Ant-Man. But I think Tone's right because like if you look back, you had Iron Man, you had you had Iron Man and then Iron Man 2 and
That's a
then
good point,
Well, that's
Josie.
the watching.
That's
order.
a really
you
good
had
point.
Iron Man and you had like
the chronological
America.
No, the chronological order. And the order they came out in.
They came out. It would have been. It was
and then Captain America.
Iron Man, Cap, and then I think Thor.
Man 2 didn't come out until after the other
And
ones.
so you had like
Yeah.
vague homages to each other,
Yeah.
but not.
Well, but
Connections.
you did though, because you had Nick Fury
Building them,
building
more or
the
less.
team.
Okay.
So you knew where it was going.
Josie,
But
I think
still,
what,
so what I'm saying
the part
is,
of that is
I think that
you want to
have
keep it
to
different.
be-
You don't want to keep people. No, I'm sorry. Continue. Go ahead.
I think that I think Tone's right to a certain extent. Like you, be just a little more patient. If we're talking about the grand scale of motion pictures, we're getting spoiled with these movies with Disney Plus fitting in between, and then that's leading to us feeling like we had more than we did. Especially, I have to say, with like Black Widow being repositioned 2 years difference than where it was originally positioned. I think that's a factor too. And I
Right.
think that there is hints of that if you consider the fact that Doctor Strange was also a Spider-Man movie. And once we get an Ant-Man connection, like it's going to be more of a connected universe.
I think you have to look at it more at this time, whereas
Doctor Strange.
What's
before
Doctor Strange?
the recent, because
Yeah.
it kind of continued from Spider-Man
We
because of
had
the multiverse
Spider-Man
stuff.
with like
Are you talking about
Even
Spider-Man? movie?
wasn't in it. It wasn't really a Spider-Man.
I don't.
movie.
Spider-Man
I would
was
say
not in
Spider-Man
Doctor
was more
Strange.
of a-
No, but I
Spider-Man was
think
definitely a
I think
Doctor
No, I
Strange.
think
continue
no, I
the
think
story.
what you're saying is like the fact
Because
that
Doctor Strange was prevalent. in it?
because Doctor
Is that
Strange
what you're
was,
saying?
was so prevalent in
It
No
did
Way
feel
Home.
like a direct continuation, but it didn't feel like a
Yes.
furthering of the phase.
That's no, I don't, and I agree with that because I feel like Doctor Strange, Multiverse of Madness, like Tone said earlier, it was more of a horror. I feel like that was more of a Sam Raimi joint than it was an MCU. Let's move shit forward. There was nothing in Doctor Strange, Multiverse of Madness, that moved whatever they tried to establish in Spider-Man: No Way Home going forward. This, like, Tone and I talked about this, and I know Tone would agree to this to a point. Doctor Strange Multiverse of Madness was more of a fucking Doctor Strange Sam Raimi horror movie than it was an
Transitional
MCU move this shit forward movie.
Yeah.
But
Well,
if you
it's
look
transitional.
back, like I think you can see the whole picture now. But did Guardians of the Galaxy fit into the bigger picture when it came out? No, it fucking didn't. And
But-
you're looking at that with hindsight.
But
Guardians, absolutely.
But-
How?
but
Didn't it have to do with one of the gems?
yeah, it did. The Power Stone. It
But
had.
you couldn't see that from when it came out.
No,
at
you
that point.
did at the end of
did, though.
dude. At the end of Guardians, the
Arguing
Power
over
Stone was a huge
Greg.
part.
You're 100%.
Like,
Because
look,
it was about, but we knew that
Here's
Thanos
the thing.
was
I
collecting
feel
the
like-
stones.
Which Guardians of the Galaxy are you
The
talking
first
The
about?
first
Because
one.
we
It
knew
has-
that-
it has everything
we
to
knew
do
that
with the Power
Thanos was
Stone.
collecting
No,
the
it
stones.
has everything to do with the Power
Ab-
Stone. The Power Stone is
You
what
know
fucking
that now,
no.
but you didn't at the time.
Ronan has
You
the
did
Power
not
Stone
have
in his
that
hammer.
Picture.
How? Okay, so I'm gonna say this. This is so.
Oh my.
Whereas that
God.
I felt like
God.
so like the last phase working up to Infinity War and Endgame, it felt like more of a marching order. It felt like every movie came out was like, okay, here's an end credit, it's gonna build for the next one, build for the next one. It was more systematic for those next movies that
Tony, it
coming
was
out.
for the entire like second and third phase.
That's
Let's
fine.
not
For
make it
whatever-
sound like it was like
for
it was
whatever.
at the end.
It was still okay. Fine. Fucking cut it.
Yeah,
in
I know,
two-
but Tom's like,
cut it-
oh, at
cut
the
it-
end it showed up.
Cut,
you know,
it, cut it in two pieces. Cut it in four. Fucking 6 in one, 6 in the other. The point
not
is
arguing
that
with you, I'm just
the point
saying it's
is
not
that
the
it's
same.
it's going forward into March. It was still like no matter what part of that phase, if it was earlier or later, whether it was building Avengers, Ultron, whether it was building Thanos, it was still going like this. Whereas this, because of D+ and everything going on, we're getting such a wider palette of things that you got to look at it more this time as like a spider web. Like one spider web strand is going to connect here, and then you got 3 or 4 that branches off.
No,
So
I get what
I
you're
feel
saying.
I feel like that's where the difference is when they're
Tony,
adding
here's
this
the
other
thing.
I
stuff.
get
Here's
what you're
the
saying,
thing.
but nothing is paying off.
Right. So
Like-
it definitely okay. It's not fully yet, so we don't know where necessarily it's going.
2 minute,
But I
25
think
second
yeah, I think what that's going on is that because somebody just said it
Okay.
too. This is
We
building
need a
differently,
little more
and it's
patience.
got to build
At the
different.
end of the
I agree
day,
with
at the end.
Tone.
At the end
gotta
of the
build
day,
different.
here's where it is. Like I get what
Nobody's
Tone's
used to
saying.
foreplay.
No.
That's the basic.
This foreplay is the foreplay that you're you're spending way too much time on something that isn't actually doing
Here-
anything.
here's the
and Your
thing.
partner ends up going to sleep.
Here's
before
what I'm
you
gonna.
do.
Here, let me just add this one thing. Let me just add this one thing. Like I like what Tone is saying. I think Tone makes some really great points, and it does allow them to deviate from the previous blueprint of the previous phases. But here's the thing, dude. At some point, whether it's Wakanda Forever or Ant-Man, we have to stop making excuses. I'm cool with them taking a chance. If they want to sit there and push this out over multiple movies, but at some point, regardless of what your strategy is, you need something to have us sitting there going, okay, that makes sense. Because at that point, you're just like, we don't know what the fuck we're doing with this.
It's not
but we're
drawing
just
us
making
forward.
billions of dollars off these movies.
It's not
Yeah.
drawing
You
us
need
forward.
something.
That's what
Dude,
it
look,
seems like.
if these movies are making billions of dollars, as a fucking person going to these movies, I better get something that shows me where this is going. That's not entitlement. That's me. I am buying into what you're selling. Your movies are making billions
Well,
of
it still
dollars.
sounds like entitlement to me,
At
but
some point, no, I mean that's
Well,
cool.
but it's not entitlement, right?
Because
so
weren't
like,
those movies amazing as standalones before you realized they were connected? Because that's how I remember it.
right.
it's
Look,
not
look,
entitlement,
at the
though.
end of the day,
It's
I mean,
it's you showing that like you're putting out these movies with these characters because
Trust.
you
Tone,
know
here's
that
my
it's-
question to
that
you.
it's building
Hashtag
towards something,
trust.
right?
Tone, my question to you.
Mm.
At some point, they have to show you where we're going, right?
Yeah. It's been
And
le-
if they don't,
it's been less than a year since Eternals comes out. Everybody needs to chill out.
if they don't,
That's what
give
I'm
us-
saying.
dude.
The end.
They've done a
That's
great
really
job. Dude,
the end. That's all I'm saying about it.
all I'm asking
Just
you,
chill out. Be patient.
All I'm asking you
Yeah.
is, I agree with you 100%. It's been years since Eternals.
Feige said soon we're gonna know. So Wakanda's in a couple months. Chill out.
Cut scenes haven't given us much other than self-aware stuff and stuff that's tied to those characters.
Sure.
At what point, I'm asking you, what movie do you want to know what the fuck we're going towards?
I guess maybe everybody.
Wakanda Forever
I'm
or
sorry.
Ant-Man?
Sorry, I'm not concerned like you guys are. I don't know what to tell everybody else. Like I said, we've getting a lot of D+. We're getting a lot of characters we never thought we'd see. We're like, I'm the only one that saw the end of Miss Marvel, so maybe I know all the secrets and you don't, anyways.
Was
But
this the last episode?
yeah.
God damn it!
Um.
All right, so we've gotten a lot of awesome TV shows. We've gotten a lot of awesome
Yeah.
movies.
Well,
I'm a little bit
what if
drunk right now,
what if
but I
the
wanna
Shang-Chi
see something more?
Sure, but what if we look back and say 3 years from now, let's just say for instance, right? And all of a sudden Galactus is trying to chew on
5
Earth.
years from
Well,
now.
Let's say he's trying to chew on Earth, and we go back and say, oh,
76
it was
movies
because
later.
it was because in 42 Disney Plus. And what if we look back and go, oh, so those rings that were glowing things, blah blah blah, that's what the beacon was.
No, I
about-
get it.
You see what I'm saying? Like, but
Don't. I get what you're saying.
yes,
It's not.
Tone's an
It's not
apologist.
building.
You will
Definitely
defend
not.
them.
I'm definitely not. I
Thick
think
and thin.
I
It's
think
not moving things forward at a smooth pace like it did before.
Right.
And I understand that, like you're saying, like that's like we're becoming like what do you say?
it was I just think it was a different phase and a different building
We're
differently.
kind of becoming entitled with that.
My partner took care of that.
I think he is.
And I get
I
what
just
you're
think
saying.
directly.
I get what you're saying. Like
Yeah.
it's a little bit of entitlement, right? You're like, you've done this before, give it to us again because this is what we want.
Yeah, everybody sounds
But
like a
also,
child.
you have to give us a little bit.
My,
Right?
my
I agree.
You have
question
to
is,
say-
where is
That's
the
fair.
line
Like,
drawn?
That's
this
fair.
Is kind of where
Well,
we're going.
Right, but
Disney's got your line. Just got to be ready
I'm
for
just,
it.
dude. All I'm asking, dude, is where. I mean, like, I get it. It's hilarious, but like, at
Yeah.
what point do you stop fucking around and be like, give them a hint?
Yeah, this
Because
is what-
honestly, man, you look at every.
Feige just said within the last 2 months you're gonna get your hint soon.
I don't give a fuck.
Well then, I just answered your fucking question. You're gonna know soon. You just asked.
And
I
if
just
I
told
don't
you.
find out soon,
Then don't
Tone,
fucking watch
how
the Marvel
much
movies.
more-
I don't know what to do to make you happy.
How
I don't
much
fucking
more are you
care.
gonna sit there and
That's
jerk
the end of the
off
day.
Feige? Feige
I'm
knows
gonna jerk
everything.
off to Marvel movies all day long because I never thought I'd
guess
see them on
this is
TV.
what we have. We know it's going somewhere.
Right.
Then
It's
we should just
it's
all calm
coming.
down.
That's the thing. It's like you and Steve are
I
on
agree
the
with you.
same.
Yeah.
Oh, I agree with Tom now.
Right.
We
Like,
know
you're
I'm
on
just
the-
saying.
You're on the
I'll
same
watch
page.
Predator with you.
No, but listen, you're on the same page. You want some payoff. And,
Right.
and it's not that
I don't
Tone-
want payoff. I just want.
It's
No, you
not
do.
that
You
Tone
want
and
payoff. I want
don't
payoff.
want payoff. It's that It's that we're a little more patient than you are.
I'm just saying, like their formula is probably different this time.
up, Josie.
They've got a plan, and yeah, we don't know what it is yet. But like, you know what?
Do they know what it is yet?
I'm pretty sure fucking the money making Disney has a pretty good idea where their phase is going because the last one was pretty fucking successful.
Well, I think that's what it is.
So yeah, I'm pretty sure they do.
I think agreeing
You
with
have
him a little bit.
to-
That's what it is. It feels like
Yeah.
they don't know where they're going.
Hashtag
And
trust
I want
the
to know
process.
that they know where they're going.
And that's fair. I'm gonna pretty much guess that Kevin Feige, the guy that produced all the last shit, has an idea of when it's gonna go, where it's going. And when he said within the last 2 months, you guys are gonna know soon, I guess we're gonna fucking find out soon enough.
Zach, what are the hints? Like I know like Shang-Chi, we got a little bit. Like the whole beacon thing.
I know what's going on in the next
Doctor
phase because I actually saw the end of Miss Marvel today, but you guys all didn't. So.
Is it like so Miss Marvel?
Oh, I mean, Galactus showed up. There's your ruiner.
Oh.
Just kidding.
What a piece of shit.
From what I've seen with Miss Marvel so far, a great show. I highly doubt anything important showed up.
Oh, hey, see you in a month. We'll be here next
You're
month.
gonna eat your own shit tomorrow.
I will eat my own shit. But from what we've seen so far, I cannot see how it ties into anything so far.
Can't fucking wait to be here in a month.
Oh my
and just
god.
have Steve be like, Tone, I don't even know what you're gonna say.
Do you think
I don't
that
even know
ties
what to
into-
expect.
What?
All I know is I can't wait for you
With
to be
what?
like,
She's Miss fucking Marvel.
I understand that.
you have put
I don't
yourself
think you
out there.
do.
I
We
put
will be
myself out
here in
there.
a month, brother. I
put myself
cannot
out
wait.
there. Dormammu's daughter, Clea.
Look,
Correct.
look,
You know what?
Steve, I fucking hate this piece of shit more than anything. You're going to have to answer to him. Can't wait.
I'm telling you,
swear to God.
you're gonna
I
eat
swear
your
to
shit when you
God.
watch finale.
I believe you 100%. I'm
Yeah.
on the same page with you, patience,
Yeah.
100%.
Yeah.
I swear to God, if you fucking ruin Galactus, I'm gonna
Oh, I definitely.
I'm gonna fucking
def-
murder you.
Sorry, but how many episodes of Miss Marvel?
Steve,
are
I
in?
cannot wait for you to get fucking dunked on
many
live.
How many episodes?
Hey, Steve, see you in a month,
It's
bro.
one of the biggest fucking Marvel characters ever. I don't care if she's young. She's
Steve is
super
about to
fucking
get bent
important.
over
Are you
Thor
serious?
and just ran hard. And I'm gonna be like,
We've
You can
watched
go
every
home.
episode.
You can go home with
We've
Brett.
watched every episode but the
No.
season finale.
Yeah, and
I
it's
cannot
amazing.
see how
And
it
it's
furthers
fucking amazing.
the MCU.
I love you.
All right.
Good knowing
All
you,
right.
bro.
Good knowing you too.
right.
I'm gonna just
All
go
right.
out. I'm gonna go out there.
All right.
All right, hey.
I can't wait to hear from you after you watch this finale.
I can't wait to.
I'm not gonna
get
listen.
back.
I'm not gonna.
show before Black Adam,
swear
brother.
to
I tell you that right now.
I'm not saying it's necessarily moving the MCU forward like you guys are crying about, but what I will say is you're gonna eat those words you did say.
Oh,
though.
my
man.
God.
I will I'm gonna say right now, I'll absolutely go on live here
Go for now.
and eat my words and admit my wrongdoing. But at this
Fuck
point,
you, J-Ho.
before the
Fuck
last,
National
No,
Treasure.
at this
that's
point,
not
before
true.
the last episode of the series,
What?
I cannot say that it is furthering the MCU. That is all I'm saying.
Well, it sounds like from what I've understood from you and dude, nothing's moved the MCU this phase. So I mean,
No, you stop.
I'm not gonna
All
stop.
I'm saying,
We know.
look.
we heard.
No. I'm going to tell you right now, and you won't even argue this.
Okay.
They
We'll
have
see about
moved
that, by the way.
forward the characters.
Mhm.
They have absolutely, and you won't even argue this because you can't.
Yeah.
They have absolutely moved every character in these movies forward with their end credit scenes, but they have not. And you can't even sit there and tell me that they have moved the MCU as a whole forward. They haven't. They've moved the characters forward 100%, and you can agree with that. But there's absolutely no way you can tell me that they moved the MCU forward. They haven't. And you won't. And I get that. And that's fine. That's the only validation I need. They have moved all the characters.
I don't know.
You
You had the answer for
No,
you.
no,
You
stop.
just answered for me.
Stop.
You didn't give me a chance to answer
Every
that.
end credit scene. Every end credit scene. I will agree with you 1,000%.
No.
Has moved
No,
that
Jay,
character forward.
Mhm.
Absolutely. MCU speaking? Absolutely not. And you can't even sit here and tell me that they have. And you know that. You can sit there and smile, but you know you can. They have moved every character.
Why are you
forward.
so upset invested in this?
Because you're looking at me like this. Because this is what I want from the MCU.
Okay, well that's fine.
Oh,
You
no,
want
it's
that,
good,
but that
but
sounds like entitlement to me.
Specifically
That
speaking,
does.
no, you can sit there and throw that around. I
will.
get it. You don't have anything else to go with.
I don't.
Characters
But
go.
you care.
You let me finish,
You
sir.
care so
You'll let
much
me
about the
finish.
MC moving
You'll
forward,
let
but
me
I don't.
finish before you run with that. They have done nothing to move the MCU forward.
That's fair to you. Fine.
No.
I
You,
agree.
you can't even. You can't. You can sit there and agree to you. You know it's true. They moved the characters forward. Absolutely.
So you don't think everything they did with Loki, open up the multiverse of madness,
Nope.
making it so that all of a sudden
Nope.
that turns into
Nope.
that's not moving it
All
forward?
the end credit scenes going forward. Hey.
I think we're
Look
good.
at me. We are done.
I'm good.
We are. No, you are good.
I am definitely good.
But
Trust
they
me.
have
It's
absolutely-
12:20. I am definitely good.
No.
I don't necessarily agree with that. I think that it definitely
I know you
hasn't.
don't, and you can't.
But I don't fully invest into where you're coming from, and I don't agree with you fully in that, and that's
fine.
perfectly fine. I also think that we should probably still be patient, and we're
I
gonna get
agree
there.
with that
So,
1,000%.
so
But
that's
absolutely no way have they moved the MCU forward.
Okay, so well, the multiverse didn't exist before this phase.
If
so
you want to use the multiverse as a cheat, sure.
It has been an absolute
But they have absolutely
Yeah.
done nothing to move
I
the
have
MCU
enjoyed
forward.
Cool.
having both of you in the store, and I'm super excited to have
No, that's
the
fine,
next
Zach.
discussion.
You're
I
gonna
want
go
to
with
talk
your
about this again.
No, we will. And honestly, man,
We
it's
will.
gonna be hype.
Just
Like,
kidding.
look, everyone's like, "Oh, Tone is like this."
I
No.
love
love Tone.
admit
Dude.
my wrongdoing.
No, this is quite common actually. Like we don't.
There is absolutely no. I'm gonna blow Tone on the way home.
Right.
But the thing is, like,
Right.
I'm going to, like, I have my beliefs, and I know what I've seen in the movies. And if Tone has his opinions, and everyone has their opinions, I'm gonna have my opinions. I don't think they move forward. If he thinks they have, that's great. I don't have an issue with that.
Right.
But I'm not gonna sit there and fucking be like, Tone's right.
Yeah.
Absolutely not.
I mean,
I agree with Jay Hill. I can't wait to rewatch this one.
right.
You know, at some point, here's the thing that's gonna happen.
Right.
We're gonna do some bullshit.
Yeah.
Tone and I are gonna be like,
all
oh,
fucking time
well, that
together.
sucks.
Whatever.
But hey, look, it is 12:21.
Yeah,
We have gone 4 hours and 21 minutes. These guys got to work. I got to sleep in. This is unfair to them and unfair to me. We're going to wrap things up. First of all, you guys, hey.
No, Josie.
high
You
fives.
were trying very hard to enunciate words right now.
I'm struggling. I have so much cotton mouth right now. It's unbelievable. Jay Hill can roll.
Oh man,
But hey, look at
You're
me.
a champion.
Look at me.
chicken chalupas
Dude, I'm going.
and 3
I'm hitting Taco
beefy
Bell.
crunch tacos.
There you
That
go.
is
I'm
my
a-
Taco Bell order.
you go.
I got to get up.
We're
and,
going to Taco Bell after this, by the way.
Oh, I'm going. I'll see you guys there. No,
wanna
but
go together,
seriously,
carpool?
hey, look. We appreciate each and every one of you being here tonight. This has
I
been
feel bad
a
for you.
wild episode, but that's why we like doing this
Yes.
because
This is fun.
it's about the perspective. It's about the bad opinions from Brandi about Rocky.
Yeah.
It's about
too.
Steve's shitty
Punch.
opinions about
Wow.
Batman.
Vecna? No.
And it's just Tone being a piece of shit.
That's what I do.
And me being the sexiest man on earth. We all have to live with these curses.
And these choices.
That's scarce.
Well, but hey, you know what? The only thing that matters is we couldn't do this, guys. We couldn't do the show without you guys and girls. And we appreciate it. Everybody that's a fan of Koi's Comics and that you're there on the Thursdays when we go see the movies or if you're here shopping, we appreciate you. For the people that tune in to Banter and Babble every Wednesday, we appreciate you. Tone's mom, we appreciate you.
She might
Your
still be
son's a
watching.
piece of shit, but you're a fucking
I
saint.
think you're a good guy.
Thank you.
Kudos to you.
Thank you.
He is a good guy.
I appreciate
So
your
a piece of shit.
I
though.
appreciate your
Rerun
viewpoint.
Yeah,
He's a
thank
piece
you.
of shit,
I
but
know
I
I'm a
love
piece
him.
of shit though.
But no, seriously, Steve, Randy,
Thank you for having us.
thank you guys.
We
for having
appreciate it
us. We
always.
love being here. We love talking with
Best
your community.
podcast
We like
ever.
getting everybody involved and
Yeah.
getting shit faced. I don't know how you drank this much, and I only drank that
We
much.
didn't,
Yeah.
You did.
No, that is all Brandy.
Yeah.
That's
For sure.
fucking.
Well, me and Brandi.
Hey,
Yeah.
no,
Hey.
you drink most
Be
water.
proud of
Oh,
me.
You know what? You thought Halloween 5 was dope, so I believe she. drank
Oh
all that.
man.
well, I don't think I said that. But
You
we're not talking
did,
about
but I covered it for you.
That's for the
I
Halloween
am-
But no,
podcast.
hey, you guys, seriously,
National
Yeah, we appreciate it.
thank you guys so much for listening
Yeah.
to this.
Thank
Absolutely.
you.
We love coming
We want to
here.
do this
Yeah.
more. Absolutely.
hey, man.
We did.
Whenever
Before
you
that
guys
time.
want to fucking talk about, hey, maybe before September I'll watch all the boys, and we can do a fucking discussion.
I
hope
can't
so.
wait.
We can do a
till
whole
you're ready
boys
to talk
episode.
boys.
Yeah,
We
can.
need-
I'm gonna
We
hustle.
need to do a whole boys
Absolutely.
episode.
I agree with that.
Absolutely.
Yes.
I agree with that.
But
Yes.
And more Stranger
whenever
Things.
you guys decide to do the horror movie in October, let's go.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'm
we're
gonna
down.
tell you right now, Smile until what was the other one? Barbarian.
Barbarian and Smile were the two
Oh,
that.
Halloween ends. We'll see if they can make up for the last one.
I'm not really a Halloween person, but I would
It
go.
doesn't matter. We'll do it anyway.
Hey,
you
but
know?
the important thing is, if you're in Saginaw or around the area,
No,
Boys
J-Ho.
Comics, Bay Road.
I know, Josie. I know.
Look, I mean, look at this. Look at
Look
this.
at these Thor stand-ups.
Yeah.
It's a beautiful
Heyo.
joint. They have great service.
Mm-hmm.
They have a
yeah.
lot of stuff.
A lot of stuff.
A lot of stuff. I had to buy a whole rack on the ground because I knocked them over the last time I was here.
That's true.
Still
They
early.
won't tell you that because they're savage as fuck.
Yeah.
They're like, dude, you just bought a whole rack of stuff. But it's okay because they use my kids' piggy bank to pay for it, and they don't know about it. No, but seriously, you guys, high fives.
All right. Thank you,
Brandi
for having
and
us. We
Steve.
appreciate
Thank
it.
you. Yeah,
Make
anytime.
sure you check them
Holler.
out. Koi's Comics on Facebook. They do some wild shit on Wednesdays.
And
Buy
Tuesdays.
stuff.
Tuesdays,
and then
Wednesdays.
Buy it.
Yeah.
And you can pick it up during their streams.
Thanks, guys. I can't wait to see the end of the Nick Cage showdown.
Yeah.
I you know what?
I'm scared.
I can wait because this community is fucking trash. And somehow National Treasure's gonna end up in the
Right.
finale.
National treasure.
And I'm just gonna be
All the
embarrassed
way.
as
Right.
fuck.
That's right.
National treasure number one.
Sad. But yes, if you
Hashtag
are
national treasure number one.
Do we have
if
it?
you want to be a part of the Cuddles Classic, the Nick Cage Best of, make sure you're in our Discord. Get in there. The Tone, I think
I wanna
tomorrow
work.
morning, I will have
The new
the new polls
Okay.
live
hmm.
for y'all to pick up and
I'm
get
jumping
into.
in. I'm jumping in this
Hey,
time.
you know
Yeah.
what?
Yeah.
Download Discord.
Oh no, we got it.
You got
We're
it.
there.
I'm
We're
gonna send
there.
you
Cool.
invites.
Okay.
Get in there.
Cool.
Yeah.
You know what? City of Angels is out, so I'm not worried about your votes. I'm concerned about, but
Captain Corelli's
we'll
handle.
see what happens. But seriously, thank you all so much for tuning in every Wednesday. We appreciate you. We appreciate the support. The chat has been rocking. We love you.
Awesome tonight.
We appreciate all of you.
Yeah.
For Fanboy
I
Tone,
think that's me.
Steve, Brandy, I'm the Dude 79. Thank you so much. Have a great weekend. We'll see you next Wednesday, 9 p.m. We'll talk about what? The Old Man? and
Old
Miss
Man,
Marvel.
Miss Marvel, awesome trailers.
Clerks 3 trailer?
Yeah, and I don't know what else.
We'll talk about some shit. We'll probably get, you know what? Hey, Little Debbie.
Oh God.
I think that's a
Oh, the Little Debbie meme.
Little
Yeah,
Debbie
Little Debbie
meme.
meme time. Yeah,
meme debate.
meme debate. I'd agree.
Wow, it's going to get nasty. Good night, everybody. Be safe. Talk to you soon.
See you guys.